This is Audible.
Podium Publishing presents Valley of Embers, Book 1 of the LandKist Saga, written by Stephen Kelleher, performed by Kirby Hayborn. Chapter 1. A Good Scar. Kole woke to the steady beat of drums. The booming percussions were amplified by the timber walls of his home, acquiring a wavering quality as they crept in through thatch and shingle. He went first to his leather armor, which soaked in oil water. He looped an ash bow over his back, strapped on his water skin, and drew his blades. The everwood knives were black with old char. When he opened the door, the steady bass of drums cleared, their sharp retorts ringing, and now intermingled with the baying of the wall hounds. Kole picked out the steady baritone of the first keeper as he issued orders in a staccato rhythm at odds with the chaos of the night, the rain adding its own crescendo to the familiar proceedings. A small slope of packed earth separated Kole's quarters from the front gate. As he moved off, boots finding purchase difficult in the muck, he heard panic issuing from the merchant sector. He knew there was no such sound further south, where the children would be ushered into the long hall. Everyone, it seemed, was heading south toward the shore of Last Lake. They sought the armor provided by moving away from something. The walls rose before him, the timbers bathed in the red-orange glow of flame. Kole took the steps to the gate, 2 at a time. He scanned the curving arch, picking out the intermittent stone braziers that glowed along its length. The rest of the defenders were scrambling up their steps and getting into position, the keepers settling next to their braziers. Kole closed his eyes and felt the heat tickle his blood as his own brazier thrummed. He surveyed the earth before the walls. Brown water pooled in shallow depressions, slick canvases that acted as natural complements to the drums that were only now quieting their complaints, something the hounds were less inclined to do. He eyed the tree line. On a hot morning, he could bury a stone in the nearest clearing with a strong throw. Tonight was cool, bordering on cold. Kole quickened his heart and set his blood to boil, feeling the heat coursing through his veins, the halves of the blades across his back glowing a dull red in anticipation. The moon was no ally tonight. The dark months might be tailing off, but it was small comfort. One could almost feel the world apart, brushing by, whispering its promises and issuing its soft challenges. Kole did not listen. "You look worried." Kole looked to his left. Across the breach before the gate, Lynn regarded him coolly, a faint smirk tugging the corner of her mouth. "Finished tucking your sister in?" "You know her," Lynn said, turning her attention to the trees. "She always has to make sure everyone's in their place, from the elders right down to the fawns." "Somebody has to," Kole said. "I suppose." Kole nodded, but both kept their eyes locked on the shadows beneath the trees. "See anything?" "Everything," Lynn said as she scanned, which is to say, nothing. 2 scamps were along in short order, boys not yet used to shaving the stubble that sprouted haphazardly along their chins. They carried a black cauldron stocked with flaming pitch between 2 poles, depositing it next to Lynn. Beside it they placed a bundle of arrows whose ends had been wrapped in birch and sealed with wax. Lynn nodded her thanks without turning, and the boys hopped off the archer's platform, picking their way eagerly among the moss-covered stones that trickled toward the lake shore. Kole did not begrudge them their flight. Something was off. His father had yet to return from his weeks-long ranging, and Kole was beginning to wonder if Turen's fears were well placed. Kole trusted his gut, but he trusted Lynn's eyesight more. He watched her. She was still as stone, as often as he watched the shadows between the trunks of the trees. The shouted orders of the first keeper faded away, Turen's voice going out in a wisp. Everyone was in position, and Kole rested a palm on his brazier, the heat flowing into him with a welcome shock that set his skin to steam in the drizzle. The other embers along the wall were calm as mantises, with the archers and spear-wielders in between, watchful and ready. Kole caught a flash of movement to his left, Lynn's bow shifting in her hands, fast as thought. She had a steely look, and Kole dropped his own bow from his shoulders and snatched a shaft from the pitch on his platform, lighting the end with a burst from his palm. He drew the string half-taut, feeling each feather slide along the grooves of his fingers. He took it for a trick of the light at first. Here was a shadow that grew shallow before deepening once more, and there a flicker of jet black between a copse of trees. There. Kole looked as Lynn rolled her shoulders back and drew. At first, it looked like a great pack of worms or a giant's hand made only of rotted fingers, fat and questing. The tentacles reached out fast as centipedes, hissed in the ruddy torchlight, and withdrew for a breath, drenching the trees in an inky stillness. Usually it was a they come bursting out of the forest, a roiling mass of spiked tails and barbed tongues lashing in the wavering light, leaping and slithering toward the walls. This time it was different. Now it was a singular thing, a mass of purple darkness, like a coil of snakes that move as one body. Its great arms ended in jagged claws, which raked earth, grass, and stone with its passing. Roots cracked under its mass, and the demon poured itself out from the trees, the horror lit by flickering torchlight. Lynn squinted against the torches at her periphery and let fly. Her aim was true, and the shaft pierced the beast's head, which shifted chaotically on impact, the mass of squealing serpents attacking the flaming arrow like an infection. The beast roared throatily, and the wall hounds renewed their baying, iron will covering their nerves. Turen took up the call, and Lynn had already sunk 2 more burning shafts into the creature when Kole found his range. Other shafts arced up from the yard behind the gate, the wind of their passing teasing the hair on the nape of Kole's neck. All along the wall, volleys flew, finding their mark and doing little to stop the demon's momentum. It was like a titan of nightmare, a god of the forest, a night lord from the world apart, whose like had only been seen once before in the life of the valley. That was a creature against which only Creath Mitan, Ember of Hearth, had stood his ground, and Kole was not he. Great forelegs curled into ape-like fists, pounded the sloshing earth as bowed hind legs propelled it with lurching strides, and it headed right for the gate on which Kole and Lynn stood. "We need to steer it away," Lynn said, voice steady as she loosed another shaft. Her lips formed a tight line. Kole dropped his bow and drew the everwood blades from the sheath strapped across his back. "Tie!" Kole yelled, and the other Ember turned to regard him from his own brazier further down the line. "We need Turen!" "I think he's occupied elsewhere," Tai said. He was a matter-of-fact sort of fellow, and Kole was just now noticing the facts. The din of pitched battle echoed on all sides as the dark kind they had expected issued forth like a frothing river. It started first on the right flank, where First Keeper Turen was stationed alongside Jenk. The hounds were already up and over the walls there, their quick strides leading the swarm on circular routes between wall and wood as the archers picked their marks. On the left, Laren gave his own commands in his measured way, his spear-tip glowing amber as he drained the fire from his brazier with the opposite palm. A pack of dark kind was already scrambling up the walls there, and the warriors around him dropped bows in favor of blades. All around, men and women fought for every inch, throwing back the creatures with steel, flaming shaft, and, in the case of a select few, everwood blades burning bright as dawn, spraying their glowing arcs across the night. Kole had never seen this many at once. He sent his own sabers into a spin, feeling the familiar warmth coursing through his veins as he concentrated on the brazier that crackled beside him. Light flared, and his blades ignited in a shower of sparks that had Lyn cursing beside him as her latest shaft veered off the mark. "Kole," she said, drawing out his name in an uneasy warning as dark kind found their holds in the timbers of the gate and started their climb. The great black beast roared and beat its chest, the worms that were its skin charred and flaking around the burning arrows flecking its hide. The beast came on again, and it was very close now. "Kole!" He left a smoking black stump where the first clawed arm reached up and over the carved timbers and whirled to face another. There was a crash, and he was flying, and then he was falling. His lungs expelled what air they held as he landed with a shock that sent pain lancing up his spine. Splinters, some the size of him, rained down around him as the gate exploded. Kole only realized he had lost one blade when a warrior scorched his gloved hand retrieving it from the debris. The man tossed it at Kole's knees and nodded before being launched through the air by a black fist the size of a wagon. Kole considered all of this through a haze, dimly aware of his surroundings, until he felt a burning slash across his cheek as a passing arrow cut him almost to the bone. "Up!" Lyn screamed from her perch, which leaned precariously over the wreckage of the gate. She already had a second arrow knocked, her eyes wide with uncommon fear. The rush of pain renewed Kole's heat, and he gripped his blades tighter, flaring them to life as he rose, and came face to face with the demon. The writhing mass of undulating darkness crouched before him on bowed legs. It was half as tall as the gate it had brought down, and its eyes were the color of blood, deep and dark and staring. No, they were considering him. The eyes traced the contours of Kole's face and then moved down, widening ever so slightly as it took in the glow of his living blades. Kole's broken brazier had spilled its guts into the shattered remnants of the gate. The beginnings of a bonfire started in the mud-caked pile, lighting the battle like daylight. Lyn had gone back to shooting as the dark kind made for the gap. Wall hounds and warriors alike clashed with the creatures, and Kole saw Jenk's flaming sword and Kaya's blazing staff flashing in the breach. The Night Lord loomed over Kole, red eyes shifting like a hawk, and then its head tilted sickly, sharply, as if it heard something he could not. It might have been comical if it weren't so horrifying. For half a breath, he thought the demon might leave them alone, and then the look shifted. The recognition washed away in an instant as it roared and raised a great black fist. Kole took his chance. As the beast rose up to smash back down, Kole dove for its belly, plunging his blades in as he twisted and landed in the mud. Red-black blood that smelled of fresh rot poured out in steaming gouts, hissing around Kole's burning blades as he withdrew and came up in a scramble. A maddening roar was accompanied by a concussive blast to the chest, and Kole was flying for the second time, only now he came up in a roll and weaponless. Kole looked up to see the beast being harried on 3 sides by weapons of fire. Kaya slammed her staff into its hind leg with gusto, and Jank slashed it on the opposite when it turned for her. Laren faced it down head-on, his spear glowing almost white-hot, flames sprouting from its tip as it used the air itself for tinder. The beast made Laren the object of its rage, a poor choice, as his spear made a hole in its neck, burning its life away in a single clash. The creature fell to join its writhing fellows in the muck, twisting and squelching. It landed on its side with the force of a falling tree. As the rain washed away its corruption, turning the writhing snakes into pools of ink, Kole saw the red eyes fade and turn a pale blue. He stood on shaking legs and stepped forward, joining the other embers in a circle around the great ape-like body as the battle raged around them. Above, Ty moved to intercept a dark kind that had Lynn cornered on her perch. He cut it down in a sizzling spray. "This one's come a long way," Lauren said before moving toward the breach, Kaya following after. Jank looked down at the giant, brows drawn. He glanced at Kole, offering him a strange and unsettling look, before reigniting his sword and rejoining the fray. Despite the chaos, Kole lingered a moment longer, and then he, too, moved off to recover his blades, the gash on his cheek having already scabbed over. The first keeper's orders echoed in the night, the hounds howled, and the ember blades flared and flashed. All was back to the way it was, but even as he fought into the pre-dawn hours, Kole could not shake the feeling that something else had been looking at him through the red. Chapter 2. Sages and Ember Kings. As it turned out, Kole was feeling the effects of his row with the Night Lord keener than he had first thought. Ember blood had a way of masking minor concerns of the body until the fire ran its course. When it did, Kole collapsed. Being carried on a litter back through the town he had helped to defend was not Kole's idea of heroic. But then, nothing about the dark months was, not like the stories from the desert he and the other children had been told before bed each night. His thoughts drifted as the sorry caravan wended its way down the lichen-choked steps, the wood homes on the outskirts giving way to older, sturdier stone in the basin. The structures here were squat and weathered, pressed into the side of the slope like the mussels clinging to the mud on the beach. Kole strained and tilted his chin, attempting to raise his head, but a calloused hand pressed it back down. First Keeper Tu Ren walked beside him, his stern countenance augmented by a white mustache and beard.
"Lake'll still be there when you're at the bottom, son," he said.
Kole struggled to speak through a cracked tongue and raw throat, so the other ember leaned awkwardly as he walked. "What losses?" Kole managed to whisper. Tu Ren shook his head, staring off into the distance.
"Not what they could have been. More than they should have been."
He looked down at Kole, his expression morphing.
"A fine thing you did."
"Hulspar struck the fatal blow," Kole said.
"True enough. Still a fine thing. If you don't know where to aim..."
"Aim for the gut," Kole finished weakly, and the First Keeper smirked. Closer to the bottom, the path split, and Kole's bearers turned him right and gave him a view of the lake. Even through the fading morning mist, it shined brightly, fishing boats bobbing, oddly content on their moorings. "Never seen one like that," Kole said, finding more of his voice with each word. An image of the great ape, pale blue eyes staring at nothing after it had fallen, came up unbidden.
"Wasn't a Night Lord,"
Turen said. He nodded at Kole's surprised look.
"I know what it must have looked like to one as young as you. Hell, I know what I thought when I saw it bearing down on Hallspar. It was something, all right, and there's only one place a thing like that came from."
"The deep lands," Kole said.
"Aye. Nothing's come out of there near as long as I can remember. Then again, the dark months get worse each time, more of them finding their way into the valley. Things must be getting bad out there."
Their exchange stopped abruptly as they reached the long hall, the last pattering rain slowing to a steady mist that carried on the breeze, soothing and cool. Kole was set down in the reeds beside the road, and Turen squatted beside him with a groan. "Kole!"
"Ah,"
Turen sighed.
"There she is. Lynn ran off to find her straight away, seeing the state you were in."
He winked.
"How you managed to ensnare those two lovelies is beyond me. But now you've got a nice scar to show them, eh?"
He touched Kole under the cheek, his skin pulling with a pinch at the deep scab. "It's going to scar like leather," Kole said, leaving out that it was Lynn who gave it to him. He probably owed her his thanks for that.
"All embers do,"
Turen said, rising with a few more creaks and cracks than the reeds he stood on.
"The fire in our blood cares for closing wounds, not stitching them proper."
A flash of blue and green, and Ayan of Iran was kneeling beside him, the first keeper moving off with a bowed gait that stood at odds with his reassuring demeanor. "She was corralling a group of children and elders toward the shoreline," Lynn called over as she crossed the road. "They had boats waiting." "You had so little faith in your fearless protectors?" Kole asked, fighting through the fog to lock eyes with Ayanna. "The attacks get worse each time," she said, squeezing his arm tightly as she closed her eyes and began to concentrate. "Perhaps a little fear would do our protectors well." People were forming a crowd outside of the long hall. The rest of the fighters must have been up at the wall, manning it in case of another attack, though the light was nearly upon them. "Fair enough," he said, smirking at Lynn as Ayanna bent to her work. The filtered moonlight merged with the cold rays of the distant sun, casting a silver-blue hue on Ayanna's light hair as Kole studied her. Her ears bore the unmistakable slant of a child of the Valley Fae, though she had been born among the Ember folk. Young as she appeared, childlike almost, she was only a Valley Bloom Kole's junior. Unlike Kole and his Embers, the Fae had a healer's touch. Like all Ember folk, Ayanna traced her bloodline back to the snaking sands and the deserts of the north, but the land chooses its own, and the valley had made her only the second from among their people to bestow its gifts. She was one caught between worlds, Kole knew, and though her touch was smooth and caressing as riverstones, he marveled at her solidity. "Ow!" Kole said, wincing as the sting spread through his veins. He struggled to keep from burning her hand as his blood threatened to rise. "Your blood was thick," she said, heedless of his complaints. "Something in that beast got into you, but it looks like you burned most of it out on your own." "Who said embers can't be healers too?" Kole asked, and he was rewarded with a stare even more withering than those Lynn could muster. Ayanna pulled a small mixing bowl from some secret compartment in her pack. The stone was greened from frequent use. She withdrew a patch of pungent herbs and set to crushing. "This will help you get back to yourself quicker." "Lovely," Lynn said sarcastically as she watched the crowd passing by, nodding at the elders who thanked her with heads bowed. Kole followed her line of sight and saw Turen locked in an argument with another group. Seer Rusul and her crones watched from the shadows with their beady eyes before moving off toward East Lake. The long hall was raised above the water on wooden pegs. The door opened, spilling an orange glow onto the dusky road, and the press surged inside. Turen was still locked in verbal combat as he entered. Kole put some of the paste Iana gave him under his tongue, and she laughed at the face he made. "I have a feeling that whatever energy you just gave me is going to be sucked out in there." "You're going in?" Lynn asked. "I am." "Why?" "Decisions are going to be made soon, and we'd better make ourselves part of them." Iana sighed and rose. "Go then," she said haughtily. "I've other wounded to tend to." "Don't burn yourself out," Lynn said, gripping her sister's shoulder affectionately. Iana smiled at her and tossed a different look back at Kole. "That's his job," and she walked off. Lynn and Kole were among the last filing into the overstuffed meeting place. Smoke choked the rafters, and its trailing vapors mixed with the orange glow of the fire pit, lending the whole affair a hazy, dreamlike appeal. The scents weren't at all unpleasant: burnt lake grass, holly, and sage, the last shaken by a pair of elders who made their aching way around the chamber. "I imagine that's supposed to cool tempers," Lynn said sardonically. "I imagine." The Ember folk liked to pretend hierarchy was only enforced among the keepers, but outsiders would immediately be able to mark the relative import of the assembled by their proximity to the coals burning in the center of the room. Kole spotted his father Kareen off to the left, his dark complexion making it difficult to read his expression in the smoke. Their eyes met, and Kareen's tired mask fell away in a warm and caring smile. "Your father was the one who found you," Lynn said. "You had chased the dark kind into the trees. I lost track of you." "What was he doing in the woods?" "I imagine he was on his way back from Hearth. He couldn't well march in while the dark kind were at the gates." "How does he avoid them out there?" Kole wondered aloud. "He is first runner of Last Lake," Lynn said, as if that explained it all. It was a strange image. Kole Reyna alone in the woods and surrounded by creatures of night and shadow. Kole shook himself back into the present. Perhaps Iana had given him stronger stuff than she had let on. An old man sat directly before the coals, cross-legged. Dora Kadeh, father of Turen and the second oldest of the Ember folk in the valley, commanded respect. Kole knew that had not always been the case, particularly among the Ember folk of Hearth, whom Dora had split off from decades before. Nineveh sat across from him. The Fey Mother was the only soul older than Dora among the Ember folk, and the iridescent green in her eyes only glowed brighter with each passing year. Her standing had been well earned.
"What have we done with the beast?"
Dora asked. He was often the one to break the silence. "It's being dragged to Eastlake as we speak," Laren Holspar said in the same manner in which he said everything, grim. "The seers wanted to look at it before we burned it away."
"Wholly unnecessary,"
Dora said, and there were murmurs of agreement in the hall.
"The beast is no problem we haven't faced before."
"If that ain't a problem, I'd love to hear your idea of one." Heads tilted and twisted to see Bali Swell, the fisherman. He stood by the door, arms crossed.
That thing took out 2 of our finest lads and carved up a good handful more. And we carved him up right back, Turen broke in. There were several experienced blades in the room, but none commanded quite the respect as the first keeper. Turen had led more defenses against the dark kind than any other, ever since the breaking of the valley, when the mountain passes had sealed them in and the horrors started leaking in from other lands. He had been their rock, their flame in the darkness. Breaches like the one that had happened tonight were rare. Kole knew that Turen took it personally. Bali nodded in deference, but cleared his throat to say more. There were a few groans at that, but Kole saw that he had the attention of most in the room. I heard some calling this one a Night Lord, he said, and there were a few audible gasps. Lucky we have Embers like yourself, First Keeper. But how many are there? A dozen? Between us and our cousins in Hearth? And when was the last one born? 10 years ago? More? There were 9, and Kaya Faral was the last to be born in the valley 20 years ago. Kole watched the younger Ember as she leaned against the far wall not far from Jenk, who was born a year after Kole and before Kaya. He watched the proceedings with far more interest than she. Night Lord! Do-Ra veritably spat the term. What, pray tell, is so lordly about a giant ape riddled with sickness? The dark kind have ever been a scourge on all lands. That creature was as much victim as foe. That was no average dark kind, Bali said, knuckles going white as he squeezed his forearms. His son Nathan grabbed him on the shoulder, but he shook him off. I say he's come back for us. Come to finish what he started with our king back in the desert. There were no gasps there, just a palpable silence. Kole felt it like a shadow on the heart. The dark kind were a fact of life in all lands as far as they knew. When the world apart drifted close enough to touch during the dark months, they made their way in through whatever seams they could find. It was not the dark kind the Ember folk had fled when their king led them out of the desert a century and more ago. It was one who spoke to them, commanded them. He was one of the 6, the one all Ember folk grew up fearing, and the one Kole most wanted to meet. Nineveh unclasped her hands, and even in that small movement, she commanded the room. Bali is not wrong, she said, which caused quite a stir. The beast was not so unlike a Night Lord, but a sign of our enemy returned, this is not. The Night Lords fell in battle against the White Crest, our protector. Her green eyes searched the room, settling on Laren. Capable as our few remaining Embers are, this beast was a pale shadow of the ones that tangled with him in the passes. The White Crest fell that day, but he took those titans with him. That doesn't mean he took his brother with him, Reese, a blond craftsman a few years older than Kole, put in. Him that took our king from us. There were half-hearted cheers at that. The Eastern Dark has never been one of the strongest of the sages, Nineveh said. Quite the opposite. If his servants couldn't do it for him, I don't expect he stood much of a chance against our sage. A woman spit and made for the door. Sages and wizards and Ember kings, she muttered. Keep your ghosts. I have children to feed. All due respect, Fey Mother, Bali said, but our protector is gone along with our king. If it weren't for our Embers, like Kole Reyna there, I fear we'd be following in their footsteps. There were cheers at Kole's name, and his father beamed beneath his bangs, but Kole felt himself blush.
For all we know, he fell in battle with the White Crest along with his Night Lords, Nineveh said. Kole was happy to have the attention shift away from him. Bali looked as if he wanted to speak, but even he could sense when his wick had run. He held his peace. Kole Reyna, Nineveh said, and all eyes again turned toward him, including those piercing greens of the Fey Mother. I wonder what you think of this. It was you who came face to face with the beast, was it not? Kole stared at her for a spell until Lyn elbowed him in the back. He coughed. Laren saw it plenty up close as well, he said, and the second keeper merely watched him, expression unmoving. Laren's spear knew the beast longer than he did, and we're glad of that, Nineveh said. But I wonder what you saw. Do you think you came face to face with a Night Lord? I can't speak to that, Kole said hesitantly. But you want to speak to something, Nineveh said, green eyes boring in. Kole cleared his throat, and the whole of the hall seemed to swell in anticipation. It was looking at me, he said after a spell, the words sounding even more foolish spoken aloud than they had in his head. There was a silence that stretched before Kole broke it. I mean to say, whatever it was, it felt like it was really seeing me. And, Nineveh prodded, her eyes were a command unto themselves. I felt that someone else was looking at me. Something greater. Something worse. Grumbles in the crowd around Bali. If the room held the mood of a burial rite before, it now exploded into something verging on panic. Accusations were levied and put down, and Kole's words were thrown in his face only for those around him to lob them back with twice the venom. Through it all, the greens of the Fey Mother never left him. She raised a hand, and either that or the sudden flash from Turen's palms got everyone settled back in. You never say much, Kole Reyna, Nineveh said as the scent of ozone curled throughout the hall. But you say more than many know. Give us your true feelings. Do you think it was him? Do you think it was the Eastern Dark who glimpsed you, and whom you glimpsed behind those eyes? You asked for my thoughts, and you have them, Kole said. Karine had shifted toward him in the crowd, silent as the rest were loud. His father's presence was as reassuring as Nineveh's gaze was unsettling. I have a part of them, Nineveh said, her tone unyielding. As a child, you doubted the existence of the White Crest, just as you doubted his dark adversary. Kole felt his blood go hot. Karine must have as well, as he laid a hand on his son's arm. I have never seen either of them, Kole said through a jaw made suddenly stone-tight. I have never seen the eye of a storm on the lake, as Bali has, Nineveh said. The sailor's demeanor softened at the mention. I have never seen the far reaches of the untamed hills, though I trust they exist. She looked as if she was about to go on, but Kole interjected. It's true that I doubted them as a child, he said. Who could blame me? I have never seen any of the sages, but I have known them closer than most, closer than any should. I see the havoc their magic sows every night in my dreams. You know this. Nineveh said nothing. I know all here hold the White Crest's memory up as a shining example of the great exception among the sages, but I have never felt it. I've heard the tales spun since I was a babe, how he opened the valley to the Ember folk, and then closed it up behind them. how he battled the Eastern Dark and his Night Lords in the passes in a clash that formed the deep lands and shattered the river Frust. Kole paused. His skin had gone hot, and he was feeling light-headed, Iana's paste doing its work in the wrong way now. I have heard you, Fey Mother, tell the tale of how you saw him as a child, our protector, dressed all in white, whose robes billowed around him and cast rainbows in the sun. And you doubt me, Nineveh stated as much as asked. I don't doubt what you saw, Kole said, but I doubt if it wasn't exactly what he wanted you to see. Just as I doubt if the White Crest was ever on our side in the first place. Just as I doubt if his dark adversary, whom we have not heard from since our king fled the desert like a whipped dog, would challenge one as powerful as he. Faces went slack, some of them so white one could be forgiven for doubting their links to the desert. You believe it was him you sensed? Nineveh asked. Our sage, and not the Eastern Dark? You believe the White Crest still lives? Our sage was never my sage, Kole said. I do not know what presence I felt except to say I've felt it before. I felt it when my mother died alone in the rain, clawing the earth and asking for help where none came. Silence. Do you think she was asking the White Crest to come save her from the Eastern Dark? Kole asked, venom entering his tone. A storybook villain from the sands none save you have seen. Or do you think she was asking him why he had betrayed us? Kole stared a challenge around the room. He flushed when he noted Lynn avoiding his gaze, and the shame redoubled when he saw his father's haggard look return. It was the look of one lost in the painful haze of memory, and it was Kole's doing. I know the sages exist, Kole said, looking back at Nineveh. Unlike all of you, however, I don't distinguish between them. They took their powers from the world, after all. We LandKist were gifted our own. I used to wonder why that was, but I think I know now. Just as I know why our jailer painted himself as our savior, right before he slew our Ember King. The hall exploded again, and no matter what fiery displays Turen effected, it was a long time before it quieted. This time, it was Do-Ra who managed to restore peace. What is it, then? He asked Kole, his tone weary. What is it you think you know? Kole cleared his throat. The Embers are the strongest LandKist in the valley, he said. You elders claim we're the strongest in the world. Do-Ra did not argue. The sages have been at war for centuries, Kole continued. How convenient, then, for all of the Embers to be cloistered away in one of their nests, in a valley for safe keeping, until the time when needed to answer his call. How convenient that our Ember King was lost to the Eastern Dark when the White Crest returned from that battle to roost and lick his wounds. You would put the ambitions of the Eastern Dark onto our protector, Do-Ra said, and you would belittle the sacrifice the King of Ember made in striking out against him. The White Crest returned here on his orders to protect the valley and its people. Haven't the sages been looking for an advantage in their private war forever? Kole asked, exasperated. Hasn't each of them, in his or her own way, drawn the peoples of the world and their LandKist into their conflict? For a time, perhaps, Do-Ra answered. But the White Crest abandoned that pettiness. Or so he would have you think. He convinced our king of it as well.
Why, then, would he send the dark kind to slay us, Embers included, if he meant to use us in his war?
An ember of the lake has never fallen against them, Kole said, and the words sounded horrid even to his ears. Neither has an ember of hearth, not since they first entered the valley when I was a boy. Images of all the soldiers and everyone in between who had been killed flashed before his eyes.
The dark kind serve no master in this world,
Dora said.
No master save the Eastern Dark, who has ever been our enemy.
Perhaps they have been let in, Kole said, but he knew he had lost them. Whatever interest he had piqued had soured. If he was honest with himself, he could not entirely blame them. In matters concerning the sages, he had never been able to remain clear-headed. His thoughts were guided by rage, his words by revenge. In truth, it was revenge as aimless as the wind itself. Was he wrong? Was he truly projecting his anger, his loss, onto a figure that had sheltered them against his own kind? More of the gathered had begun filing out into the night, and Kole suspected that whatever goodwill he had garnered in the assault went with them.
You are not the first LandKist to think to challenge the sages, Kole Reyna,
Nineveh said in a room grown quiet enough to hear the waves of the lake lapping beneath the boards.
Nor are you the first to question the loyalty of the one who swore to our king to shelter us against the rest. The dark months have never been as perilous as they are now. Whatever answers are to be found at the peaks, I expect they will still be there to be found when the world apart is no longer so close. For now, we cannot risk one of the few embers we have.
Kole blinked, taken aback. He had expected her to rebuff his claims, to shout him down in defense of her sage's memory. He had expected her to turn her ire onto the scourge that had hunted them in the deserts of the north, and quite possibly had returned to hunt them now. By the look on her face, Lynn had expected the same.
You would give me leave to try for the peaks?
Kole asked, hating the quiver in his voice but unable to suppress it. Was it excitement or fear?
I would give you leave to set your mind at ease, Kole, Nineveh said, and in so doing, to do the same for your people. Questions are a powerful thing. In the past, it was easy to forget what it must be like growing up in the valley but being of the desert.
Turen nodded gravely, staring into the dying coals.
And worse, how difficult it must be for your generation to grow up with no sign of the white crest, with nothing but war in warriors for company. It is by necessity we live this way, but we cannot continue like this forever.
Nineveh scanned the gathered crowd, her eyes finding each set among those who remained.
If the white crest lives, he must be found, she said. If the Eastern Dark has returned, he must be found. Whatever path we take, I suspect, as I have long suspected, it is not to be found in the valley. But these are pathways closed to us in the dark months. For now, we will endure, and we will hope another of those beasts does not come to our door with the eyes of a sage, no matter which one.
Lynn and Kole walked together for a spell in the soft light of dawn, while Kareen stayed behind to give his reports. They did not speak, and Kole felt his scab burning angrily, though the rest of him had cooled. He was troubled by dark dreams that night. As always, they carried a core of hot flame, and the echoes of a mother's cry. Chapter 3. Starlit Hunt. Restless was not a sharp enough word to describe Kole's sleep that morning, so he settled on broken. The shards of dreaming were still nesting in his mind. He tried to shake them as he walked. The clouds had moved off, and the moon shone bright and blue. No dark kind would harry them now. Attacks were more frequent than they had been in any of the previous seasons Kole could remember, but they never occurred consecutively. Kareen had done his job thorough. There were no dark kind moving in the South Valley as far north as Hearth, and those that had fled the wrath of Last Lake had done so in numbers too few to scatter hairs. Still, Turen was taking no chances, Kole saw as he approached the yawning and splintered gap where the gate had been. Men and women toiled in the night rebuilding a barrier out of the wreckage. Every brazier was lit, each keeper on guard, but for Kole. They thought they were doing him a favor. Perhaps they were. Or perhaps Lynn Varan had had something to say about it. She froze when she saw his brown eyes reflect amber in the torchlight, and the smile she forced did little to ease the unspoken tension from the night before. "You're awake," she said, straightening from the beam she had been leaning against. "Can't sleep." She shifted uncomfortably, but the smile soon dissolved and she blew out a sigh. "Iana forced my hand," she said, nodding up toward the nearest platform where Jenk stood beside his crackling brazier, his eyes focused on the trees ahead as he pretended not to eavesdrop. "Embers heal fast," Kole said. "I'm more than fit to keep watch." "Good," Lynn said, tossing him a pack. "Then you're more than fit to hunt." Hunting in the valley was rarely a solitary effort. In the dark months, it never was. Kole was about to reprimand Lynn for striking out on her own when someone approached at a trot from the road behind. "Nathan," Kole said, nodding appreciatively at the fisherman's son. "How are you?" "Hungry," Nathan said, all good humor. He was a genuine lad from a hard-working family, and younger than Lynn and Kole by close to a decade, young enough not to know a valley without the dark kind. As it happened, he was also the best hunter on the lake. It was a fact not lost on his father's friends, who never let Bali hear the end of it. "If Nathan Swell is hungry," Kole said, "then it truly is past time to bring in some fresh game. Not that we don't appreciate your father's fish, but there's something about sinew to get you through dark times." "And dark months," Nathan said with a smile before taking the lead as they passed under the scaffolding. "You three going out now?" It was Kaya, leaning on her Everwood staff and craning over from what was usually Lynn's perch. It was a slight intended and received. "We need some fresh air," Lynn said without breaking stride. "Plenty of that all around," Kaya called after her. "Especially around you for all, since you've no brazier stealing it away," Lynn shot back. A string of curses followed, and Lynn left a trail of bubbling laughter in their wake as they ducked beneath the canopy. Though there were 6 embers at Last Lake, there were only 5 braziers. Kaya was a powerful LandKist and formidable enough with her flames, but she was wont to suck up more heat than she could easily channel, and the results had been near catastrophic in the past. Kole held no ill will toward her, but facts were facts. Nathan was always quiet on a hunt, a skill the others possessed but felt no need to adopt as they marked a path west toward the nearest of the untamed hills. Lynn and Kole had never been known to share words over tea. They thought best beneath the trees and spoke freely in the clearings. "You may as well ask," Kole said, earning a confused look from Nathan up ahead before Lynn answered. "You really think it's the White Crest doing this to us?" she asked, her tone making her own thoughts on the subject abundantly clear. "I don't know what I think," Kole said, as if he hadn't done a good enough job proving that in the long haul. "But he is one of them, isn't he? One of the sages?" "Was, you mean?" Nathan put a bit of distance between him and the pair, partly to avoid the distraction and partly, Kole suspected, to avoid getting involved. The stars lit the branches overhead like 1,000 tiny mirrors, but the light faded as the woods grew dense, the path choked with roots and loose stones. The animals of the valley were silent in their nests and burrows. "He is gone, Kole," Lynn said in that hard way of hers. It was the way she said things when she wanted him to prove her wrong. "We don't know that." "We know that the Night Lords attacked him in the valley passes 30 years ago," she said. "We know the battle lasted 3 days, and 3 nights," Kole put in. "And their clash brought down the peaks and broke the river Frust, and the rivermen who lived in the canyon were trapped in the valley, those that survived at least. Their bones litter the deep lands now, and the steppes still echo with the faint clashes of our valley sage and the Night Lord sent against him. I know the tale." "It wasn't so long ago to be called a tale, Kole. It happened in the lives of our parents. The White Crest fell, and the dark kind entered the valley. We've been fighting them ever since." Kole said no more, and Lynn grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around roughly. They were in a small clearing beset by filtered starlight. Though she was angry, she looked oddly beautiful. "Did you really sense something looking through that beast?" she asked, a hint of fear in her voice. "Kole, did you see something?" Kole sighed. "Something saw me, Lynn," he said. He knew Nathan had stopped moving along the path up ahead, that he was listening with those hunter's ears. That was not your average dark kind. It had a master. "The dark kind are a force of nature, not in our world," she said, noting his expression. "In theirs. Only one has the power to control them. If what you say is true, then Bali is right. The whispers are true, and the Eastern Dark has found us. He's come back. The White Crest didn't manage to kill him in the passes, after all." Kole did not look convinced, and that seemed to snap something in Lynn. She grabbed him by the straps of his pack and nearly shook him. "What makes you say otherwise, Kole? Why are you constantly chasing the ghost of a sage you've never seen? A sage that died before we came into the world." Kole looked away, dropping his voice so even Nathan could not hear. "I saw him the night she died," he said, and Lynn's grip slackened. "I sensed him. He was there, Lynn." Kole's brown eyes took on their amber glow as they met hers. "He could have helped her. I know it. But he didn't. There were shadows with the same red eyes as that beast. They were in the peaks above the deep lands. Not dark kind, but something stronger." Kole's eyes widened as he remembered waking up in a cold sweat for the last time, before the fire had found him, before he was LandKist. If he was there, why didn't he help her? Why did he let them? Lynn shook her head and released him. "We've all lost, Kole," she said, her eyes all sympathy. "But not all of the sages are the same. There has ever been one the Ember folk have counted an enemy. With the White Crest gone, Kole, we can't rely on anything but the strength of our people to repel him." "Nineveh knows something," Kole said. "She led me like a lamb to the slaughter. If she knew he was back,
She should have said so. You got exactly what you wanted, Lynn said, moving ahead of him. You can make for the peaks when the dark months end. See what there is to see. She knows what's happening, or has a guess, Kole said, following after. Nineveh always has a guess. Sure enough, Nathan was lounging idly on a leaning trunk, chewing some root or another. He stood when they approached, flashed that quick smile, and continued on the path without a backward glance. You're right about one thing, Lynn, Kole said, unconcerned about Nathan's presence. Lynn stayed quiet, picking her footfalls carefully as the branches grew thicker overhead. The dark kind are getting bolder, the valley more deadly by the year. We can't keep waiting at the edge of the world. Either our enemy's out there or he's not. It's time we took control of our destiny rather than waiting for the ghost of a dead king to point us in the wrong direction. He already did it once. You don't know that. For all we know, the wider world is completely overrun by the dark kind, the sages dead and gone, all of them. They're not gone, Kole said bitterly. Powers like that linger. We need powers like yours to linger here, Lynn said. It was clear she was running out of patience, and Nathan's nerves seemed about to fray as they reached the darkest parts of the woods that bordered the untamed hills. The dark kind were the least of their concerns out here. Good as my bow arm might be, Reyna, Lynn said, it'll never be able to stop what came through that gate. You and yours are the last Embers born in a generation. Even Faral is someone we can't afford to lose. Whatever you do, make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. The conversation stopped there, and the hunt began. Despite the early tension, Kole felt lighter after having it out. He could not say he sensed the same from Lynn, but the White Crest had been a revered figure in her household as well as in many others among the Ember folk, a deity of sorts to replace their lost king. He was a sage who had turned against his own kind, had sheltered the Ember folk against the Eastern Dark, and had even struck out with the King of Ember to bring him down. He had failed on that last count. As far as Kole was concerned, he had failed on all counts. Kole had no way of knowing whether or not the White Crest was dead. He had no way of knowing what had been looking at him through those reds. But it had the stink of magic. If one of them openly flirted with the dark kind, why wouldn't the rest? The Ember folk had put the White Crest on a pedestal polished by memory and fear. Kole had no use for idols. His had burned bright, and her flame had died away, leaving only ashes. He would find the truth, and whichever sage was at the end of it would rue the day. Kole tried to leave the choking thoughts behind as they crossed another brook and approached the final tree line before the first glade. Starlight bounced off of the moon and painted the grassy hilltops silver in an approximation of the capped peaks in autumn. The untamed hills were a place even the dark kind avoided. The creatures there grew tall and fierce, and unlike the rest of the valley game, the prey there did not hide. Lynn unloosed her bow from around her shoulders as Nathan readied his own, a shorter and thinner band in keeping with the weapons of the Fae. Lynn's eyes were intent on the first rise, where the hint of outlines shifted in the half-light. Kole fished through the pack Lynn had given him and withdrew a sling. He picked out several tightly rolled balls of sticky pitch and lined them up on the ground before him, shifting beneath the branches to get a better view. Lynn nocked an arrow and drew, Nathan doing likewise. She nodded so slightly it could have been mistaken for a twitch, but Kole knew better. With a burst from his fingers, he lit a ball and launched it sky-high with a guttering whistle,
then did the same with 2 more in rapid succession. The flares punctuated the cool semi-darkness, and the tiny comets streaked into the stars, Lynn and Nathan following their arcing path as they trended downward. Lynn let fly half a breath after each ball struck the turf and announced its presence with a flash that blinded the horned animals gathered there. Their flight tore up clods in the earth as they scattered, but Lynn's arrows caught 2 clean before they turned, bringing them down in a heap. The third was either lucky or damned, depending on how many legs it would need to live out the week, and Nathan cursed his aim. It changed directions quickly, Kole said, patting his arm. The herd will look after it. Nathan forced a tight smile. As Lynn and Kole stood watch atop the rise, Nathan worked at the bodies of the fallen beasts, removing the shafts with expert precision and saying the words that needed saying. It took some time for them to drag the carcasses back to the trail, where they rested and refilled their skins in the brook. Sitting with his bare toes steaming in the water, Kole watched the last wind-blown embers turn to ash in the breeze, snuffing the orange lights from the field. After a spell, Kole stood, his feet drying before he had taken 2 steps, and helped Nathan strip the most elastic branches from the boughs overhanging the water. Lynn tied the best knots, so they let her secure the poles to the litter before loading their bounty and setting off. Their progress was slow, but they reached the unfinished gates before the moon had finished its slow arc across the night sky. Nathan insisted on seeing both animals to the stores and bid Lynn and Kole a good day. As he disappeared into the center of town, still bustling despite the recent attacks, Kole could not help but laugh. "What is it?" "Why that boy isn't a soldier is beyond me," Kole said. "Are we sure he isn't rock-bled? He's even stronger than he looks, and he looks plenty strong." "People have said that about my eyes since I took up the bow," Lynn said. "But alas, not all of us can be LandKist. Besides," she shouldered her pack, "we're all soldiers when we need to be. Some would rather leave it at that, especially when you've got a heart like his." Kole nodded and handed his own pack over. "My turn at watch," he said, earning a reproachful glare from Lynn. "First light is almost upon us," she said, indicating the lake, which sparkled in the pre-dawn light. "Besides, I may not be as doting as my little sister, but you haven't really slept in days, and, Ember or not, your mind needs rest as much as your body. If you get any warmer, you're going to ignite, and I don't want to be there when it happens." "That bad?" "I can smell the ozone coming off of you from here," she said, wrinkling her nose. "It always happens when you're stressed." "Plenty of reasons to be stressed," Kole said. Lynn said nothing. She turned and marked a path toward her lakeside abode. Kole walked her back. Iyanna was gone when they arrived, likely more exhausted than any of them as she cared for the wounded. Kole sat and watched the gray ash in the hearth swirl in the dying beam of moonlight coming in through the slatted window, while Lynn washed and changed. He liked being this close to the water, a trait that clashed with his base nature. He thought about the gentle waves as they lapped against the lichen-covered pegs beneath the house. He thought about their moonlit hunt, and how the horned runner had cried as it disappeared beyond the rise, and if it really did have a herd to look after it. His last hazy thoughts before drifting off were of Lynn's face in the moonlight. When she returned, she brushed his dark hair back from his eyes and kissed his forehead before heading out, taking the path north for the wall. Kole never slept without dreaming, but tonight's dream was not in the rain-choked passes, as all the others were. Tonight's was a dream of beginnings. Chapter 4. Dreams and Portents. Karine had told Kole of dreams and their power. There were dreamers in far-off lands, over mountains and spanning snow-covered fields, that held their visions of sleep in higher esteem than the trials of day-to-day living. There were dreamers now passed on that had lived in shimmering jewels in the deepest deserts, where now there were only red wastes. To them, a day was merely a dream's portent, and there were others beside, in the crenellated walls of rain-soaked keeps, that felt any vision of the mind was wrought with illusion and deceit, its only outcome desire or despair. The Ember folk held their dreams private, and Kole was no different. Now he dreamed of the first time his blood had caught fire. He was 11, and though he acted much the same then as he did now, he carried himself with the wobbling uncertainty of a child freshly bereft of his mother. For his people, it was a rare thing grown commonplace, and about to grow more so. He remembered searing pain, as if he was boiling from the inside out. Now he saw Nineveh come to take him, Lynn chasing after them, while Iana cried in the back garden. He saw his father wipe the tears from her eyes and sing songs of growing. Kole sat down beside her and listened, trying his best to ignore the wails of his younger self as he was carried away, his father flinching all the while. "Just as the seed blossoms into the shoot," Karine was saying as he ran Iana's pale fingers along the green stem, "so a child grows into a little girl." He pushed her nose like a button, drawing a giggle through the curtain of tears. "And just as all young women flower, so too do the embers that give our people their name, and their pride, and their power." Iana had that uncertain look children get when they're being led. Karine saw it, so he led her on a walk along the cobbled garden path. She skipped over the sprouting moss between the stones, and Kole followed after. "This is a proud moment for Last Lake, for all the Ember folk," Karine said, inflecting his voice with a sense of awe and wonder, though Kole could see he already bore the deep creases he would come to know so well. "Once his body accepts the change, Kole will be the first Ember to awake in half a decade, since Tai Cain did before him, and he won't be the last. Just third to last. The dark months are coming, and we need our Embers to help protect us." "But the monsters don't come here," Iana said, looking suddenly afraid. "The White Crest protects us." "We do not know where the White Crest has been these last few years," he said, smiling to reassure her. "But the Ember folk are strong. We can look after ourselves." They said more, but Kole lost track of the exchange. He felt himself being pulled along, his attention turning and aiming him toward the shore. He stepped tentatively out onto the water and walked across its surface, standing beneath the creaking timbers of the long hall. He walked further out and looked up into the sky. Clouds circled overhead, darkening the water, which grew violent around him. Kole felt his heart quicken. He spun, looking past the houses and up the hill, past the wall and over the trees. A darkness deeper than black polluted the clouds there. It rushed and scattered like smoke in the wind. It was a wall of night, a portal into the world apart. Anger swelled, mixing with the fear. The surf churned and boiled beneath his feet, steam rising in a torrent as his muscles bunched. The drums rolled, and the braziers lit the gloom with a sick glow. Kole leapt, leaving a jet of steaming water in his wake, his passing creating a crater on the surface that crashed down like an avalanche. He sailed up and over the long hall, past the market, and slammed down before the gate, breaking the earth there and sending up shock waves that announced his presence to the dark. This was how powerful the embers of old must have felt. The darkness receded like an inhalation as Kole rose, and then it came for him, spilling from the trees, an army of lashing talons and red eyes intent upon his blood. Kole had no blades, so he summoned great living weapons of flame, spear and axe. He set to hacking. Kole laughed a devil's laugh as the dark kind fell before him, and all around him the forest that ringed his home burned. There was a piercing cry. At first, Kole thought it the strangled, inhuman wailing of the dark kind, but it soon resolved into a woman's scream. Kole tried to regain control, to reel the flames in, but they would not be contained. He sat bolt upright and fought to orient himself in the momentary panic that comes from unfamiliar surroundings. There was a fire in the grate now, and motes of ash with cinders for tails floated by him. It took him far longer than it should have to notice Iana's presence. For a sickening moment, Kole thought hers must have been the voice he heard screaming in his flames, but she was unharmed. She sat in a lattice-work chair with a steaming cup of lemon-scented water clasped neatly in her small hands. Her eyes glowed like green versions of the cinder motes as she studied him. And what a sight he must have made, bunched up and steaming as his skin turned sweat to vapor. "Hello, Iana," Kole said meekly, fighting to suppress the panic that still welled within him. He was used to settling after his dreams, but the settling was taking time. "You've had quite a time the last few days, Reyna." "I imagine you have as well." She set her cup down. He marveled at how much older she seemed and how much younger she looked. "Feeling better since last we met?" "Physically." Iana moved to fill him a cup. The stone was warm and reassuring in his hands, and the smell reminded him of the markets of Hearth, all citrus and clove. "Maybe you should take some time away from the wall." "We're nearing the end of the dark months," Kole said, indicating the pink light of dawn which filtered in through the slatted window. "The days will grow longer, and the world apart will recede." "Until the next cycle," Iana said, adding, "during which time we will undoubtedly require your services again." Kole sighed. "I'm worried, Iana," he said. She set her cup down and put a hand on his knee, flinching slightly at the heat. "I'm not sure it's going to end this time." "What's not going to end?" "The dark months. The dark kind." He swept his hand out in a meaningless gesture that was meant to span the whole of everything. "All of it." Iana stared at him, all concern, but Kole was having trouble meeting those green eyes lately. She took his hands in her own, ignoring the pain it must have caused her. "You are LandKist, Kole Reyna," she said. "Ember born and chosen of the flame." "And I'm among the last," he said bitterly. "We don't know that for sure." "The desert has forsaken us," he said. "We are not its children any longer." Iana shrank back a bit and Kole squeezed his temples. "I'm sorry," he started, but she broke in. "Our new land has gifts all its own," she said, fighting to keep a civil tone. "They aren't gifts meant for war," Kole said, shaking his head. "No," Iana clipped. "They're gifts meant for mending. A lot of that goes on in wars, in case you hadn't noticed." There was nothing to say to that, so Kole said nothing. But something in his look must have worried her, because her temper, often hotter than his own, cooled quickly.
"What is it, Kole?" she asked. "What do you know?"
"Nothing."
"Was it the Night Lord?"
"Turen says it wasn't a Night Lord. Not a true one, at any rate." Iana just looked at him. "It's just a feeling, Iana," he said, standing and stretching. "And dreams."
"Your dreams are as vivid as Nineveh's sometimes."
Iana sounded concerned. "Don't let it worry you."
"It worries you."
Kole was silent.
"Some hold Jenk Ganmir up as the future hero of our people," Iana said. "There are whispers that he will lead us out of the valley and back into the deserts to reclaim our lands."
Kole looked at her, his expression unreadable.
"But those who count know that it's you, Kole. Why do you think Nineveh is allowing you to go where no other has since—"
"Since my mother," Kole finished, and Iana fell silent. Kole thought to tell her he was sorry, or that he knew she was. Instead, he said nothing. "Thank you for the drink." He left, feeling those green eyes on his back long after he'd rounded the bend. Lynn had not gone north after all. Instead, she took a circuitous route through East Lake. Her watch did not begin for a few hours, and she would not be missed as sorely as one of the keepers. Sunrise in the dark months was always slow in coming. It painted the stones in the road pink and orange like coals left on the edge of a fire. The sun would barely rise above the lake, its path more horizontal than vertical as it skirted the edge of the horizon before disappearing a few hours hence, leaving them stranded in darkness once again. She turned west, taking a path through the squat homes that ran parallel to the shore. From her vantage, she could see the salt water, calm as mirrored glass, all the way to the jagged spine of obsidian that broke its surface in the center. Though Last Lake was in the south of the valley, she felt that she could hit one of the Sage's peaks in the north with a well-placed shaft on a clear day. Looking south, over the obsidian spires, she could make out only the faintest outlines of the ridges that separated the lake from the mother ocean that ringed it, the salt tunnels breathing like dragons beneath the surface of water and rock. Westlake sat on a hill, which was sheltered by a shelf of gray stone that might have been the child of some ancient peak now fallen down. The weak sun rarely marked the roads clearly up here, so lanterns lit her way. Lynn always focused on her surroundings when her mind was troubled. She saw everything except for what she did not want to see. Sometimes she wished she knew her mind as well as she knew the details of each branch in the woods before the wall. She wondered if Kole knew it better. She did not have to wonder if Iana did. Though she was not sentimental, Lynn's mind wandered this morning. She remembered her moonlit hunt with Kole. She remembered their first faux hunts as children, and then, a little older, when they had changed from pretend to real, and ended with killing. They had discovered more after that first hunt, lying in the moss by the river after washing, but it seemed those days were behind them. They were memories so pure as to be agonizing, and her fondness for them scared her so much that she had hidden them away. She wondered if they both had, and if it was best that way. Still, they cared for each other deeper than knowing. It was a sad thing that killing had first brought her and Kole together, and it was killing that bound them together now. It was killing out of necessity, but she envied those in the valley that found ways to avoid it. She passed them on the streets, and they thanked her for it with their looks and glances, thanked her for taking the bloody burden. A part of her hated them for it, but it was a small part. It was the part of her that railed silently against the world, and the part she had buried beneath the same hill as her parents. The truth was that she and Kole knew each other better in those moments than in all the quiet ones in between, the cold efficiency of her work painting a stark contrast to the firestorm that consumed him when his blades were lit. There was a trust at the center of it, a trust she was betraying now. But she had to protect him. She had to protect Iana. She would protect them all, LandKist or not. Lynn thought of the difference between secrets and lies as she came to a green door and rapped. Chapter 5. Burden of Leadership. While the homes near the wall were newer, built primarily of wood and thatch, the structures further down the slope took on a more permanent shape. The cobbled streets were overgrown with moss and weeds, wending their way through the market and around the wells before giving way to the gravel where the fishermen kept their cabins. Although many of these hovels were ramshackle in appearance, they were the oldest at the lake, having been put up before there was even a true settlement along its banks. Back then, there had been no need for walls. In fact, it was the very decision by the Merchant Council of Hearth to build their own gaudy white barriers that prompted the Ember folk to fracture, with a great number coming south to the Salt and Spurs. The strategic advantages provided by the land around Last Lake were more of a happy accident than any genius in engineering. The settlement was protected on 3 sides by water and rock, and on the 4th by a thick timber wall manned by some of the stoutest warriors in the valley. Nineveh considered how all she now saw before her would have been swept away long ago if not for those warriors, if not for Turen and his Embers, LandKist much more useful than she. She rapped gnarled knuckles on the mahogany rail of her leaning tower, looking out over the docks below, the long hall a stone's throw away. These had been her chambers for as long as she had made the lake her home, which was near as long as any, save for Do-Ra, the man that had convinced her to come in the first place. What if she had stayed out among the Fae? What more could she have learned from the other LandKist, blessed as she was blessed? But her people had needed her, she supposed, or thought they needed her, which was as near a thing. Nineveh was the oldest of the Ember folk in the valley, and the first to be LandKist by it. To the young and leaderless, this made her wise. For a long time, she felt wise, when the killing and dying had been done on human terms, meaningless conflicts between the 3 tribes of the valley. Quelling those conflicts took doing. For Nineveh, it was all a matter of listening and getting the right ears to listen back. The dark kind had no ears for mercy and no hearts for forgiveness. There was no wisdom could stop a thing like them. They were as inevitable as the dark months themselves. The valley had made her people soft. Try as she might, she could not remember the sting of the sand in her eyes, nor the sun on her back. Of course, it was the young and leaderless that guarded them now. They were made of stronger stuff than any that had entered the valley in the legendary caravan of which Nineveh was a part. But it was not enough to stop the inevitable. There was a chill in the room, and if there was one in the valley who dealt with chills even worse than she, it was Do-Ra. Nineveh sighed and turned away from the railing, moving to the threaded carpet in the center. She lifted the blackened grate and slid another stack of scented oak into the sloped pit beneath it, fanning the eager flames back to life. Her thoughts continued to tumble around as she waited, thoughts and their cousin doubts. Do-Ra would have news from Hearth and the scattered villages. He might even have word from the rivermen at the fork. He was well known and respected, if not entirely liked. Nineveh held the hearts of the Ember folk of the lake, but he held their minds. In the distant past, Nineveh might have been anxious at his approach. In the not-so-distant past, she would be excited to match wits. Now, she felt neither frayed nerves nor the swell of anticipation. The dark kind had come for them every year for the last generation, and they had lost many of their best and most of their brightest. Together, they shared the burden of leadership, whatever good it did their people. Nineveh was sitting cross-legged before the flames when he entered. They nodded a greeting, and he took the cup she proffered out of habit, setting it down without sipping. Do-Ra looked past her, marking the path of the half-sun as it moved across the surface of the lake.
"Still calculating, exhausted as you are?"
Nineveh said sternly.
"No harm in knowing the time."
"Now then," she said, "what news?"
Do-Ra spoke, and while he said nothing altogether concerning or untoward, his tone was forlorn. It was a tone he might have affected once only in the company of his late wife, now reserved for her alone. Not even Turen saw his father like this.
"Villagers from the western wood have been pouring into Hearth, scores each day. If Karin's reports of the refugees are accurate, we should count ourselves lucky to have lost so few."
Nineveh flinched, her green eyes flickering.
"The day we count any loss as lucky will be a dark one indeed."
Do-Ra grunted his agreement.
"Our cousins in Hearth experienced no losses in the attack?"
"They never do,"
he said, an edge of bitterness in his voice that made him blush when he caught it.
"Ra,"
she said, locking him in place with that unyielding stare,
"there's something else."
He took a drink and coughed a bit, unable to take his eyes from hers. He broke the trance with a shiver.
"I hate it when you do that."
"Sorry,"
Nineveh said, blinking. She meant it. It was so easy for her to feel his emotions. They were like a thread she wanted to pull at to unravel the thoughts beneath.
"No matter."
He feigned indifference.
"Just the odd talk of dark men in the woods, demons and the like."
He waved his hand dismissively.
"If I've learned anything in my considerable time in this valley, it's that the only folk more tall in their tales than the rivermen are our own."
Nineveh smirked, but his words had her feeling paler than she must look.
"What did they say of these dark men?"
"Nothing of note."
"Ra,"
he grumbled, but she caught him in those greens again, and he blubbered what words were swirling just behind his tongue.
"They are blacker than night,"
he said,
"unclothed, and with eyes shining blood red with a ruby glint."
"Sentinels."
"No!"
he nearly shouted before coming back to himself. He wiped the sweat from his brow and took another drink.
"The White Crest slew him. Why would he wait this long? What could he want?"
"The same thing he's always wanted,"
Nineveh said, hazy with memories of the tales her father told her of the Eastern Dark as a child.
"It must be, Do-Ra. The dark kind have ever been a scourge on the world, coming in through their rifts, but these attacks are coming too regular and too direct. A Night Lord died within our walls."
"It was no night."
"An approximation of one, then. And now the sentinels? They are being guided now as they were then."
"And you mean to send one of the last embers we have out into the passes to see?"
Nineveh paused.
"I don't know,"
she said,
but I know that we will not endure if we stay here. When the dark months end, we need to see the state of the world. It's been generations."
Do-Ra was silent. He settled back, imploring her to speak.
"When we first came to this valley," she said, "we were a pragmatic people. Our home was in the deep deserts. Sand and wind were no strangers to us, and we were warmed in the bosom of the buried mountains."
Nineveh was never sure how Do-Ra would respond to stories from the past. He had been born in the valley, his memories of the desert, false things implanted by those who had come from there. He seemed at once both eager and afraid to dwell on what had come before, uncertain or unwilling to consider what had been taken or what had been lost. The buried cities that should have been his home warred with the valley he knew and loved.
"To my grandsires," she continued, "the fire flowing within their veins was as natural and as common as the snakes carving their crooked paths across the dunes. It was not a matter of if, but when your flames would emerge, since those were the early Ember days. We lost much when we left the deserts. My father used to say that we never knew how full the desert was until we left it."
She smiled fondly.
"Lately I keep hearing those words in my dreams. They follow me into waking. Do-Ra," she looked intent, "the Ember blood was never our birthright. It was never a part of us. It was a gift of the sun and fire, of the beating heart beneath the sands and the black rock that held it all up. The embers of the valley are weak. Only the oldest among them, your son, Leren, Geros Balshir, and Creath Mitan of Hearth, hold a candle to the old flames. The young show flashes, but nothing more than burning ash on the wind, soon to be snuffed out entirely."
Her eyes widened.
"I am LandKist by the valley. I am blessed by pine, oak, ash, and yew. But I am no ember, nor is Iana. The LandKist of the Fae and the rivermen cannot stop the coming tide. Our embers are burning out. When that happens, our children die. All of them. And he wins."
"He wants their power,"
Do-Ra said, speaking slowly.
"That is what he has always coveted, according to the stories."
"Then he will take them and pervert them," she said. "He is ready to make his war on the other sages, if he hasn't already."
"He already did more than a generation ago, against our own."
"That was a retaliation for the attack the White Crest and the King of Ember launched against him."
"That was 100 years ago. Why did he wait so long to confront the White Crest? And why did he wait so long to send his Night Lords and his Sentinels, supposing that is what they are?"
Nineveh sighed, shaking her head.
"The world apart cannot be controlled," she said. "Only guided, aimed."
Do-Ra was silent for a time. He looked tired, and she was sorry for it.
"Do you really think our sage could be alive?"
he asked, with the naive hope of a child.
"Kole Reyna is scarred by a poisonous mix of dreams and memories from that night."
"The night Saris made for the passes," Do-Ra said. "He said you saw it as well. What did he mean by that?"
Nineveh looked away. It was a rare enough thing, and one he caught.
"I don't know,"
she said in a whisper.
"But I saw the White Crest, Ra. I saw him as a girl, standing with the King of Ember, his great silver wings shining on the cliffs. I felt his eyes on me, and later came to learn that everyone who passed under him that day had felt them, intent and unflinching. He was to be our protector, our guardian, and a rock to break what waves might come from the wars without his lands. These lands.
These lands, he repeated, seizing on them like a vice. These are the lands we must look to, the lands we have always known, and the lands that have sheltered us.
They will be our burial grounds.
They already are! Dora shouted. But so are the lands beyond, more so. They are rent apart, broken in the sage's private war. That is why we left. That is why you left.
They both fell silent. Do-Ra pressed a palm to his face and attempted to drag the anger away, leaving fatigue in its place. He looked like defeat. She was not sure which version of him she preferred.
The truth,
he said quietly, lifting his cup a final time. He drained it in a swig and placed it back by the grate, rising to his feet and smoothing the folds from his red-brown robes.
The truth, Fae Mother, is that we have no idea what lies beyond the mountains. Maybe you did once. Whatever horrors may come, they pale in comparison to what we'll find out there.
He took her hand and gently helped her to rise, kissing it lightly, all his bluster having blown out with the breeze from the balcony. He turned for the door, and Nineveh emptied her own cup and moved back to the rail. The day was cool, and the night was coming fast, the sun nothing but an amber jewel on a sapphire horizon. She heard the door open behind her as Do-Ra readied himself to leave.
"Who are we to bid them stay?"
she asked, more to herself than him.
Even Reyna does not truly want to leave Nineveh, he said. He wants to save us all. The trouble is, he's one man, an Ember, yes, but one man regardless. We can't send him out to die.
"Then I suppose I'd better see what I can find,"
she said, turning with a smirk that eased some of the tension.
You're a little old for a trek through the deep lands, over the steppes and into the peaks, Do-Ra said with a laugh.
"I learned much in my time with the Fakin," Nineveh said. "There are many paths in this world. Not all of them require walking."
He closed the door, and the odd look on his face before he left did little to bolster her confidence. The between was a road perhaps more dangerous than those in the north of the valley itself, and she had never traveled far. But night was coming, and all the terrors with it. If not her, then whom? Chapter 6. Down Among the Roots. Kole had spent a day and the following night's watch ruminating on the difference between dreams and visions. Karine used to tell him that the two were like cousins. Any mixture could not be trusted. He knew what haunted his son every night because the same thing haunted him. The Fakin, LandKist of the valley, had visions. They saw them as paths to walk and waters to swim. Nineveh knew their ways. She knew how to navigate them, but Kole did not go to the Fae Mother. He wondered if Iana had been taught how to wend her way between worlds, but he did not think so. Now, more than ever, the healing abilities of the Fakin were in higher demand than sleepwalkers. The lake still boiled and frothed in his mind's eye, the trees whipping violently under the black gales. He still heard his own primal screams rending the forest. There was anger there with a touch of fear just below the surface. It was at once repulsing and intoxicating. There had been something else, and the more he meditated on it, the more certain he became. Something had been watching him from the trees. At first, he had dismissed the feeling as a byproduct brought on by the fog of sleep, but the closer he drew to the woods, the more he felt it, like a nagging tickle on the nape of his neck. He thought of going to Lynn or Nathan for help, taking them with him into the woods, but they would have convinced him not to go, and besides, he would not deprive Last Lake of any more of its defenders than necessary. No, Kole would not risk them, but that did not mean he had to go alone. Kole crossed the road well before the torches that lined the path to the half-built gate. Progress was quick, the timber supports already laced with rope and doubled with angular frames of stout oak. This was not the first time the builders of Last Lake had been forced into quick action, and it would not be the last. The kennels were sprawling and unguarded, the hounds trusted more implicitly by the people here than their own children. There were no gates or latches to keep these soldiers in. They were free to come and go as they pleased. Though they could not take up residence with humans, attachments formed, especially among the fighters of both species. Kole reached into his belt to produce an old standby. He snapped the end off a carrot with a wet crack and heard the telltale sounds of claws in the gravel almost immediately. Shifa greeted the carrot first, crunching hungrily before finding the courtesy to reward Kole with a lick. She walked in a circle around him, sniffing as she went, both to reacquaint herself and, he suspected, to ensure he was not further burdened with orange vegetables. "That's my girl," he whispered, scratching behind a white-tipped ear. The other hounds looked on from their places beneath the thatch-covered slats, unimpressed. Together they moved around the back of the wood barracks, skirting the edge of the wall to the west, Shifa following Kole's lead and mimicking him as he avoided the pools of orange light that marked the brazier's glow. He chose the section of wall nearest Kaya to scale. Shifa was a wall-hound of the lake, fleet of foot and cunning as a sharpened blade. The hounds here had to be, since it was their prodding and feigned retreats that helped to corral the attacking dark kind during assaults. The Ember folk of Last Lake did not have the great white walls of hearth to hide behind, so they worked with what tools nature gave them. Kole sat the hound down in a darkened bend in the wall. He motioned with 2 fingers, and she was up and over with a bound and scratch so faint one could be forgiven for thinking it a squirrel. He waited a short spell and then followed her over, finding her sitting and waiting, ears perked and matching tail wagging. They took off into the woods, and if there was a small part of him that felt foolish for following his flights of fancy, there was a keener part intent on discovering the source of that constant prickle, which was now a steady burn at his temples. His veins felt hot, and Shifa's hackles raised as she crossed in front of him on the trail, scenting the ozone he released. The woodsmen of the scattered villages often said there were 2 choices when it came to trust in the deeper forests at night: the moon and the path. The moon was unreliable, dipping behind clouds and canopy alike. The path could be tricky, snaking this way and that, mingling with the fey roads or washed out in the rains. Kole supposed it mattered little which he trusted now. There were no dark kind laying in wait for them. If there had been, Shifa surely would have sensed them. Still, she had caught something. Kole could tell by the pace she set. He marked her progress by following the bobbing tufts of her ears through the dark. Hunter and hound slowed their pace before halting altogether at the borders separating the green woods from the black. The branches were thicker here, the fir-covered vines forming dense curtains that reached to the forest floor. There they intermingled with the roots and worms in the soft earth. Schiffa looked up at Kole, tongue lolling as she waited for him to make a move. Kole slowed his breathing to a crawl, closing his eyes as he listened, intent on the woods. He heard nothing, a common thing in the dark months, but this was a thick and watchful silence. He felt Schiffa go rigid beside him. She issued a low growl, a final confirmation. He moved forward, parting a fur-laden curtain with one drawn everwood blade, which he left unlit. In the deep forest, the roots grew thicker than beams, forming a sort of latticework, a second canopy above the tunnels and the soft, moving things below. If you had to traverse the great roots, you were better off going high than low. Kole picked his way carefully from root to root. He remembered coming here with Lynn as a boy, when they used to imagine sliding down the tails of drakes. The feeling of being watched intensified to a point of near mania, and Schiffa reacted accordingly, issuing her growls to the forest floor and the twisting branches above. Kole redoubled his heat, and his skin prickled, the sweat turning to a misty veil that enwrapped him like a forest ghost. A misjudged hop, and then a rotted root betrayed him, announcing his blunder with a resounding crack that echoed off the encircling wall of trunks. Kole slid into a roll, cursing as he crashed down into the leaf-laden sludge between roots thick as serpents. He managed to come up with his blades drawn, flexing his core and releasing a spark that set them alight. Schiffa issued a startled bark and navigated the root system down to him. At the bottom, she darted in front of him, tail stiff, forming a shield between Kole and the deeper darkness of the tunnels beneath the trees. The ground was uneven, and the roots made arches and snares. It was a poor terrain in which to fight, if it came to that. The sensation of motion ahead caused him to drop his blades away from his eyes, the better to see. It was a mistake, as the blackness formed itself into the hurtling shape of a man that came on with unnatural speed. Schiffa leapt, her jaws snapping a piece of the blackness as it shot past, and then it hit him full in the chest. Kole landed in a rolling heap and tasted blood as he came up slashing. Hands that were impossibly strong grabbed hold of his wrists and launched him back with a kick, ripping the burning blades from his grasp as he flew back. The creature screamed and flung the blades aside as Kole tumbled down a steep embankment of rock-hard roots that took the wind from him. He looked up. Standing on the crest of the gnarled rise was a black form silhouetted in the guttering light of his discarded blades. It leered down at him with eyes that shone like bloody rubies. A small form hit the demon in the back, but it twisted and slashed with its black fingers, Schiffa yelping as she was thrown aside. Kole rose on shaking legs and heard more than saw the form land next to him with a crunch among the dried refuse of the canopy. He turned and extended his hip, lancing a kick that missed. He was driven back, and the demon pummeled him, his head spinning as it ricocheted off something hard as bone. "Schiffa!" Kole screamed it with all the strength he could muster. His blood pumped hot liquid fire, and he lashed out weaponless, but the demon was strong and unyielding. It parried his blows and sent him tumbling into the deeper darkness. Kole rolled to his knees as the red-eyed form approached, the darkness seeming to swell around it. And then the light exploded, Schiffa shooting over the lip of the ledge above, one of Kole's everwood blades clenched burning in her maw. The black hands made a grab for her, but she was too swift, and Kole snatched the blade from her jaws as she tore off into the brush toward the sound of rushing water. Kole flared the blade back to life and stabbed upward, driving the black form back. With his feet under him, he sliced the air in sharp angles, forcing it to dodge, its red eyes burning with hate. His head swam, the fire in his blood unable to fully undo the effects of the demon's attacks. It circled like a wolf, darting in and out, always staying just out of range of the slashing blade and its fiery trails. In the space between beats, it came on again, and Kole tore a black hand from its body in a crescent of yellow. Still, it came on, scoring deep gash in his forearm and making his hand go lax, fingers numbing instantly as the blood ran. They danced, cutting and slashing among the ancient roots, until finally Kole's legs failed him, his arms going slack, blade tearing free from his grasp as he fell to his knees. Those red eyes seemed to lock him in place. Its mouth opened in a toothless screech, and the details of the forest around melded into a swirl of agony. Kole cursed his stupidity and felt a voice in his head whose words he could not distinguish. It urged him to stillness, and he struggled against it, fearing he would die alone in the dark, just like his mother. The surge came from a place beyond himself, a well deeper than thought and older than memory. The light of its burning was impossibly bright, and the demon's screech turned from triumph to searing pain. It tore at him with its black claws, pulling at his burning hands, which were now clasped around its throat. It twisted and wrenched like a trapped animal, and Kole poured his fire into it. He collapsed when it was done, the flames extinguished in an instant. He looked around with blurred vision and found himself at the center of a charred circle, the roots all burned away. Kole retrieved his smoking blades and staggered through the brush in the direction Schiffe had gone, holding his bloodied arm to his chest. He found her breathing shallow on the edge of a muddy stream the color of rust. He lifted her, and she whimpered softly, the echoes of the demon's dying careening in his skull as he walked on unsteady legs. The rest passed in a haze of pain, and the feeling of pursuit never dissipated, though the demon had burned like birch, its face curling in the flames. His blood felt slow and stagnant, the darkness around him close and stifling, and his mind wandered, delirious. He moved with a singular focus as he fell to ruins on the path back to Last Lake. He reached the gate without knowing. Torches waved, and boots splashed in the mud, carving the night with light and sound as they approached in a fervor. Kole tried to speak, but his voice failed along with all sense. He collapsed in a space between wake and sleep, and lingered there a while. A long while. Chapter 7. Green Door. The smell of hot mint and sage assailed Lynn's nostrils when she opened the door, and the voices she had heard from outside muted upon entering. She wafted the steam out of her face and took stock of the gathering in the guts of the modest bathhouse. There was an elderly man dressed all in green. This was Taulus, the proprietor. He was nicknamed Trusted for reasons Lynn hoped were well-founded. Lynn's sudden appearance caused him no untoward alarm as he bent back to his work, pulling a lever that announced a jet of steaming water and another flush of mint, the pipes rattling their protests as they emptied the mixture onto a large crate covered by smooth, black river rocks. The latest cloud parted to reveal the handsome face and close-cropped hair of Jenk Ganmere, who sat on an oak bench slick with residue. He smiled lightly at her, features warping strangely in the shimmering heat.
Veran,
he said. Fashionably late. The other men and women, who sat in their various places between and around the benches and steaming grates, regarded her with a discomfiting assortment of expressions. But these were the faces of soldiers she knew well. "It's a gift," Lynn said, setting her bow down in a pile with the rest of the weapons, a considerable set, before making her way toward the front of the small room. As her nerves built to a steady, screaming crescendo, an image of Kole's black, unseeing eyes, set into a face drained of all color, flashed. She could not shake it, just as she could not shake the sounds of her sister's silent sobbing as she had worked over him in the tower. "We've been dragging our feet long enough," she said, forcing a layer of calm into her voice that she did not feel. "It's time we made good on our talk and left." There was a pregnant silence, of which Jenk was at the center. The Ember stood and moved to her side, rewarding her with a curious expression as he turned to address the rest.
"These aren't the type of people you can push, Lynn."
Lynn ignored him and studied the gathered soldiers. It was unlikely Laren Holspar held any great opinion of her either way. He kept his own counsel, but her keen eyes had saved plenty throughout the dark months, and that was something he would not forget. In fact, it was likely all that had brought him here to her summons when he could have been resting for the following night and whatever terrors it might hold. Laren's spear dealt the final blow to the beast that had smashed the gate, but she could tell the experience had rattled him. That was good. To the right of Holspar sat Nathan Swell, her hunting companion, whose jovial manner painted a stark contrast to the second keeper. Further along the bench, which bowed under his considerable heft, was Bas Taldi, who was one of the Ember folk in name only, his father well known as the son of the river patriarch of the Fork. Taldi had largely been raised among the Ember folk of the lake after his father had settled with one of their own. Though he was undoubtedly the strongest man on the lake, Bas left the guard duties to the Embers and their ilk. He preferred fashioning weapons to wielding them. As for why he was here, Lynn had it on good authority that he found her particularly fetching. She had no qualms about using that to her advantage. Standing off to the side was a duo that likely made up the most deadly pair in the valley, the twins, Ty and Finn Kane. They were a strange lot, and though only Ty was LandKist, Finn could more than hold her own with a blade. Where Ty was calm, cool, and collected, his sister was quick to anger and long to forgiveness. Lynn had no idea where they would fall in this. As for the final member of the gathering, Kaya Faral had likely only come because Jenk had. The youngest Ember in the valley held no love for Lynn or Kole, and the feeling was mutual. Given the covert nature of this meeting, taking place out of earshot of the first keeper, Lynn was not entirely comfortable with her presence. But beggars could not be choosers, and for all her faults, Faral wielded the flame. That was reason enough to have her along. Kaya mostly ignored the front of the room, focusing instead on the gouts of steam that issued up from the grates. When she did glance at Lynn, she did so with hateful eyes. Truth be told, Lynn did not know where they had fallen off with one another, though she suspected it had something to do with the fact that Lynn took a more active role in safeguarding the lake than an Ember. Sometimes, however, Lynn had to admit to herself that she knew exactly how Jenk looked at her and how Kaya looked at him.
"We've been meeting like this for weeks," Jenk said, blushing as Laren raised his brows. "We cannot keep doing so without making a decision. That said, you do seem a bit unhinged at the moment, Varan."
Lynn bristled. "I'd say the whole of Last Lake should be feeling the same," she said, trying to keep her voice level. Jenk pulled up a stool and moved aside. He sat, nodding at Lynn to continue. She had trouble deciding if he was condescending or not, and then decided that it did not matter either way.
"What's this about?"
Laren asked gruffly.
I'd hazard a guess it has to do with Reyna, Caius sneered. What state is he in? What on earth was he doing out in the woods during the dark months? He's not half the runner his father is.
Lynn winced. She tried her best to ignore Kaya, but she cursed herself for not approaching Laren and explaining her plans separately. Her demeanor must have been more off-putting to him than she had expected.
The dark months should have ended a week ago, Lynn said. They're tailing off, Nathan said. The sun floats higher in the lake each day and hangs longer before sinking. Yes, Nathan, but the attack that took down our gate was the worst we've ever seen. And now one of our embers, our keepers, she looked challengingly at Kaya, has been attacked in the woods by something far worse than the dark kind. You've all heard the whispers, try as Nineveh and Dora might to dispel them. You've heard the word they've been tossing around.
Sentinels,
Boss said. He did not elaborate.
Tall tales from the desert days,
Laren scoffed, but he looked unsettled.
What is a sentinel?
Nathan asked.
Jenk cleared his throat. If the stories are to be believed, then the sentinels are the sentient captains of the dark kind in the world apart, he said, staring at Lynn all the while. Where the dark kind are in an unthinking mass of tooth, claw, and tail, the sentinels are cunning and deadly. Some say they even control the Night Lords themselves.
Nathan's eyes widened, no doubt thinking of their moonlit stroll.
Why have they not come before? He asked. I thought the dark kind came through in waves, through rifts. Not the sentinels, Lynn said, seizing on the covered fear in the room. They're too powerful to make it through, too easy for the world to mark and destroy upon entering. They need to be let in. Now you believe the sages have turned their eyes on us, just because Kole says so? Jenk asked. He looked far from convinced. He doesn't know what he saw when the Night Lord caught him in its gaze, and he's not one known for being objective when it comes to the sages. The attacks are getting worse every year, Lynn shouted. And now we have Night Lords and Sentinels in the valley. The world apart skirts no closer now than it's ever been before. This is direct. It's just like the stories.
There was a silence.
I hear Reyna was more than injured when they brought him back.
The speaker was Finn. Her voice was high with a sharp edge.
They say his eyes are black pits, staring out at nothing.
Lynn was about to speak, but Laren cut her off.
I heard his screams echoing from the tower on my way over. He looked around the chamber. That boy is stout. He is Ember. It is troubling, Varan. He looked at her hard. But solutions lie in preparation, not rash action. What is it you want us to do? Why is it you called us here, out of sight and out of mind of Dora, Nineveh, and the First Keeper? You saw what happened to Reyna for chasing demons in the woods. Why would we do the same?
Lynn swallowed. She had to tread carefully here.
Kole said he sensed the white crest.
Everyone in the room shifted at that.
He couldn't decide which of his hated sages he saw,
Lauren said, and Kaya snorted her agreement, earning a withering glare from the second keeper that put her back in her place.
Kole is an ember, Jenk said, speaking slowly. We have powers, yes, but none of them stray into anything like the sight of the LandKist native to this land, of the Fakin. If Nineveh had said so,
she may as well have,
Lynn said, her words short and clipped. Steam from the grates clung to her brow, sticking her dark bangs and giving her the uncomfortable feeling that she looked very much like a little girl fresh from a bath.
Nineveh did not dispute anything Kole said. Not even when the White Crest was brought up.
The White Crest is dead,
Boss said, his tone flat. His people held no love for the sage or his legacy. After all, it was his battle with the agents of the Eastern Dark that brought down the passes over the heads of his grandsires. It was not so long ago. The White Crest had not been seen or heard from since.
Kole says he is alive,
Lynn said, her voice growing desperate.
I know what it must sound like, especially to those of you who don't know him like I do. But Kole...
She paused.
He has this sense about him. He's had it ever since...
Ever since his mother fell in the steppes, Laren cut in. Cerise Azul was as strong an ember as there's ever been in the valley. I have no shame in admitting that. Her loss was keenly felt by that boy most of all.
But the sense you're talking about is obsession. Cerise was killed by the dark kind. They've always been thicker in the north of the valley, especially around the deep lands. She was a fool for having gone. Had the White Crest been present, he'd have protected her. He is alive, Lynn said, though her voice was now soft as a whisper. He has to be alive. Nineveh knows it.
Lauren looked about to speak, to cut her words down again, but something in her expression gave him pause. He swallowed and looked away.
The old bird gave him leave to find out what he saw at the close of the dark months, Finn said. Does it seem to you he'll be able to make that deadline? Lynn countered. Doesn't matter much to me. Not sure why it matters to you.
Because she wants him to be alive, Jenks said, understanding dawning as he studied Lynn's face. And she fears what Kole will do if he finds him.
Where has he been all this time, then? Kaya asked. Hiding?
It would make sense, Nathan said with a light shrug. If he was gravely wounded. We don't know how long sages take to heal. Laren scoffed, something entirely unlike him. But he did not speak, just stood there with his back to the wall, shaking his head slowly.
He's been gone our entire lives, Ty said, and all eyes turned to him.
He glanced at Laren.
Most of our lives.
It was rare enough for the third keeper to speak, rarer even than Bas Taldi. But it was the riverman who answered.
Here's hoping it stays that way,
he said, and Laren straightened. Trusted Towless sidled awkwardly between Lynn and the others, carrying another bucket of scented water. This one smelled strongly of lavender and sour orange, a pungent combination clearly meant to signal that he had had enough of harboring this particular meeting. The baths were no doubt heated overhead, and he had customers to tend to.
Who says the dark kind will stop with the coming of longer days? Lynn asked. All of our prior experience since the first attacks occurred not long after I was born, Jenks said. These creatures are perverted wretches from the world apart, leaking in from the broken kingdoms and other lands. They have grown in number, yes, but they have not grown so bold as to attack us in daylight. The dark kind used to be a force of nature, and a random one at that, Lynn said. Now they attack like clockwork, as if their scourge is a season unto itself. Before last night, they have never been bold enough to take down an Ember on our borders. An Ember who went out alone, Kaya said.
Still, Lynn could tell all in the room save Boss were unsettled, the Embers most of all.
What of the Fae?
Boss asked. What of them? Jenk asked. The hulking riverman turned to him, the bench creaking under his weight.
They meddle in the ways of magic, no? Perhaps they have turned the dark kind on us, seeking to purge us from the valley.
We settled our issues with the valley folk before you were born, Laren said. Besides, only the Eastern Dark can control the dark kind. He looked at Lynn, and she was surprised to see that he was waiting for her to speak. If the White Crest is alive, she said, we will need him to stop what's coming. What's already here, according to some, Laren said. We have a week to decide, Lynn said. Maybe less. We need the days to get a bit longer, but if the Eastern Dark is intent upon us, I doubt it will make a difference. We would be depriving the lake of many of its stoutest defenders, Laren said, on a fool's errand, to brave the deep lands and the steppes, and to see if a sage that has not been seen in a generation will save us once more. Look at it this way, Lynn said. If our old enemy has returned, where do you think he's holed up?
He could be anywhere, Boss said.
Maybe. We should wait until Do-Ra, Nineveh, and Turen make their decision, Jenks said. They are not our leaders, Lynn said, and the unintended venom with which she said it caught the room off guard. She swallowed. They will drag their feet, as they ever have, while we wait for the days to shorten once again, and then we will be asked to hold out another year, to hold out before we make an attempt on the peaks, before we see the state of the world. No, it is time we took our destiny into our own hands.
But not with Kole along, Jenks said flatly.
Lynn had no response to that. Boss clapped once, loudly, and rose, the bench sighing in relief. He slapped Nathan Swell on the back and nearly drove the wind from him before heading toward the door, leaving the others stunned. As he walked past Lynn, she grabbed him by the shoulder and stopped him. You will not come? She asked, eyes shining. Boss blushed.
I will come, he said, turning to look at the others. Was that not obvious?
He smiled warmly at Lynn before shouldering a stone-crusted shield that must have weighed as much as him and heading out onto the road, the pink light of the half-day filtering in behind him. Nathan nodded to Lynn and Jenk, boyish features hardening as he tried to match the mood of the room. I don't imagine you'd get too far in the woods without me, he said, patting Lynn on the shoulder with a wink as he followed the riverman. Kaya looked unsteady and nervous. She kept switching her gaze from Jenk to Lynn and back, unsure what to do and unwilling to commit. With a huff, she shouldered past Lynn, the twins following in her wake. While Finn looked miserable as ever, Ty looked reluctant, even apologetic, as he showed them his back. Laren straightened and moved to the front of the room, Jenk following his progress. The second keeper stopped between them and looked at both, his expression stern as ever, but Lynn sensed a touch of unease that made her distinctly uncomfortable. What we plan to do is no small thing, he said. Lynn and Jenk looked at one another before turning back to the Ember. Nor does it leave Last Lake in an enviable position, he continued. Still, I have had the same thoughts these last few years. No matter what lies in the passes, be it an ailing power we once counted as friend, or the agents of one who has long been the scourge of our people, we have a duty to find out. He looked at Lynn. The burden is not yours to bear alone. Jenk's sense of relief was as obvious as the sigh he expelled. Lynn's was masked, but no less profound. Her knees felt weak. Laren Holspar was as close to a legend as you could get in the valley, an ember of rare power and perhaps the most skilled combatant she had ever seen. Even as she felt the one weight lift off of her shoulders, however, she felt another press down, and had to admit that there had been a part of her hoping Holspar would be the one to talk some sense into her. Whatever might come,
Their path was now set.
I will leave correspondence with a trusted guard, Laren said, oblivious to Lynn's swirling psyche. Turen and the other defenders will know precisely where we have gone and when we plan to return. That should give them some basis by which to formulate a proper defense.
The Ember started for the door, grabbing his spear, which nearly scraped the ceiling.
Let us hope that the attacks diminish with the coming of longer days.
He turned back once more with the door half-cocked.
And let us pray that they are not fool enough to follow us.
The green door closed with a scrape, and they heard the clink of the butt of Laren's spear on the cobbles as he retreated into the morning light.
I think I'll be praying that we're lucky enough to return, Jenks said, getting to his feet, much to the delight of Taulus, who busied himself pretending to clean the place where he had just been. Jenk extended his hand, and Lynn took it, their eyes meeting through the mist. You've pushed us onto the right path, Varan. The only one there was, I expect.
Lynn tried to feel proud of what she had accomplished, convincing even half of the assembled warriors to join her, but Kole's inhuman screams still echoed in her mind, the Ember crying out from his tower with nothing but a worried father and the salt of her sister's tears for company.
Next moon, then,
she said, her usual calm returning like a familiar cloak as she made for the door, grabbing her bow on the way. She flicked a piece to Taulus, who fumbled before catching it.
Can't say I loved that last mix you put in.
She left Taulus blushing and Jenk smirking as she braved the cool blast of valley air and steeled herself for the walk to the tower. Chapter 8. Steady Breathing. The fishermen were already calling it the Tower of Screams. Their jests covered the dark nugget of fear the hardened men of the shore kept hidden, but Iana knew better. She had spent the better part of a week caring for Kole. In fact, she had hardly left his side, a fact not lost on her sister. Even Karin, himself distraught and tortured, cautioned her not to burn herself out. She reminded him that, though LandKist, she was no Ember. Her own fires came from the valley. These were fires of healing, flames that repaired rather than destroyed, and those were not easily blown out. Not so long as she cared. Kole Reyna had only left to gather what linens and poultices Iana needed to work. In truth, she had sent him out as often out of worry for his mental well-being as necessity. He was, after all, first runner. Remaining in a stifled tower with the prone form of his only son had not done him well. Iana knew him to be a calm, if introspective man, but the lines of worry on his face had never shocked her so as they did when the golden rays of the first dawn had struck his face. As she touched her bare hands to Kole's brow, sticky and cold, Iana pictured him as she had first known him, when the Ember had been an older brother to her. Though he and Lynn had been hardened like all in the valley, they had experienced some semblance of a childhood before the dark kind came. Iana could not say the same. Though her people counted her gifts a blessing in such times, she often wondered if they were not more curse. It had taken time before the Embers had managed to shield them from the worst of the night. Iana's parents had not made it, and she often wondered if she could have made a difference had she discovered her abilities at an earlier age. But then Nineveh could not save them, and she had been trained by the Fae themselves. What could Iana have done? She felt the pain leaking into her own veins as Kole fought through whatever nightmares assailed him. She gritted her teeth, willing the pain to dissolve and trying to find him in that bitter darkness. Thus far, she had not come close. There was something else going on here. Iana knew it both because of what she felt when she touched him and by the fact that Nineveh had been scarce since examining the ember when he was first found collapsed in the rain beyond the ruined gate. Something about Kole's state had disturbed her enough to retreat to her own leaning tower. In the days since, she had only left her chambers to walk in the fresh air. According to those that saw her, her pace was furious, her demeanor increasingly erratic. Kole had encountered something out in the woods, something more sinister than the usual dark kind. Whatever war he waged now, Iana feared he would have to see it through himself. Karine was dozing off in his seat in the corner. That was good. When the other healers had told Iana to rest, she had told them to leave. When Karine told her later, she had listened, taking what rest she could as father watched over son. The screams had stopped shortly after. Perhaps Karine had managed to reach him somehow. Perhaps Kole had given up. It was impossible to know. The relative silence that had at first been welcome was now disturbing in its own way. And then there was the matter of Lynn. Her sister had come every night for the first 3, and then nothing. There had been another attack, and Lynn had helped to throw the dark kind back. The next day, she was gone, along with Laren Holspar, Jank Ganmir, and a handful of others. Turen had visited Iana before Lynn's flight, but she had not seen him since. Iana tried to concentrate on Kole. Whatever troubles her hero sister would find in the northern forests, it was nothing compared to the storm Iana would unleash when she returned. She kept special care not to allow if into her mind. There were enough of those close by. His color has returned some. Karine's voice was soft and reassuring, impossible to startle. Iana welcomed the reprieve. I think the worst has passed, she said, turning a smile. She took care not to include the hope that had been tickling the edge of her tongue. Karine smiled back. He was not convinced, and they both knew it. The bond between parent and child had grown into something less warm and more poignant after the dark kind had come. Death was a constant companion for the Ember folk. As such, the community took on the roles formerly reserved for family. Still, there is something to be said for blood. Iana did not remember her own, but watching the ghosts of emotion pass over Karine's face as he watched his son, she knew that link was something more. Thank you, Karine said, his eyes watering as Kole's never could. He said it without looking at her, but the pang of its sincerity struck her like a blow and threatened to shatter the thin veneer that was her resolve. Threatened, and then made good on its promise. A single tear began a waterfall, and Karine embraced her as she poured the shared pain of herself and Kole into him. Karine was made of something stouter than iron. He did not wince, though she felt his heart near to breaking. Chapter 9. High and Low. Do-Ra and Tu-Ren argued as only father and son could, and Nineveh observed with a detachment unbecoming of the Fey Mother. The first rays of dawn were creeping over the treetops to the north, painting them golden red like the lit ends of matches. The sun climbed higher each day, but what was usually a time for rejoice was now something else. In truth, Nineveh was too spent to involve herself in their quarrel. She had traveled the disorienting roads of the Between twice in the last week, and both journeys had ended with resounding headaches in the place of answers. She knew she should share their concern. A part of her did. After all, Laren Holspar had apparently gone rogue, taking a handful of Last Lake's finest north with him. Of course, Nineveh knew which of the powerful company had likely engineered the plan, but she kept that to herself. The dark months were nearly up, which made the roads to the north safer for traveling. Still, the northern peaks were uninhabited for a reason. The deep lands still held residual magic from the White Crest's fatal clash with the Eastern Dark and his Night Lords, and while Kole Reyna's condition was improving by the day, his run-in with the Sentinel in the woods had been cause for serious concern. Word had spread about the young Embers' condition and about what had caused it, but only Nineveh, and by extension the two other men in the long hall with her, understood the implications. The Sentinels were no mere foot soldiers from the world apart, mindless beasts made more of shadow than sinew. These were captains, cunning and with purpose, and capable of infecting anything with their corruption, even LandKist, even Embers. If Sentinels were in the valley, they had no doubt been sent. The Eastern Dark had turned his eyes back on them. None of the elders truly believed he had perished in the fight with the White Crest, but his seeming absence had stretched over such a period as to catch Nineveh in the illusion of permanence as well. Her thoughts kept turning back to Kole Reyna and to his contentious words in the long hall the week before. Reyna was young, but he was a keeper of the lake, and more powerful than any Ember she had seen at his age, including Turen Kadei. Kole had glimpsed something in the red eyes of the Night Lord, and though all signs pointed to the Eastern Dark as culprit, he was as convinced of the White Crest's presence as he was doubtful of his allegiance. Could it be so? Could their guardian truly have survived his ordeal, and if so, where had he been? The memory of Cerise Azou spinning in her tornado of fire, shadows with red eyes in the passes all around her, was never far from Nineveh's thoughts these last days. A vision of death that only one of the Fakin should have the eyes to see had somehow imprinted on her Ember son. Kole experienced that night in his dreams, and while Nineveh had done what she could to shield him from their burning reality, he had come through those nightmares changed. He now bore a singular focus. He was bent on the sages. The questions swirled, and Reyna seemed to be at the center of it all. Even Holspar's mission reeked of Lynn Veron's desire to interfere on Kole's behalf.
I swear that boy reminds me more of his mother by the day.
Dora was not a quiet walker. His cane betrayed him at every opportunity, and still she had not registered his approach.
I see less of myself in him with each argument.
Of course, he was talking about Turen. Nineveh turned from the railing at the back of the long hall and saw that the first keeper had left, the door still swinging from his abrupt departure. It was unlike him to leave without addressing her. Perhaps he had.
The rest of us see more than enough of you in his veins,
Nineveh said, turning back to the lake. Dora snorted.
Your thoughts?
He asked, trying in vain to hide his concern.
The sun rises higher each day. Holspar and the others will be as safe now as ever.
Until they reach the deep lands.
When they reach Hearth, he said, they will be turned back by my contacts there.
They will not go to Hearth,
Nineveh said with a small laugh. Dora frowned.
You have been to see Reyna,
he said as much as asked.
He will wake within the week.
Do you truly think this to be the work of a sentinel?
I do.
Dora sighed, and each time he did, it seemed that a bit of him went out with it. Nineveh was older, but looking at her friend, she sometimes found it hard to believe.
What do you think they mean to do? Something, I would guess, Nineveh said, and when he looked at her with that confused expression, something more than nothing.
Defending one's people hardly qualifies as nothing,
he said, but then he looked out onto the shifting water, the light filtering down from the angled roof of the hall to strike its surface.
Still, I suppose we have grown shorter of sight, more concerned with surviving than living these last years.
Nineveh said nothing.
As a boy, Dora said, drawing her attention, I clung to the image of the White Crest as our fearless and benevolent protector.
He laughed sardonically.
Later, when the denizens of the valley, I don't excuse our own people from that, turned to killing one another and he stood by, I thought him merely a barrier to the sages without.
He looked at her, and now he did look like the man he had been, the youth who had split off from Hearth and led his people south.
Now I wonder, was he ever truly on our side? Did the King of Ember bring us to a paradise or a prison?
Nineveh placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and affected a gentle smile.
I imagine he did the best he could, she said, just as we have.
Dora smiled, and together they looked out on the lake that was their home. As the soft afternoon light touched the furthest waves, Nineveh thought they looked like the shifting dunes of the deserts she had left.
The young among us deserve to mark their own path now,
Nineveh said after a time. Dora regarded her.
They were born in a valley deprived of peace. They deserve better, and they deserve to find it for themselves. I only hope the Eastern Dark has lost some of his potency, if he has returned.
Even a sage such as he must take care when courting the world apart,
Dora said with a frown.
We do not know how the conflict goes with the others of his kind,
Nineveh said.
He could be growing desperate. Why else would he send his sentinels now?
Why, indeed.
They parted in the soft gravel of the fishing village, sharing nothing else but the bowed heads that come from long understanding and slow regret. Nineveh navigated the bustling streets and pathways back toward her leaning tower. The gravel roads close to the shore were choked with people, most of them fishermen. The sun provided the means and incentive to strike out for game in deeper waters, and the men took advantage. As she walked, she replayed her previous attempts to travel the winds of the between. Where had she gone wrong? For a time, she even considered consulting with Rusul and the seers of East Lake, but decided against it. They would likely spend more time judging than assisting, no matter the stakes. No, she would do this herself. Holspar and the others needed to know what awaited them in the deep lands and beyond. She would worry about how to contact them after she solved the first issue. Perhaps Reyna would get his wish early. The dark months were ending, but Nineveh felt it in her bones that the danger had only just begun. She still remembered the winged figure standing on the cliffs as their sorry caravan had trundled through the villages of the rivermen, their gray eyes suspicious. And she remembered the figure in red that had stood beside him, their Ember King, whom they would never see again. How could any despair when they had such figures, such gods, watching over them? Nineveh and hers were refugees, but their children and grandchildren had not chosen to abandon the northern deserts. Their blood was of the sand, but their hearts were in the valley, until the valley betrayed them. She took a wide berth around the market, unwilling to be clogged in the various chokeways sprouting from the wheel. When she reached the chipped paint of her front door, the sun was high in the sky, but she knew it would not stay there for long. Once inside, Nineveh removed her green robe and made her aching way up the stairs, closing the shutters and sliding the thin pine frames shut to block out the light, an irony not lost on her. She lit the candles, dusted the pit beneath the grate, and built a fire fit for her purposes. She went to the jars in her cubbies, and each contained lifelong friends. There was the blue of sage root, wet and pungent. She took a handful of that and lined a stone bowl with it. Next, she grasped the dry, caked mass of yellow sand nettle, which she broke up and added to the mix. The green grass of the Fey gardens joined it, along with the charred fungi from the blackwoods, its bright red flesh emerging as the blackened shell cracked and dissolved upon mashing. The paste churned, and as it did, the colors turned, affecting a striking hue of orange and purple. The kettle whistled, and she added the boiling water with a hiss and bubble that sent up a curling mist thick as cream. Nineveh allowed herself to drop into the back of her mind and leaned forward, breathing long and deep. Somehow, she always forgot about the pain. It hit her like a swarm, the smoke buzzing with an electricity as it moved through her lungs, its product leaching into her blood. The first few seconds marked an eternity of agony, but Nineveh stepped away from it and watched it pass as it always did. All sights, sounds, and smells of her clothes, her room, and the salt lake below faded. These were not a part of the between, but rather the world. The between was not a place, but it could be something similar. She told it what to be, and it complied, though it would rebel with increasing angst. She bade it bring her up, and she felt the rushing of wind and moist clouds thick with the promise of storm. She flew over the deep green canopy of the northern woods and raced along the rivers that fed the green fields of hearth. As she shot north, she felt the pain of the earth and tried not to look, still catching the glaring scars that marked the deep lands in her periphery. Gray stone rushed up to meet her, and she climbed the steps 2 at a time without touching down. These were great plateaus dotted with fields of green with purple flowers. They were lands bursting with life and absent movement, for none in the valley dared brave them for fear of the darkness lurking in the shadows of the higher passes and the memory of the fallen sage that had made them his home. Cresting the top now, and the sight stole her breath and nearly threatened to send her careening back. The golden pools and sharp black ridges stood out stark and beautiful, but the lands beyond were indistinct as a brushed painting not yet dry. At first it felt like a spider crawling. She twitched and turned, feathered wings wheeling, sharp eyes searching. She felt eyes boring into her, cold with hate. The mind intent on hers betrayed itself, and its intensity sent her spinning. So fractured it was, so mad. There was a power there, but it was scattered and frayed, and it emanated from the red-tipped citadel that had been their guardian's abode. She fled, and as the lands below passed in a blur, she saw the shadows grow long beneath the trees, and felt the red eyes glaring up at her as they heard their master's call. Larger things stirred in the trenches of the deep lands, and she did not look at these. And there was a beating, like the hearts of giants that followed her south, warping the air around her and setting it to thrum. Before she woke, she saw the sky change, the white clouds growing sick with dark, the threat of storm making good its violent promises as blue light broke the horizon. Hearth stood out starkly, red-tipped roofs cloistered within the pearly white walls. The city looked alone, surrounded on all sides by an encroaching darkness, its braziers cold and unlit. As she fled, she stole a glance behind, toward the peaks that now stood tall and leering as dark sentries framing a blood-red sun. They vibrated with the beating drums in their guts, with the hidden power trapped therein, a power she had just awoken. Chapter 10. Storm Clouds. Talmir was a practical man, but his thoughts were wont to wander. Now he thought of the many folk living in the valley, and the many things between folk, from the great beasts of the untamed hills down to the shrews in their burrows. The dark months had ever been a fact of life for folk of the valley and the lands beyond, but it was not until the world apart sent its children through that they became something to be feared, later something to be endured. The wise were debated in the stone huts of the Fork just as they were in the taverns of the Ember folk. Even the Fae blamed the increasing intrusions on the war of sages, the residual magic from their clashes spilling over into their relatively peaceful corner and upsetting the balance between worlds. Many died in the wilds those first few years. If not for the runners of the lake, it was possible that the Ember folk of the scattered villages beyond Hearth and Last Lake would have starved in darkness. After that, the people focused less on the wise. The valley conflicts had ended a generation before, but the fighters among the Ember folk, rivermen, and Fae found need of their blades again. Though they survived, some argued that life in the valley had been no more than a life of waiting on the edge of nightmare, the dawn nothing but a reprieve from the terrors that dogged them. If the dark months were a time of war, then the dawn was a time of preparation. Morbid as the thought was, it made life a hell of a lot simpler for Talmir. He was captain of the Rock, and he surveyed the green fields before the walls of Hearth. Talmir had always been one for preparation. He left no stone unturned, a fact that had resulted in his slow, inevitable ascension through the ranks of the largest Emberfolk settlement remaining in the world. What's more, Talmir was not LandKist, though he commanded some of the strongest Embers in the valley. The traditionalists still whispered when his back was turned, but he paid them no heed. Talmir's charge was to keep the people of Hearth safe, whisperers included, and that he did, ensuring that every Ember, soldier, hunter, villager, and stray cat within a day's travel was prepared for the next attack. Under his watch, the great white walls of Hearth had never been breached. He planned to keep it that way, and though the sky was a little more dour now than it was the day before, the threat of storm clouds curling in the distance in an odd change for this time of year, they had made it through another spell relatively unscathed. Of course, the same could not be said for his cousins on the lake, but he had no doubt that First Keeper Turen had regained control in short order. Much like their own First Keeper, he was not a man to be trifled with. Talmir watched the pale sun shine its light on the serpentine river that snaked its way through the rock-strewn fields. It passed beneath Hearth's portcullis, where dark clouds turned it steel gray. The dark months were ending. Why, then, was he so uneasy? Thunder rolled in from the north as if in answer, and the scent of ozone carried on the wind. Talmir was not a superstitious man. He would not have believed there was a white crest if he had not felt the tremors of the great battle in the passes as a youth, the same battle that pushed the rivermen south and sparked the early conflicts. His father had played a prominent role in those clashes. It was strange, that Talmir broke bread with the rock-blood along the same fork that had been stained red not so very long ago. Talmir shook the dark thoughts away and walked the battlements. He looked down over the city that was his charge. If Last Lake was the nourishing mouth of the Ember folk, Hearth was the heart, or the guts, depending on whom you asked. The buildings here were squat and stacked one atop the other as they climbed the crooked cobbled streets toward the Red Bowl, the great market at the center. The very wall on which he stood was the only thing in sight that had been built with an eye for engineering. It was not lost on him that the rivermen and their LandKist were mostly responsible for that. If Last Lake provided the fish, Hearth provided the hooks. A piercing screech assailed him as he was about to descend to the streets below, and Talmir spun to the west. He half expected to see a swarm of dark kind pouring from the trees in a last desperate bid for the walls. Instead, he was greeted by a sight jarring in its normalcy. A small mule-drawn cart laden with rain-wrapped bundles leaned weirdly, one wheel stuck fast in a rut along the stream. An old man bent to work over the delay. Talmir could see him cursing as a young woman shouted at him over the reins. The gray mule screamed again, eager to be off, and the captain shouted orders. The grinding gears of the portcullis began their slow rattle, but Talmir's attention was drawn by something else. A figure emerged from the tree line behind the old man. The figure moved with the predatory grace of a cat, and Talmir thought he glimpsed a flash of ruby red in place of eyes, causing him to rub the sleep from his own. His vision cleared, but the scene before him grew no less perilous. "Riders!" he screamed, knowing it was too late. The old man had barely risen before he was cut down, his head parting neatly from his shoulders. The woman shrieked as the dark figure turned on her, the mule startled at the sudden commotion. Talmir silently urged her to run as soldiers raced about him, horns blaring, gears continuing their raucous grinding as the gate rose slow as agony. But she did not run. The captain snatched a silver horn from the nearest courier and blew out a note that cracked the sky apart like fresh thunder. Hearing this, the mule bucked and rushed forward, snapping the reins and sending the woman crashing to the mud. She regained her feet and ran like something hunted. The black figure gave chase, splitting the distance between them with ungainly leaps that erased all lingering doubts as to its inhumanity. Finally, the welcome thunder of hooves followed the slam of the gate reaching its zenith, Crayath and his riders pouring forth and carving the fields like a scythe. Even from this distance, Talmir could see the shimmering haze leaking from the Embers' armor as he bent over his covered steed. The dark figure launched itself skyward in a final pounce, and a flaming shaft took it in the chest and sent it rolling in the turf as the horses circled. Crayath signaled for a rider to retrieve the woman, and he swung her onto the saddle and spun toward the gate. As for the Ember, he dismounted and walked toward the black figure. It was difficult to make Crayath Mitan appear pale, but this creature surely did. The dark thing writhed under the Ember's boot, but he held it fast, lighting another shaft with the fire in his blood and launching it down to split the earth beyond the monster's skull with a sharp retort. The Ember signaled to Talmir that the deed was done and remounted. He echoed the captain's fears as he glanced worriedly toward the western trees before turning back for the city. Even as the last of the riders cleared the looming teeth of the raised portcullis, the shadows beneath the distant branches lengthened and took on a life of their own. Talmir heard the men and women under his command issue a collective gasp. He could not say he blamed them. The inky shadows resolved into the figures of men as they arrayed themselves in the space between wood and field. One of their company bore the same striking red eyes as the one Kreath had felled. It raised its hand and seemed to glare a challenge over the great expanse before slicing the air. The black tide surged forward. Arrows were nocked and braziers lit. Before the panic set its hooks too deep, Talmir exhaled. He had his embers, he had his soldiers, he had his walls. Kreath joined the captain, the ember's skin warming the space around them. "The woman?" Talmir asked without turning.
"Unharmed, but for a few scrapes in the mud."
"Good." He paused. "We'll have to find her a new cart." Chapter 11. Live. Lynn woke with a startled yelp, her heart throbbing so hard it hurt. She was sweating, and now she was embarrassed as she took in the 5 pairs of eyes regarding her over the white smoke of a small cook fire.
"Dream?"
Bas Taldi asked. "Morning," she answered without warmth. She stood and stretched immodestly, the riverman's eyes roving all the while. Lynn was not entirely sure how she felt about him. Bas had always been a quiet sort at the lake, but the open road seemed to agree with him, or disagree, depending on your perspective. Aside from the familiar sights and now familiar smells of her traveling companions, the ache in her joints returned to Lynn her sense of time and place. It was day 4 of their magnificent, heroic, utterly ridiculous quest. By their looks, she guessed at least half of her companions felt the same. If there was a bright spot, it did not follow any of the 3 embers in their company, but rather the fisherman's son. Nathan Swell's boyish enthusiasm clashed oddly with his impressive forest lore. The same attitude that threatened to drive Laren Holspar to quiet violence resonated with Lynn, Bas, and Jank Ganmir. Even Kaya Faral shot her glances at him when she was sure none were looking. In truth, Nathan was likely the only member of the group they could all agree on liking, or at least not openly disliking.
"I, too, have had dreams these last nights,"
Bas intoned gravely, as if Lynn had not summarily ignored him a moment earlier.
"I thought the sun would burn them all away, but it has strengthened their resolve in an attempt to weaken my own."
"Sun's losing today," Kaya said, indicating the gray skies.
"What sorts of dreams?"
Jank asked, sounding genuinely curious. He displayed a keen and unwavering interest in each of them. Lynn had yet to decide if it was the politician in him or the heroic leader. Perhaps he was just a curious sort, and she had never taken the time to notice before.
"No matter,"
Bas answered after a time. He scanned the trees suspiciously.
"Some spell of the Fae, I think."
Laren scoffed at that as he worked over a piece of dried venison. It was no secret that Bas was rock-bled. The LandKist of the Fork were not as overt in their power as the Embers, but they were impressive in their own right. Incredibly strong, tireless, and blessed with natural resiliencies to weapons of the earth. Most weapons. They might not be as offensively potent as the LandKist of the Emberfolk, but they were exceedingly difficult to kill. Of course, Lynn had never seen those powers in action. Her mother had, but there had rarely been cause for Embers to fight against or alongside Rockbled in the decades since the early conflicts, no matter how many demons the world apart sent into the valley. Their makeshift camp fell into a silence that each of them worked to cover with the checking of gear, the washing of teeth, and the pulling of strap and buckle. There was a grim mood about. In place of the shining sun that should have been greeting their backs through the filtering branches, they had woken to a pall hanging about the sky, which was punctuated by the echo of distant thunder. Lynn was thankful that the twins had decided not to accompany them. Ty was fine enough, and certainly useful in a pinch, but she could do without Finn, whose mood as often as not resembled the gray skies above. It was all about small victories in the valley, and Lynn would take them where she could find them. While Lynn had assumed the second keeper would be the de facto leader of the group, it was Jenk Ganmere taking the center of the clearing to address them now.
"We've had our discussions, and now we've had the night to sleep on them," he said. "Hearth is barely a league to the east. We'd be able to see the walls from here if it weren't for the trees. We could restock our supplies, get some more fitful rest, and maybe even recruit some woodsmen who know the lay of the land up north. On the other hand, if Dora's contacts make us, we'll be quartered and sent back south before we can have a cup of milled wine in the first tavern."
Lynn cleared her throat. "It's no real question to me," she said. "We continue on, or we can be bundled up like children caught stealing from the baker and sent back to the Fey Mother." She shouldered her pack, and the others did likewise, Jenk last. If the forests to the south were dense cloisters, those further north were sparse by comparison, the trees growing taller as the canopy thinned to pine. Nettles littered the forest floor and cushioned their footfalls. Sap leaked from the rough bark in patient rivers, giving the woods a sour and pleasant odor. It was amazing how varied the lands of the valley were, like a world unto itself. For Lynn and the other members of her party, it always had been. Lynn did not fear an attack by the dark kind, even in the gloom the gray skies cast. With each passing day, the world apart drifted further, making their intrusions less likely by the hour. Still, the deep lands were bathed in constant shadow, and magic still seeped up from the ground there. If they could find a way around those chasms, it would be well worth it. Lost in thought, Lynn nearly smashed her nose into a sheer wall of blue. Boss's shirt. The Hulk had stopped dead in his tracks. "What?" He hushed her with an upraised hand, neck rigid as he stared intently ahead. Lynn craned her neck in an attempt to see beyond the riverman, a considerable effort, and noted Laren crouched beneath the lip of a small rise. Jenk and Kaya flanked him, weapons in hand. Nathan touched her on the shoulder and motioned toward the branches above. He held a finger over his lips and then touched his ears with a shrug. The forest was silent. Even a week ago, that would not have seemed strange, but the birds had been calling from dawn to dusk since the dark months had begun to fade. It was a wonder how quickly one could get used to the change, and how quickly its absence could be forgotten. Lynn unloosed her bow from around her back and followed Nathan east, curling around the road from the opposite direction as Boss and the three Embers bunched up in a copse to the west. There was a sound like the screech of a drake, and Lynn knocked arrow to string, leaning against a trunk. She spared a glance to her right, where Nathan stood taut as the arrow he pulled, sinuous arms locked and straining with practiced ease. His eyes, normally a welcoming blue, now bore the unmistakable glint of ice. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, you might think him a still image. Seeing him thus, it was no wonder many hunters had attributed Bali Swell's most legendary kills in the Untamed Hills to his son, despite his miss on their recent hunt. When the ass first rounded the corner, Lynn's mind had cast it in the image of some demented beast out of nightmare, shadowed as it was by low-hanging branches over the road. She heard Boss's laugh, and the scene resolved itself into a farce as the brown cart trundled toward them, An old man and his daughter hunched over the reins. The archers moved to rejoin their LandKist vanguard, which had already taken the road, Jank conversing easily with the pair of early-season travelers. "There's no wind," Nathan said, grabbing Lynn by the elbow and pulling her back. He looked unsettled as he indicated the swirling clouds overhead. Lynn shivered, but pulled her arm away. "It's a high wind," she said, but the hunter did not look convinced. As they approached, Jank was speaking amiably with the old man, while the young woman watched nervously from her place on the bench. "It's early yet to be traveling the roads through the woods," Laren cut in, eyeing the old man reproachfully. "My daddy always told me there isn't no better place to be but first," the old man said with a toothy grin. "Dawn's here." He swept out his hands and then pulled his cloak tighter about him as he noted the overcast sky. "Well, nothing you can do about the odd storm, eh?" He laughed. "From which village do you hail?" Boss asked. "Mirax," the girl said, blushing when the riverman looked her way. "And they let you out to travel the roads this early?" Laren asked, and now it was the old man's turn to blush. "What are you looking at?" Kaya snapped at the girl, who nearly fainted. "Leave her for all," Jank said. "She has every right to be nervous. It isn't every day you come across 4 LandKist armed for war." "LandKist?" The girl's mood did a full turn. "I thought it felt warmer around you." She blushed again, looking at them each in turn. "Your Embers of Hearth?" 3 embers, Jank said with a bow, indicating Laren and Kaya with nods. "And only 3, Boss said, his tone broaching no argument. Jank merely shrugged and shared a conspiratorial wink with the girl, who giggled. "Speaking of," the old man said, "what business have you in the western woods?" "We're not going west," Boss said before wilting under a sharp, cutting glance from Jank. It was a look like steel, and it disappeared as quickly as it had come. "We are heading west soon," Jank said, adding, "but not right now. Before we check on Mirax, we need to see how the folk of the Fork have done through these dark months." "Isn't that what the runners are for?" the girl asked. "It never hurts to be thorough," Jank said. "After all, this was a difficult period." "But we're glad to see you and yours have made it through all right," Lynn put in, smiling warmly. She was eager to be on the move. Luckily, Kaya had none of the others' decorum. "We need to be going," the Ember clipped, and the old man nodded sagely. "I'm afraid my compatriot is right," Jank said, shaking the old man's hand. He went to do the same with the girl, but she sat stock still, rigid with fear. Jank, Lynn, and the others followed her gaze up to the pine canopy, where the great boughs creaked oddly. "Go!" the old man shouted, and not for the first time, but she was focused on a particularly dense bunch of swaying green. "A forest cat?" Boss asked, bringing his great shield to bear. Lynn ignored him and knocked the arrow she had only just put back in its quiver, Nathan doing the same. She peered into the shifting shadows and was dimly aware of the others fanning out on the road beside her. There was a darker patch that seemed too dense for the canopy, and when a dark cloud overhead brightened with heat lightning, she saw the thing crouched there. "There!" Boss yelled, breaking her concentration as he pointed in the opposite direction. An arrow whizzed by her cheek as Nathan let fly, and an unnatural shriek pierced the sudden dusk. Lynn took aim and fired, but another flash from the sky above made it difficult to track her mark, and she heard the shaft bury itself in the bark. At first, Lynn thought she had missed, but the shaft had been well placed and well launched. The dark form fell with a lifeless thud next to the mule, which exploded into panicked motion. Kaya screamed as the cart rolled over her foot, the bones snapping like birds' wings. She fell, dropping her staff before she had it lit. The forest came alive with shadows. These were not dark kind, Lynn recognized with mounting dread. They moved in the lurching shapes of men, silent but for the crunching of twig and the rustling of brush as they poured from the woods. Lynn loosed another arrow that dropped another shadow and spun. She saw the cart careening around the far bend, the hood of the old man thrown back as he struggled to regain control of the panicked mule. Her decision was made in the next beat, as Lynn ducked under the slashing claw of the nearest shadow and got her legs churning, taking off after the runaway cart. She heard Laren shouting orders and felt the atmosphere explode with sudden heat that shocked the back of her neck. She looked over her shoulder as she ran and witnessed the uneven line of nightmare soldiers crash into the formidable wall of fire formed by Laren's spinning spear and Jank's slashing sword, the Everwood blades lighting the trees with their own sun. Boss Taldi launched the shadows back one by one as they attempted to get around the embers, and those that got between his stone shield and one of the flaming blades died, writhing in scorched agony. Laren backed up to defend Kaya, who was struggling to rise. He spitted a shadow as it leapt for the prone ember and sent a jet from the tip that immolated the featureless face of the next. Lynn tore past Nathan, who loosed shaft after shaft, picking off the shadows that managed to dodge the smashing shield or burning blades. He nodded to Lynn as she ran, sweat standing out on his brow as another blast of heat set the air to shimmer like water, the work of Holspar's latest torrent. An avalanche of needles and black earth announced her presence as Lynn leapt and slid down the far bank of the bend. She landed at the bottom and came up sprinting, bow clutched tightly as she carved a diagonal path toward the bouncing cart. A few of the shadow men gave chase, but she was too fast for them. When one impeded on her path, she rewarded it with an arrow to the neck, and it fell gurgling, flailing hands catching on her ankles as she cleared it in a bound. She broke through the last curtain of brush, the branches tearing her face and arms, and effected a controlled fall onto the rocky road below the bank. As she rose and shook the dizziness away, she focused on the charging mule as it made directly for her, mouth frothing, each step more haggard than the last. Lynn pulled back the feathered shaft and eyed the gray beast, sighting it between the eyes. She exhaled, and then heard the impact more than felt it. The black form slammed into her from the side and bowled her into the ditch as the wild, staring mule trundled past with its bouncing cart. She felt her bow snap beneath her, and the air was forced from her lungs. But she went to work with her knife as soon as she was pinned, taking the shadow's fingers and a good portion of its opposite hand. The mangled limbs gripped her around the jaw, and she saw that this one had eyes that shone red. It glared hatefully, its fellows rushing past her after the cart and toward the fields before Hearth. Live! She bucked, but the demon was too strong. A skinny thing, but its weight was like a mountain on her chest. Those red eyes bored into her, and she felt more than heard a voice in her head urging her to stillness. But Lynn Veron was not one to be cowed, so she fought with what her mother and father had given her, launching a barrage of tooth and claw that had the creature reeling. A struggle that felt as though it spanned weeks likely lasted a minute, and the demon forced her back down. It was then that a clear note broke the sky, drawing the red eyes away, the horns blare carrying from the fields beyond the trees. Lynn felt her questing fingers brush something metal, and she seized it, breaking her skin on the blade of her knife and spearing the shadow through jaw and skull. The light went out from the demon's eyes before she had even pushed it over. She retched, adding her own bloody mix to the mud. Lynn knew her victory was short-lived, but as the dark forms streaked past her in the woods beside the road, none spared her a backward glance. The horn rang out again, driving them on, and Lynn stumbled back onto the broken path she had carved between the branches. The woods stilled around her as she made her way back toward the road, fearing what she would find when she arrived. Though the sight that greeted her upon rounding the bend was macabre, she saw none of her friends mixed among the corpses. Many of the shadow men had lost their faces under the press of Boss's shield, and Nathan must have spent all of his shafts clearing the borders of the road. In the center, scorches in the shapes of men scarred the road, and the heat of the Embers' expulsions still lingered, the air crackling with ozone. As she walked among the bodies, Lynn noted that the shadows had faded, draining away like ink to reveal the garish faces of men and women beneath. They were not Ember folk, nor Fae, and they had not the bulk or sinew of the rivermen. These were foreigners, pale as light and sick with dark. She thought of the red-eyed attacker she had impaled, a sentinel she knew, and shuddered when she realized there had been nothing beneath its blackness but thicker shadows. "Veron!" She spun toward the harsh whisper, knife whipping, and nearly collapsed when she saw Jenk standing beneath the boughs, light hair crusted with red. He grabbed her by the wrist and led her stumbling through the rolling nettles. "The others," Lynn managed through a cracked tongue and pounding headache. "Alive," he said, though it sounded strained. "Jenk." He glanced at her as he supported her, his skin burning like the blade that still glowed at his hip. "What happened?" "We were lucky," he said, and then, to her continued staring, "I don't know what they are, but there was a sentinel." "I fought one," Lynn said, stopping and standing still. Jenk looked stunned. "How did you survive?" "Luck." And she knew it to be the truth. Laren was distracted. He looked at the ground. He killed it, but it did something to him, left him screaming in the dirt. "It seems we picked the wrong time to leave the lake," Lynn said, but Jenk shook his head. "Maybe it was the perfect time, Veron. The dark months are ending. The world apart is too far for chance to send a force like that through. Someone sent those shadows for us, and they came from the north." They came to a trench between boulders, the trees silent around them as Boss stood vigil. Kaya clenched a piece of leather between her teeth as Nathan worked over her foot. A spear rested in the crevice, and below it, Laren Holspar breathed shallow and slow. She supposed it could have been worse. Chapter 12. The Waking Fire. Kole Reyna was strong, but all the strength in the world counted for less than nothing here, in the swirling, burning darkness. At first, he felt the pain. It was constant and unbearable, a pain that threatened to consume him. But slowly, surely, it ebbed away, and the other had made its presence known. It was not so much a voice as a series of impressions that filled his head, but he knew them to be the work of the sentinel. It showed him things. There were men falling in the rain, cut down by shadows. As they fell, some rose again, red-eyed captains bidding them to find homes for their blades in the hearts of their former brothers. He saw hearths surrounded, bugles blowing their death knells. There was a mass like ants climbing the walls, piling one atop the other in a leaning tower that bent sickly in the driving wind and rain. A solitary figure climbed to the top, dodging the spears of the defenders or burning them away. The figure stepped over the crenellated walls easily, and the embers of hearth fell to one of their own. It was his own face Kole saw, laughing amidst the flames. It was then that he remembered himself. He pushed back, and the other was revealed in his mind's eye, the same black contours, shining red eyes, and gaping maw. Kole remembered fighting it beneath the roots of the blackwoods. He remembered the way its eyes had glowed, and its maw had stretched in a silent scream of agony as it had writhed and died in his flames. At that remembrance, it raged, spit, hissed, and died all over again, expelled like a cleansing flood. For a time after, the space between waking and sleep was a gulf of endless depth. When he did wake, he brought only half of his senses, but they were enough to recognize his father and Iana watching over him. Kole fell into dreaming, and one was as vivid as a story from the past replayed. He saw himself as a boy. It was a cold, overcast day, and he was stripped to the waist. He heard the calling of lake gulls and felt his mother's eyes on his back. Ahead, just above the dark line where the slow waves lapped at the shore, Turen stood next to a great brazier, his face stern as stone. There were rows of Ember folk, his people, lining the road to either side of him. Their faces became a blur at the borders of his attention. Behind the brazier, Nineveh, Dora, and the other elders watched him stoically, but he could feel their hope burning hot, their fear cold kernels of ice. In the years that followed, Jank Ganmir and later Kaya Faral would make the same walk, but Kole was the first. They did not know he would be the first of the last. He wondered if they still would have sung their songs if they had. It was the last good dream on the edge of nightmare, for the dark kind had yet to encroach on their peaceful valley.
Your hand, Reyna.
Kole looked up into the face of the first keeper. He was not frightened of him like the other children were, so he examined him calmly, catching the glowing brazier beside him. He was afraid of that. The stone thrummed with life. Motes of red flame floated out of the narrow slit, stinging his face as they passed. Kole raised his palm and studied it, committing the lines to memory, and then he offered it to the flames without further hesitation. There was a collective gasp, and even the lake seemed to inhale, dragging the next swell further in anticipation. He could feel the heat and even the pain, but in place of a desire to be free, his body sought to drink it in, and the flames responded eagerly. When Kole removed his hand, he brought the flame with it, curling and uncurling his fingers and making the fire dance. Before he woke, Kole saw the boy he had been walk along the pathways he had known all his life, only he did so carrying a small fire that was the heart of his people, their past and future dancing in his palm. The only face he remembered was his mother's. Kole Reyna began the chant that followed him into waking. "LandKist," he said. "Ember," they answered. and on it went. Kole woke and found that he was alone. He enjoyed his first true feeling of clarity in what felt like a month, and listened to the sound of the rain as it pattered on the open sill. The muffled talk of the guards flitted up from outside. There must have been a break in the clouds as a soft beam of sunlight streamed in, and he parted the covers to soak it up with his bare feet, sighing as the energy flowed into him. Slowly, achingly, he stood, and it was then that Iana announced her presence with the sound of shattering porcelain. He turned and saw her standing on the hardwood in the doorway, her silver hair bound back in a tail. She ran to him, and they embraced. Iana's shoulders did not shake, but she left damp imprints in his shirt nonetheless. "Kole," she said through tight lips, bright green eyes boring into him as they separated. Those eyes went along with the gifts of the Fakin, and they could simultaneously entrance, placate, and unnerve. It would stand to reason that Kole would be used to their effect by now. He was not. "What news?" he asked, fighting to keep his voice level. Half-remembered nightmares and the leering face of the sentinel reared up in his mind. She hesitated. "You are back with us," she said, sighing. "That is good." "If that's the best we have going, I'm not sure I'll like the rest." She eyed him steadily, lips pursed. "You're not the only one who's felt a need to take a stroll through the woods these last days," she said, accusation barely masked. Cole's heart nearly stopped. "Where is Lynn?" "Everyone's got it in their minds to save our world," she said, perhaps a little more biting than she intended. "My sister is the latest. She's gone north to find one sage or slay another, and she happened to take most of our best warriors with her." Kole swayed unsteadily, and Iana's empathetic side took over. "I think you might like some air," she said, guiding him by the hand with a grip that was soft and firm. "Yes," he said, thoughts reeling. They stopped at the kennels first to check on Shifa. The hound had improved much more quickly than Kole had. Nothing but a hairless patch at one corner of her mouth betrayed her involvement with his flight and ensuing fight. From there, they turned south, moving along East Lake toward the shore, the threat of storm rumbling in the distance as the rain misted down. As they walked, Iana filled him in on all he had missed. The dark kind had attacked a final time while he writhed in his tower, but they had been thrown back without much effort. Not long after, word had come from Hearth's runners that the northern city was encircled by an army the likes of which the valley had never before seen. Karine had been dispatched to get a closer look. Turen was unwilling to send martial aid without knowing the lay of the lands around Last Lake first. Lynn's departure likely played no small part in that decision. They stopped at the docks, and Kole sat on the edge, dipping his bare feet in the water with a pleasant hiss. He knew Iana's infinite patience had stretched farther than it had any right to. He had to speak with Nineveh, Do-Ra, and Turen before long. But for now, they enjoyed the salt breeze and watched the sun dip behind the black ridges as the dark clouds overhead claimed the sky. "Did she say anything?" Kole asked. "Before she left?" "No," Iana said, "though I should have seen it coming. Lynn has been quiet lately. More than usual, I mean." Kole opened his mouth to speak, but closed it, the words half-formed. Iana took up the thread anyway, unaware or unconcerned that Kole had not consciously expressed them. "I know better than to tell you not to blame yourself," she said.
You know my sister. You know her better than I do, and you know her better than you know me."
Kole looked at Iana. There was no accusation in her tone, just a firmness of belief, a statement of things that were.
"What is she trying to do, Kole?"
He swallowed. "I think she took my words in the long hall to heart," he said, looking back down at the water, which fizzed around his ankles. "Lynn has always believed in the power of the White Crest. More than that, she's believed in his goodness. She thinks he's alive, and
she thinks he's alive because you told her so, because you told all of us what you knew to be true."
Kole merely looked at her, trying not to flinch under that green stare.
"Well," she asked, "do you know it to be true?"
"I know what I've seen. I know what I feel."
"And what of the Eastern Dark?" she asked, challenging. "What of our true enemy?"
"A sage, just like all the rest," Kole said, voice level. "If he has truly returned, we need to fight him on our own. The White Crest, if he lives, will be no help to us."
"And you think we can defeat him when another sage cannot?"
"I do not pretend to know what one sage or another is capable of," Kole said, "but I know what the LandKist can do, especially those in this valley."
"The Embers, you mean?"
Iana said.
"You."
"Your powers are for mending, Iana. Mine are for something much different."
"Guarding."
"Burning." There was no arguing with his tone, so Iana did not. They both looked out on the water for a spell. "I'll find her, Iana," Kole said after a time.
"I don't think it makes much difference either way. She has 3 Embers with her, Laren Holspar among them, and Bas Taldi. She's in good company."
Kole did not look convinced. He did not feel convinced. That black face leered up out of memory, and he pushed it back down. Dusk fell on a whim, and the wind picked up, driving the rain until it had soaked them through. Kole stood and pulled Iana up next to him, the rain steaming off of him in lazy currents. They walked back toward the shore in silence, watching the fishermen tacking their tarps and stowing their gear. None would venture out onto the water with the skies turning. There were many Ember folk at Last Lake, but the folk were a family, tight-knit and protective of their own. As Kole and Iana walked streets both dirt and cobble, passers-by greeted them warmly.
"Seeing is an entirely separate thing from hearing," Iana said, after one of the elders nearly swooned upon spotting Kole. "They knew you were on the road to recovery, but apparently the words of the lake's healers, even a fakin like me, are worth little."
She smirked as she said it, and Kole regarded her with a serious expression. He stopped dead and turned her toward him. "Thank you," he said, eyes shining. Iana smiled, and then the smile dropped, turning to something wrenching and afraid. She nodded and continued on, Kole following after as they traveled the winding roads of Eastlake. "You know," he said sometime later, "I used to fear the rain, after the fire awoke." Iana looked curious. She touched Kole's arm, which was bare, the droplets sizzling as they made contact. "I sometimes wonder if the rain for us feels like burning to you," he said.
"I don't think you'd be out in it, if that were the case."
Iana laughed. "No," Kole said, smiling absently. "But I do forget what it feels like to burn." Again, the image of the sentinel's face was called up, and again he watched it burn away in a torrent of hellfire he had summoned. They crested the rise, and the crooked, ramshackle tower of the Fey Mother loomed. The blue roof tiles were faded from a mixture of salt and wind, the green paint on the shingles peeling. Some thought it a gaudy, misshapen thing, but to Kole it oozed warmth and called back to images of what sages and wizards were supposed to be. "We are both LandKist, Iana," Kole said as they neared the porch. "But you were blessed by the valley, the moss along the streams. You're a mender, not a killer. You see things in others they cannot." "Kole," she started, but he stopped before the first step and turned to her. "My blood is a hot river," he said. "It could run through rock and stone because it comes from the deep deserts. I have always found it difficult to control, more difficult than the others." "Kaya always had trouble," Iana offered. "There's something in me that's not in her," Kole said. He thought that Iana wanted to say, "I know," but she didn't. "What is it, Kole?" she asked, concerned. "What happened out there in the woods?" "I followed a dream. It carried the face of a demon, and one that looked an awful lot like the sentinels from the deserts Nineveh spoke about." "And you killed it?" "I burned it until there was nothing left," Kole said. He felt the thrill all over again, which was quickly supplanted by the shame at having felt it. It was a power unlike anything I've ever felt. It was freeing, and it was frightening. They stood under the awning, and Kole held his hand out, palm up under the sloshing gutter. At first, there was the mild hiss that always resulted from a meeting between water and an ember's skin, and then his muscles bunched, and he coaxed out a kernel of the thrill he had felt before. The sound morphed from a soft hiss to a steady rattle like summer insects. Then, as the steam curled thick as a gauntlet, it was a sound like a pit of vipers. "Something in me woke out there in the trees. I don't think it's going back to sleep." He did not look at the face Iana made. He did not want to. The first thing Kole noted upon entering Nineveh's tower was the monstrous everwood blade that leaned against the doorframe. It was almost as tall as Iana, and only one man could wield it. "Looks like the Fey Mother already has company," Iana said. It was difficult to tell where observation ended and mind-reading began with her. "Dark times," was all Kole said in reply. His skin had dried completely by the time he had pushed the pine door shut. "Ironic," Iana said, "that such times should hit as we're entering the bright days." A shadow passed over Kole's face, and Iana touched the red scar on his cheek where Lynn's arrow had slashed him. "I think you're trying a bit too hard to grow into that scar, Kole Reyna," she said, somewhere between scolding and sincere. Kole tried to smile, but they both looked up as the floorboards creaked overhead, a gruff and muffled voice filtering down from the dusty rafters. They moved through the entryway and came to the foot of the stairs. There, a matronly voice cut over the first. "Shall we?" Iana asked tentatively. "All valley roads lead to Nineveh," Kole said with a sigh and a shrug. "Damn whatever the merchants in Hearth say." Iana shivered beside him. "What's the matter?" he asked, laying a warm hand on her shoulder. "What you just said, about roads and Nineveh. I caught an impression from it. And I'm guessing it wasn't an overly positive one." She hesitated. "I only hope you know what you're doing," she said, green eyes flashing like emeralds. Kole smiled, even as his stomach churned. He started up the stairs, and she followed after. The voices had already quieted as the creaking stairwell announced their presence, but Kole still rapped on the oak at the top.
"Come in, Reyna,"
Nineveh said curtly, as if annoyed he had bothered knocking. The scent of burning sage and citrus assailed their nostrils upon entering. Nineveh raised her brows at the face he made, stood and moved to open the screen to the balcony, admitting a bit of the wind and rain in, something that had the already dour-looking first keeper frowning. Turen floundered as he remembered himself, standing to clap Kole on the shoulder and to share an embrace with Iana.
"Good to see you on your feet, boy,"
Turen said, the red in his cheeks turning rosy in good humor.
"We can agree on that, if nothing else."
His laugh was forced as he looked at Nineveh. The Fey Mother was as tired as Kole had ever seen her, her usual warmth dulled.
"You've done good work, Iana Viran,"
she said, stepping forward to look Kole up and down appraisingly. Over the years and by close association, Kole had become somewhat used to the alien quality of Iana's eyes, but he could not say the same for her teacher. She was, after all, the oldest of the Ember folk of the valley, and the first to be LandKist by it. It stood to reason those eyes held more nuance and perhaps more potent gifts than any of them knew. The old woman flashed him a knowing smile, and he returned a weaker one.
"Feeling sprite and spry after your jaunt through the woods?"
she asked, the joke stinging in more ways than one. Kole did not answer.
"Good,"
she said, taking her seat by the fire. She glanced at Turen, there was much in the look, and then turned those emeralds on Kole, waiting. Kole shifted uncomfortably.
"I'm ready to do what needs to be done,"
he said.
"And what, pray tell, needs to be done?"
"Well," Kole started, "I think we can all agree that whatever it is needs doing, it needs doing in the north. That's where it's all come from. We're just waiting to be buried down here." Turen crossed his arms and issued an unintelligible grunt, but made no move to speak. Nineveh only smiled a smile of victory.
"That settles that, then," she said. "Our esteemed first keeper here feels that we should shut ourselves off from the north and wait out the storm."
Turen bristled, but did not rise to the jab. "This is no storm," Kole said. "Not one of the world's making, anyway." All eyes turned to him. He did not elaborate, and they did not ask him to.
"Excuse my short manners, Reyna," Nineveh said, sounding genuine. "I'm sure Iana filled you in on the basics."
He nodded. "My dreams did the rest, though I hope the truth is not half as dark."
"Look out the window, Kole,"
Nineveh said.
"What do you think? If you told me the dark months were in full swing, I'd believe you if I didn't know it to be a lie. As for your dreams," she paused, smirking a bit despite the mood, "I think there may be a bit of the valley in that ember blood as well."
Turen cleared his throat, and Nineveh rolled her eyes.
"Then you know Laren Holspar, Jenk Ganmir, Kaya Farol, and some others you're distinctly familiar with have gone north," he said. "Do you know their intended purpose?"
"I'm guessing they intend to save us all," Kole said. "How they plan to do that, I don't know. But I could guess it has to do with finding one sage or killing another." Nineveh looked about to speak, but Turen broke in, his tone matching the sky outside.
"You count this as a good thing?"
he asked with mounting anger.
"An aimless quest by some of our best and brightest when their people need them here most of all."
He was speaking to Nineveh, But now his attention shifted to Kole.
You may be the most naturally gifted Ember we have, Reyna. And look what happened to you when you tangled with one of the Eastern Dark Sentinels. How many more do you suppose are out there?
Enough to overwhelm us if we let them continue to build their army, Kole said evenly. He looked to Nineveh. That is what they do, no? If these are the same sentinels you spoke of from the desert days, then they can turn our own against us. Nineveh nodded, but Turen was not done.
How did they not turn you?
Kole looked to Iana, who shuffled forward uncertainly. The First Keeper's mood seemed to calm a bit then, his face coloring now in shame more than anger. Nineveh poured herself a cup and bade the younger LandKist sit. They did. The Fey Mother's green eyes seemed to glow as she took Kole's measure, and he felt suddenly like a moth caught in her lantern's web. The part of him that felt his tricks of light to be marks of true power felt foolish when Nineveh brought her own power to bear. She held him in thrall, and Iana swayed from hip to hip, eyes opening and closing as the energy in the room changed.
You have had dreams, Reyna,
Nineveh said. Turen shifted away from her as quietly as he could.
I have as well, and I have traveled their roads and found their ends.
She looked at Turen and then back at Kole.
Hearth is besieged,
she said, and Kole's heart caught in his chest. He had seen it.
Turen has sent your father to learn the details, but there's the truth.
She paused.
Be that as it may, your path is to the north, the far north. It was intuition that saw me agree to your desire to make for the peaks, to learn what there was to learn. Perhaps Lyn Varan and the others have forced our hand in a positive light. I felt misgivings about sending you alone with nothing but your own heart to guide you.
I had plenty of reasons, Kole said, though speaking felt like swimming through molasses. He was unable to tear his eyes away from hers, and images from her mind flowed into his. He saw the dark clouds issuing like smoke above the peaks, and in a dark cloister of spurs he saw the hint of a red-tipped structure that suggested a dark keep.
Your reasons are not good enough, she said flatly. But now, with your friends out on the roads you were set to travel, that might change for the better.
Now Kole saw images of an entirely different bent, Lyn always at the center, and he did not know if these were of his own making or not. Iana seemed to share them, either feeding off of him or the Fey Mother. She shuddered at their potency.
The enemy you will face out there, she continued, the enemy you did face, and that your friends will face soon enough, is not the same as that we have battled since you were a boy.
I know.
No, Nineveh interrupted. You know a small piece. You came upon a single sentinel. There are more, and they have brought with them their corrupted. Even last night I saw things stirring in the untamed hills, great beasts being turned in the image of the Night Lords. I don't understand, Iana said. If the Eastern Dark has come for us, why does he not send the whole of the world apart? Why do it piecemeal? The world apart is a place of chaos, Nineveh said. I do not even think a sage is confident mining its stores. He sent true Night Lords, powerful generals, against his brother and our protector before you were born. I think the experience nearly killed him. Most of us thought it had. The sentinels are a virus, incredibly dangerous but not so powerful on their own to draw the notice of the other sages. The war he makes on us now is one meant to be made in private."
"It felt powerful enough," Kole said, shivering despite his warmth.
"Yes,"
Nineveh said.
"now you know what to expect. The corrupted will not be nearly as potent as their masters, but you need to avoid conflict where you can. You need to make for the peaks and find the source. It lies beneath a red roof, the one I have shown you."
"How?" Kole asked. "How do you know this?"
"I have seen it,"
Nineveh said, and even she looked to waver for a moment, her eyes glazing over. She cleared them and refocused.
"I do not pretend to have all the answers, Kole. I only know that we will not endure this flood unless we stop the source, and the source is nowhere near here."
"I want to know how Reyna has been having these dreams,"
Turen broke in. Nineveh's attention splintered, and something in the room went with it. Iana seemed to come back to herself. She stopped her swaying and blinked sharply.
"What you felt when the great ape looked into your eyes and you into his,"
Nineveh said, looking to Kole.
"Did you feel the same when the sentinel locked you in its gaze?"
Kole nodded. Nineveh turned her eyes back to Turen.
"We know that our king of Ember, together with the White Crest, attempted to bring down our enemy in the east," she said. "We know that he failed, but knowing how powerful he was, a LandKist capable of striking a bargain with one sage and challenging another, I can guess he made an impression."
Kole swallowed, feeling suddenly quite sick.
"You think he has designs on Kole in particular?"
Iana asked.
"What of Turen, or Leren, or the Embers of Hearth?" "I do not know,"
she said, and she looked to be telling the truth of it. It was a truth that bothered her greatly. Her eyes hardened.
"You have long felt that the valley was more poison than refuge, Kole. I do not know if that is the case, but given what I've seen lately and what comes against us now, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that we've been right where he wanted the whole time. I think it's time we showed him why we are not to be trifled with."
"And what of the White Crest?"
Turen asked.
"I don't know,"
Nineveh said.
"I awoke something in the between. In some way I think it may have been the catalyst for the darkness that assails us now, though it was always coming. But these are not weapons of his, no matter where you think his allegiance rests or rested."
She looked to Kole as she finished, and looked as if she wanted to say more. After a struggle, she did.
"I won't send anyone else on a fool's quest to find a guardian long since dead,"
she said, swallowing after the words had been said. And there it was, Kole's world come crashing down, and the apparent source sitting right before him. His mother had not struck out for the peaks those years ago of her own accord. Nineveh had played some part, however great or small. Kole felt his blood go hot, but he worked to cool it. He reminded himself what he remembered of his mother, and more so what others had told him since. She had been headstrong to a fault, making Lyn Veran look like a conformist by comparison. Any choice she made herself. Still, it was a bitter pill to swallow, but one that had no doubt taken courage for Nineveh to admit.
"I made a choice, Kole," she said. "A choice based on things I believed and on things I wanted to believe. Only take care that, whatever you find in the north, you do not make the same mistakes. It won't always be you who pays for it."
Nineveh swept her gaze to encompass all in the room.
"You are the children of the valley," she said,
eyes misting over.
"Even you, Kade."
Turen nodded with a blush.
"LandKist or not, the fire within our people has never burned brighter. I see now the folly of the King of Ember. It was fear that drove us out of the deserts, and it is fear that has kept us here."
She looked to Kole and Iana.
"You are children raised in a war against the dark," she said. "I am sorry for that, but it has prepared you to be the stewards of your own destiny and that of your people."
After a time, Kole looked up. "Perhaps if our noble heroes have charged themselves with saving the valley in my stead, I'll have to resign myself to saving them." Chapter 13. Anthill. Hearth was built on the lone hill that rested on the great plains of the valley. White stones jutted up from the dark soil to form a patchwork with the green grass and silver-blue streams that snaked through it. The biggest stone of all rose up in a sheer cliff and formed most of the northern section of the city's walls, the rest having been built out from it. The rivermen had taken to calling it Anthill soon after the first conflicts. For a long time, the Ember folk had assumed the name derived from the settlement's physical structure. The streets rose onto a great crest before dipping back down into the red bowl at the center, which formed the valley's main market. All in all, it was an easy comparison to make, but that was not the reason for the name. Instead, they had named Hearth so after its inhabitants. Though smaller and seemingly weaker than the great warriors along the fork, the Ember folk were akin to a swarm when agitated. The rivermen had learned that lesson hard. Talmir Carew used to despise the name and all it represented. Now, having risen in Hearth's ranks from courier all the way to captain and commander, he thought it fit. He thought of Hearth as a nest, one to be defended and one that should not be kicked lightly. With the backing of Hearth's 3 Ember keepers, Talmir had the white walls and the adjoining cliffs manned, braziers lit and oil stocked and boiling, before the first line of dark men began scrabbling up the white rocks at the base. Garros Balshir, arguably the most powerful Ember in the valley, the folk of Last Lake being the arguers, took the front gate, while Misha Viga commanded the cliffs to the north, and Kreath Mitan stood with Talmir along the south bend.
"These are not dark kind,"
Kreath said, shaking Talmir from his private reverie. "No," Talmir said, clearing his throat, "but the flames still put a scare in them nonetheless." Kreath nodded, peering over the walls at the thick line of blackened char at the base. It should have made Talmir feel better that these dark men could no more readily threaten his walls than the formless creatures of nightmare that harried them throughout the dark months. But then he caught sight of that red-eyed commander, gaze unwavering across the field, and his surety evaporated. "I want an arrow through that one's skull." Kreath, ever the literal one, sighted the distant figure through the gloom, but shook his head as he lowered his bow. "I don't understand," Talmir said.
"What?"
"Any of this." He turned to Kreath, whose eyes were the burnt orange of sunset. "Before word came up from the lake last week, you were the only one in the valley who had slain a Night Lord," Talmir said.
"I was also the only one to come upon one. Besides, those tales are exaggerated. I don't know what I fought.
It is dark in the deep lands, and dark things wander there. Kreath considered the captain curiously. Why do you bring this up?
I remember you saying the thing that struck you most about it was the eyes, Talmir said, and a shadow passed over Kreath's already swarthy features.
Red like rubies, the Ember said, or blood. But it was not the color, Captain. It was how they moved, the way they considered. They were not the eyes of a beast, and they watched after the deed had been done.
At the time you believed them to belong to another, Talmir said, and Kreath nodded, looking across the field toward the distant commander who stood unmoving in the drizzle. The tales from the desert claimed that the Eastern Dark unleashed greater powers from the world apart, Night Lords and Sentinels, the latter of which could turn their victims. What's come against us now has nothing to do with the dark months or rifts between worlds. This army was sent, and I think we know who sent it.
He lives, Kreath said, as if it had never been in doubt.
Did the runners go out?
Talmir asked, changing the subject.
To lake and river, Kreath said. They took the path beneath the cliffs.
If a force this large is already at the fields, I hate to think how our friends at the fork have fared.
Or the scattered villages, Kreath put in. Perhaps the Fae managed to divert them.
Most of the villages are in the woods to the far west, Talmir said. Hopefully none besides that foolish old man and his daughter were out on the road so early in the season.
The sickening thought that the army scraping at the base of their walls could be their own threatened bile.
Have any of your men got a close look at them?
They appear to be foreigners,
Kreath said, answering the unspoken question. There was a lull in the conversation that matched the slow press of the army, which had sent one wave to be doused in oil and flame, the next now milling about just out of bowshot. Talmir used the silence to take stock of his soldiers. He did not look at them, meeting eyes and sharing nods. Instead, he listened. There were light conversations among pairs, triples, and small groups. The subject could be easily guessed at, but it was the tone Talmir was after, and he sensed no panic therein. That was good. He heard Garros's booming voice echo down from the main gate, and even thought he heard the higher-pitched shouts of Vagar carrying on the wind down from the white cliffs. Still, Talmir was a realist. Some would label him a pessimist, and the fact that the army arrayed before them had affected the watchful hunger of jackals had him concerned. They were not reckless like the usual dark kind. They were mindless, but there was a mind behind them.
I think I'll go relieve myself before these man-beasts give it another go, Talmir said. Think they'll give it another go?
The question was rhetorical. Of course they would, but Kreath shared his slow nod regardless. Just as Talmir was cresting the top of the stairs, the blaring sound of horns nearly knocked the piss out of him then and there. He caught himself, spun, and rushed back to his place. The air was already buzzing with Kreath's building heat, his brazier glowing as the ember drank its contents in through his palm.
"What is it?"
Talmir asked, his eyes straining in the dusk. Or was it morning? The storm clouds had redoubled, making the passage of the low sun difficult to judge.
"My eyes are not as sharp as yours."
"You are younger than I, Talmir Karoo," the Ember said. "Look beyond your red man. Look to the trees."
Talmir did, and though his eyes told him otherwise, what he saw he did not quite believe. It started as a vibration that shook the canopy like the surface of a lake. The dark green foliage became a blur of motion, branch and trunk joining leaf in the foreboding dance. He heard cracks split the sky, but saw no streaks of light to mark the thunder. There were sounds of great things moving in the forest. They may not have gone after the villages or the Fae, Talmir said, realization dawning. But there are some big things hiding in the untamed hills.
Let us hope they are all equally flammable, Kreath said, looking much more like predator than prey in that moment. And when Talmir saw the first of the beasts break from the trees, he was glad he had a few of his own along the wall. There were only a handful, but they ranged from bear-like to serpentine, and they were very, very large, an affectation of the Night Lords that had challenged the White Crest in the passes a generation ago, if not the real thing. "You take the call here," Talmir said. His tone was even, no hint of the nerves writhing just beneath the surface. Talmir moved along the wall, the soldiers parting to let him pass. The mood had changed, but he knew they would stand and fight no matter the circumstances. The valley that was supposed to be their refuge had become something else entire. As a result, it was often the youngest among his men and women that displayed the most grit. It was a sad truth, but one he welcomed now. Questions spun in his mind, and no matter the form they took, the core was the same, tying them to a single word that echoed like a lone piece of sanity in a world gone mad. Why? No matter the answer, the question remained. The dark was here, and it had to be stopped. Talmir had done it before. He and his Embers and the men and women they led, all had played as large a role in stopping the extinction of their people as the Great White Walls themselves. Still, some part of him knew this time was different, that this was not just an attack, but a mission whose purpose was singular. Talmir skirted the edge of the battlements as he walked, dodging archers and couriers alike. Once he nearly tripped and took the 2-story drop into the courtyard below. This caused him to break a rule he usually kept to, and that was not to look at the yolk in the nest he protected. But he saw faces young and old drawn tight with worry. They stood in the streets and milled in the doorways, caught between tasks as the horn sounded once again. They were looking at him. "Karu, what are you doing this close to my gate?"
A great shadow passed over Talmir, only this one leaked warmth in place of terror. Garros Balshir's stern features broke into an easy smile as he pulled the captain away from the edge. "Thought the folk down here could use a real commander," Talmir said, earning a punch on the shoulder that promised to bruise despite the armor he wore.
"Wonder where these things have come from," Garros said as they stared out over the oncoming horde. "Does it matter?" Talmir asked bitterly. Garros looked at him for a spell and then laughed full-bellied. He took to shouting his orders, and the men and women around him shaped up, faces hardening. There had been a time not so long ago when Garros's mocking demeanor had been genuine. The first keeper did not like being led by an upstart, especially one that was not LandKist. Somewhere along the way, that had changed. It was subtle enough that it had taken years for Talmir to notice, and even longer before he registered how much it mattered to him. "The situation," Talmir said, and Garros made a great show of clearing his throat. The display sent ripples of stifled laughter throughout the assembled soldiers. It was the way Garros led, and Talmir had long ago stopped interfering. "My lads and I've got this gate covered," he said. "Literally, actually. There's enough pitch in the gap there to fry the whole army if they make for it. As for the cliffs, Vagan Hermandakan have it. Not many of the critters hanging around the north. No way in that they can see. so the White Guard have sent most of their own south along the bend to bolster our ranks. I assume the Straight Man has the South Bend?"
He looked to Talmir, who nodded.
"Splendid."
"It will have to do."
"It always does,"
Garros boomed, and Talmir saw the young soldiers, some of the boys too young to shave, the girls too young to have been kissed, glancing at the powerful Ember from beneath lidded helms. They searched for a source of strength, though they were all killers in their own right.
"I want all 3 Embers at their braziers at all times."
"Radius formation, eh?"
"Yes."
"That leaves you to cover the gaps,"
Garros said, trying to keep the doubt from showing in his tone. Talmir smirked, loosening his father's sword in its scabbard. He turned away from Garros and made for the gap between the first and second keepers along the south bend. Kreath would stay by his post, he knew, but he knew just as well that Garros would abandon his if it meant saving the lives of his soldiers. Garros's brazier had not been giving off much heat, which meant the lion's share was already coursing through the Ember's veins. Talmir almost felt sorry for whichever of the great beasts made for the gate.
"Captain!"
Talmir spun. He saw Garros standing on the edge of the gate, hands braced on the parapets. A banner woman was pointing to the southwest, where the Titans approached at a run. Abominations and approximations of ape, boar, and bear rushed forward, pounding the earth and sending the white stones in the fields flying like hailstones, glowing eyes throwing red trails. The shadows at their feet lurched forward and broke into a trot that soon became a sprint, and a hush descended on the assembled soldiers. "Fires!" Talmir screamed, iron in his voice. "Light and let fly!" And the arrows lit the sky like tiny comets streaking beneath black clouds. None here had been born in the heart of the windswept deserts of the north. None here had felt the sand sting their eyes and backs, the elements lashing like whips against hides tough as horned runners. These were valley children, soft and green, but there was fire in their blood, and it shined brightest when things from the night approached. Swords and spears raised, strings pulled taut on bows, banners slapped in the violent winds, and a single clear note rang out from the heart of the valley, from Hearth. It was a note that rose on the beating of stubborn wills. The black swarm slammed into the walls with a savage force that told Talmir all he needed to know. There would be no retreating into the night this time, no hiding from the dawn. The dark army broke upon his walls like a wave with white-capped foam. The shadows scrambled up the uneven face, hands hooked like claws, pulling themselves up only to be flung back to the burning ground below. Talmir saw the giant ape-like beast break off from the rest, thundering toward Kreath on the south bend. The captain took off at a run, jumping over clattering shields and feeling the blistering heat of Garros's spinning staff even as he fled its arc. He pulled up, skidding to a halt in sight of Kreath Mitan, who stood glowing like a firefly before a dark and wrathful god. Chapter 14. The Cave. How is he? How do you think? How will he be? How should I know?
Who would but you?
I wasn't speaking to you.
Speaking loud enough for us all.
Boss rumbled the last from his place beside the fire. He poked absently at the dying embers with a charred stick, simmering and unsure, as they all were. Nathan frowned, but otherwise made no response, other than to withdraw from his place beside Lynn and climb into his bedroll in the corner of the cave. Lynn felt a pang as she watched him go, but had to admit she did not mind the reprieve. How was she supposed to know? What was she supposed to do about it? But then, hadn't this whole endeavor been her idea? They were out here because of her. Laren Holspar was out here because of her. Lynn peered through the hazy glow of firelight to the form laid at the back of the cave. She saw the telltale rise and fall that signaled life, but even those breaths were slow and labored. Laren had not appeared in tremendous spirits when she had first rejoined the group following her own battle on the trail, but his condition had deteriorated rapidly. Much like Kole, the Ember bore few visible marks from his tangle with the Sentinel, but it had done its work in other ways. Lynn had been lucky. Iyanna and Nineveh were nowhere close, and it appeared none of the Fae had a mind to lend their healers, even had they been watching from the trees. The second keeper's ailing condition had done more damage than she ever could have imagined to the group's morale. Lynn could not say she blamed them. In truth, she was probably the most disconcerted of the lot, other than Kaya Faral, whose leg was in a bad way. They had one Ember left standing, and though Lynn had certainly had her troubles with Jenk in the past, she found herself looking to him for guidance as often as he looked to her. So far, the extent of their leadership had been finding them a deep cave in which to wait out the storm, perhaps to bury their dead. She tried to shake the image, but it would not quit. Kaya was scrunched up against the opposite wall with her head resting on Jenk's shoulder. Her leg was set in a splint Nathan had fashioned, and Boss had carried her most of the way here, half a day north of Hearth. When Laren had collapsed for the third time, he did not get up, and they had been holed up in this dank cavern ever since. Try as she might, Lynn could not entirely keep from placing some blame on Kaya for Laren's plight. After all, she had not minded her footing, and it had cost them an Ember in the fight. To protect her, the second keeper had been forced to sacrifice his notorious footwork in order to fend off the shadows that made for her like jackals at a wounded bird. They had first made camp along the banks of the Northwest River, which joined up with the Fork and Boss's people further east. There, they were set upon for the second time. Lynn had spotted them first, black specks that must have caught their scent on the breeze. There were no sentinels among them, but they were dangerous nonetheless. Boss and Jenk had done most of the killing, while Lynn and Nathan assisted the injured Embers from the fray. Lynn was sorely missing her bow, but it would be knife work from here on out. Knife work against the eastern dark. She supposed she had better turn her hoping to praying that the White Crest was alive. Len let a small laugh loose despite the circumstances, earning a glare from Kaya, a curious look from Jenk, and something in between from Boss. For the first few hours spent in the cave, they had jumped at every shadow, all of them but Boss. The riverman had replaced his former enthusiasm for their trek with something more dour, but he was not afraid. Without his strength, they would not have made it this far. Lynn hoped they could count on it to get them a bit farther. Jenk might not be badly injured like their other Embers, but without a roaring fire to replenish his stores, he was running on fumes. Whatever work he might be able to do with his blade, she doubted if it would compare to the fight on the road. Lynn looked at Nathan as he curled up against the side of the cave. He was strong and hearty, but younger even than Kaya by half a decade. She felt sorry for how short she had been with him and considered going to him, but the rhythmic hiss of steam rising from his mouth told her he had found sleep where the others could not. Another crack of lightning illuminated the sheets of pouring rain outside and set Lynn's head to buzzing as it collided with the rocky hillock above. Laren coughed and murmured in his sleep. He sounded in pain, and it reminded her of Kole in his tower. She had visited shortly before setting out, but could not bring herself to stay long. Iana had cast her a strange look at that, but it could not be helped. Any further delay, and Lynn might have lost her nerve. That, or her too perceptive sister, would have guessed the game. Of course, things being as they were, that might have been the best outcome for all involved. Ahem. Lynn was so lost in her own thoughts that she had not noticed Cenk's shadow. He wore his customary smile as he sat next to her, but it masked an obvious worry. The gash on his brow seemed to be healing nicely, and the rain had washed the blood from his sandy hair. Cenk shared a conspiratorial sigh as the two observed the silence of their heroic abode. And then the Ember croaked his own small laugh that cut the silence like a knife, jagged and crass. She understood completely, even if Kaya grimaced in her sleep. "Enjoying the life of a traveling hero?" Cenk whispered. "That's ever been your role, Ganmir," she said, elbowing him in the ribs. "Something you always wanted." He gave her a strange look, but she shook her head. "Don't deny it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that complex has followed you ever since you lit your first blade. Before that, you'd practice your rally cries to the mice in the meadow." "You and Kole could be quiet when you wanted." "Very." Cenk was silent for a moment, and Lynn felt another pang for having offended him. He laughed again, this one a little louder. She felt lighter because of it. "I guess we all played those games to some degree," he said. "Back when we could afford to. Back when there was such a thing as playing." Lynn's face darkened, though Cenk could not see it as the flames flickered and came close to dying. Her parents had been among the first to encounter the dark kind in the valley. It had not gone well for them. It had not gone well for many that first year. It was strange, but the distinction between LandKist and not had never mattered so much and so little at once. Everyone who could lift blade, bow, or bucket became of value against the night, but the Embers took their preferred place as the true heroes of their folk. Cenk, along with Kaya and Kole, was among the last known Embers born in the world. It was no small wonder he had grown up with some piece of destiny in mind. "Feeling any better?" "Pain has given way to exhaustion," Lynn said with a smirk. "I didn't love the former, but I'm not thrilled with the latter. How are you?" Cenk opened his hands. She hadn't noticed before, but he had them clasped together. When they opened, she felt the warmth touch her face as the pile of burning coals tumbled over each other. No matter how often she saw the Embers fight, it was still amazing for her to see the little ways in which they communed with the fire. It was a part of them. "Will that be enough to keep you going?" Cenk closed his hands and leaned back, closing his eyes. "A brazier would be ideal, but beggars cannot be choosers. I'll do my part. I just hope we can find a place in the mountains to get a real blaze going, away from those things." "Might be more dangerous eyes up there." "True enough. But then an ember with a full blaze is no picnic either. If it comes to that, they can try their luck." Lynn did not know if he truly believed it, but the words were comforting nonetheless. "I tried to share heat with Laren," the Ember said, glancing sidelong at the prone form at the back. "I burned him." As shocking as it was for Lynn to hear, the effect on Cenk was tenfold. For an Ember as powerful as Laren to be hurt by flames rather than restored by them, he had to be in a state far worse than she had imagined. "It was a brave thing you did," Cenk said, looking at her. "Going after that cart. I thought you were lost to us." Lynn looked away, Does Boss still want to turn east? She asked, changing the subject. The riverman had shifted to the back of the chamber, his footfalls impossibly soft for one as large as he. Some trick of the rock blade, no doubt. I think. But you don't think we should? We don't know where these corrupted are coming from. Could be the fork. Could be from the lands beyond. The ones in the woods didn't look like rivermen. No, Jenk allowed, but they were heading to Hearth. How many do you think there are if they're heading for Hearth? The dark kind attack Hearth just as often as they attack the lake. This is different. This is an army, with sentinels and who knows what else. This is an army sent, an army controlled. Lynn observed Boss as he squatted over their fallen leader. His were a strange people to her. The rivermen refused to label their rock blade as LandKist, though they clearly were, choosing instead to mark them as having earned the title due to their deeds in battle. It was likely an attempt to sow a feeling of equality among their ranks, and also to nurture a fierce will among the rivermen not blessed by the earth. She found herself wondering where they had come from before the Ember folk found them in the passes a century ago. When the rivermen had been displaced from the canyons and trapped in the valley with them, the Fae had treated them as much like foreigners as her own people, though they had been neighbors for some time before. Knowing how Boss felt about the forest peoples, it was not hard to imagine his tribe avoiding the woods of the valley and keeping to their caves. But where had they come from before? She focused on Boss because she did not want to focus on the form beneath him, nor the spear leaning against the far wall, black blade, cold and wet. Flame is a poison, Jenk said next to her. Don't drink it yourself. Lynn regarded him. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. No matter the path we're on, he said, we're on it, and I mean to see it through. Lynn swallowed. Do you think he can help? She asked. If the White Crest is alive? I'm more concerned with the if, but yes, I do. Either way, we need to find the source. We need to find out where the sentinels are coming from, and we all know it's in the peaks or beyond. Why would he let this happen? Lynn asked, verbalizing what the Ember folk of the valley kept close and secret. I won't pretend to know the mind of a sage, Jenk said, a hint of bitterness in his tone. It was they who cast the world into the chaos it's in, them that drove us from the deserts. One of them, Lynn said, and Jenk shrugged. You're sounding like Kole. He chuckled. I suppose I am. A shadow stole over Lynn's face, and for a moment she feared the dark men had crawled into their cave undetected, until another flash of lightning illuminated Boss's hulking form. He was crouched before them, having moved from the back to the cave mouth in a silent blink. His eyes were peeled, one hand resting on the ground beneath him, fingers splayed in the mud. It looked like he was listening. Silently, Lynn and Jenk moved to flank him. Nathan was already up and moving, bow clutched in one hand. He moved in front of Lynn, and the four of them peered out into the driving rain, Kaya still sleeping soundly behind them. Jenk glanced at Lynn and nodded toward the trees across the way, but she shook her head and then held up a hand. She thought she could see movement, but it was difficult to distinguish branch from limb in the drizzle. Laren? The four of them whirled, shocked to see Laren standing over a startled Kaya, his face illuminated as the last embers faded in the pit. Hospa, Jenk said sharply, and the ember's head swiveled toward him with a jerking motion that gave Lynn the disturbing impression of an owl. She could not fully make out his eyes in the gloom, but she thought she caught a hint of ruby red in the black. Jenk? Kaya said, scrabbling back in the grip of fear, her palms working in the mud, heat going up around her as she panicked. Laren was working his fingers into fists, clenching and unclenching, his jaw working as he repeated something Lynn could not make out. "What's he saying?" she asked in horrified fascination as Boss tensed. "Run," Nathan said, and the night came alive behind them. It was a wonder Lynn was not killed immediately as the forest came in after them. If not for the shocking speed of Boss, she surely would have. He met the charge of the shadows with his great shield and greater chest, shattering one against the cavern wall and launching the other into the mud as he went. Jenk's sword ignited, throwing the whole scene into chaos as he advanced on Laren. Lynn ducked under a slashing arm and came up next to Nathan, knife in hand. He launched a shaft point blank into her attacker, and she took the next to the ground in a tackle, stabbing in a fury, thunder crashing with renewed gusto as she spilled out of the wide cave mouth and into the storm. But for the orange glow of Jenk's sword, the only light came in the form of intermittent lightning and the flashing moon it made of Boss's shield, which rose and fell, swept and punched as the riverman forged out ahead of her under a tangle of black limbs. It was impossible to tell how many assailed them, and the only intelligible sound above the din was Jenk's increasingly desperate voice as he tried to shout sense into Laren. Lynn realized her knife had done all the work it could. She was stabbing the mud now, so she stood on wavering legs and whirled toward the cave mouth. Laren loomed over Kaya, Everwood's spear held aloft to set the whole chamber awash in the amber glow. His face was lost in shadow, but Lynn thought she could see a wolf's grin. He took a step forward, and Jenk did likewise, lit blade angled while Nathan's bow twanged as he tried to keep the beasts from flanking Boss. The force of the embers' clash sent a shock wave of heat and flaming trails that had Lynn and Nathan diving to the mud. When Lynn got to her knees, she saw the thing that was no longer Laren forcing Jenk back with sweeping arcs, gouts of flame flashing every which way that had the younger Ember blinded. Laren forced Jenk to duck a vicious swipe, planted one heel in the mud, and spun, planting the other square into Jenk's chest and launching him out into the storm. Jenk came up spinning and slashing as the shadows fell on him. "Back!" Kaya screamed, grasping wildly. She snatched the butt of her staff and dragged it toward her, its ignition stealing what was left of the air in the narrow confines and making it impossible for Lynn to cross the threshold. All the while, Laren advanced, eyes glowing blood red and teeth bone white. "Viran!" Lynn spun to see Jenk being forced back under a surging press, his boots slipping in the slush. Dark forms lay smoldering at his feet, wounds still glowing. She brandished her knife and sped toward him, taking the first shadow in the neck, blood that seemed as black as the rest of it coursing out and making her hand slick. The second spun on her with a snarl, and Jenk cut it down in a glowing streak that had her seeing stars. A roar to her back drew Lynn's attention. Boss warred with a pack of them, each flailing form the riverman threw, replaced by another. One clung to his broad back, claws rending through leather like paper and scouring deep gouges. Boss sprinted toward the tree line and spun, hurling his back at an oak trunk with a crack that rivaled the storm's latest retort. "Boss!" Jenk was screaming, but the riverman was in a rage and beyond listening. "Viran, tell him to go to Kaya!" Lynn exhaled and charged into the driving rain. She came up in front of the panting rockblade, who now stood alone, waiting for the next pack to detach itself from the forest. He noted her presence and focused on her, pupils dilated, blood flowing from wounds that went from brow to neck.
"Jenk will hold them here, Taldi. Kaya needs you. Now!"
Even as she spoke, the Ember dashed in front of them and met the charge of the newest shadows. One went down under his fiery attack, and one of Nathan's shafts took the other in the chest, Lynn finishing it off as it writhed in the muck. Boss charged toward the cave mouth, and Lynn followed. A high-pitched scream echoed into the night, and a form hurtled past them. Nathan tumbled and rolled unceremoniously in the mud. Lynn spared a backward glance as she ran and took heart that the hunter was already trying to gain his feet. When she turned back, she nearly ran headlong into the wall formed by Boss's back. Lynn skittered to the side and froze. The cave was dimmer than it had been when the embers clashed, but fires ate hungrily at the cavern walls. Laren stood in the center of the cave, the twisted form of Kaya Faral beneath his boot. If he noted their presence, he made no move to show it, nor did he seem particularly distressed about the arrow sticking out of his shoulder, its feathers blackened and curled by the heat. His red eyes roved over the corpse of the young Ember at his feet like a lizard, her fair skin taking on a macabre glow. Some part of Lynn worked to reject the scene before her. It was the same part that had denied the death of her parents in those early dark days. But the rest of her, that which was fire-forged even if she lacked ember blood, let it all in and fanned the smoldering coals into a fresh blaze. Kaya Faral was dead. A demon had killed her just as it had killed Laren Holspar before her. And they had harbored it, wrapped it in covers, and brought it warmth and trust, offering themselves up as lambs to the slaughter. The sentinel before them wielded the heat of an ember, but it was no less cold than the black ghouls at her back. A similar sort of cold enveloped Lynn now. It numbed her. It was the feeling of steel shining in starlight, of being perched on an arrowhead. She was in a killing way.
"You must go."
Boss, in the grips of rage just moments before, now spoke with an eerie calm. The hawk's eyes of the corrupted Ember darted up and took them in, sized them up. "Go," he said again, more insistent this time. But Lynn's hands were closed into steely fists. She scanned the cave and noted Nathan's bow close at hand, his spent arrows strewn in the mud. She looked back, and her icy resolve shattered when the thing that bore Laren's face smiled at her, white teeth shining like a ghost. She heard a low growl and traced it to the deepest parts of Boss's chest. His boulder of a body tensed, blood flowing freely from his many wounds. The sentinel, seemingly amused, leaned its weight more fully onto Kaya's lifeless form, sending up an audible crunch that resounded off of the close walls and low ceiling. Lynn knew she would hear that sound in her dreams for the rest of her life. But the animal roar of Boss Taldi quickly rose to supplant it in the moment. The riverman charged, covering the distance between him and the sentinel in a leaping stride as Lynn dove for Nathan's bow. Sure-handed, she snatched it in a roll and came up with a feathered shaft, knocked. She cursed, heart pounding as she fought to train the missile onto Laren's lean form as it grappled with Boss. Even possessed of whatever supernatural strength it was, the sentinel was giving ground, white teeth gleaming as it fought for purchase, spear igniting and setting Boss's shield to glow as the weapons came together in a shower of sparks. Boss's shield protected him from the worst of the flames, but Lynn worried about that Everwood blade. The rock-blade were only impervious to weapons made of metal, one of the major reasons they had fallen in numbers against the LandKist among the Emberfolk generations before. Suddenly, the sentinel withdrew from the press, and Boss stumbled forward as the flaming spear slashed low, cutting deep into one thigh and sending the riverman stumbling. Lynn saw her opportunity and seized it, bowstring humming. The sentinel saw the shaft at the last moment, and Lynn was shot back out into the rain as the chamber erupted into an inferno. Nathan pulled her up, and she peered into the cave, seeing the sentinel and its spear silhouetted in the blaze. Her arrow had found its mark, but the missile had already burned up, the wound on Laren's chest now a smoldering scab. Those red eyes flashed her way, and her hands worked of their own accord as she fell to one knee. Arrows lanced into the cave, most batted aside from the whirling wall of flame put out by the Everwood spear, but several found their marks, and Lynn saw Boss's shield glowing white-hot as the riverman charged in from the back of the chamber. Boss was a roaring comet. He collided with the sentinel's shield first and slammed it into the wall, stone breaking off on the impact. The sentinel snarled and turned the flames on him, but the riverman would not be cowed. "Go!" Boss screamed as he brought the rim of his shield up to shatter the sentinel's nose. They battled in a pocket of hell, and just when Lynn thought Boss was caught dead to rights, he punched the wall of the cave itself, and the earth responded, sending a crumbling spur to pin Laren's foot in place. Now it was forced to stand and fight, and the spear sent a torrent of fire at the glowing shield, Boss growling behind it. "Go!" Nathan snatched her by the wrist, and they ran, the animal hisses of the shadow men mixing with the steady patter of rain. The brilliant light of Jenk's blade stood out in the woods. He had been forced away from them, and Lynn saw the fires dance slow, the yellow trails growing sluggish. They broke into the clearing, and Nathan was forced to fall to his back as Jenk's blade found new life, shooting toward him with deadly intent. "We need to go!" Lynn shouted over the storm as the branches clashed above them. Jenk was panting. His face was pale, skin hissing and sending up steam that mixed with the smoke emanating from the burned bodies at his feet. More shadows raced through the trees, timbers cracking and bending as they approached. The Ember nodded and ran in the opposite direction, Lynn and Nathan following the bouncing glow of his blade as they lost the moon to the clouds and canopy. Jank yelped as his blade was extinguished with a splash, but they could not slow, so Lynn let out a shout of her own as they broke through the brush and crashed into the fast-flowing swamp. They paddled, and Lynn lost sight and feel of the others. Her strength flagged, and that was when she realized how strong the pole was, dragging her unerringly forward. A great shelf of jagged stone loomed ahead, breaking from the canopy and standing vigil like a silent titan. She heard the screams ahead, and then the darkness took her in a rush as the mud beneath her boots gave way to open air. Chapter 15. Two Pair. The rain had relented, fading for the first time since they had set out. Occasional cracks of thunder still punctuated the sky to the north, but on the borders of Last Lake, all was quiet. Shifa splashed into the stream, lapping at the cold water before crossing to the opposite bank, and Kole followed. He held his boots in one hand and closed his eyes as his bare feet hissed upon contact with the flowing water. He felt the steam rise, tickling the hair on his shins, enjoying the battle his body fought with the cold for equilibrium. It was a battle he knew the water would eventually win. The hound barked, and he waded across with a sigh. Ty and Finn should be near. The fact that he could not hear them was only a testament to their uncanny wood lore. Normally, the forest would be teeming with game, with birds and beasts of every persuasion lending their voices to the canopy. But not now. Now it was as silent as it was during the deepest parts of the dark months. Kole found a moss-covered boulder and climbed it, settling at the top. He patted the spot next to him, and Shifa hopped up, her pack rattling as she did. Kole checked it, ensuring the pitched arrows were wrapped and secure before pulling the map out of a pocket in the leather. The twins claimed to know every inch of the southern valley. Kole did not doubt them, but Turen would not let them leave without the parchment, so he had taken it. The guilt at having left the lake still gnawed at him, but it was a distant thing when compared to the need that drove him on, the need to find Lyn, and the need to reach the peaks. Kole knew the defenses would hold. Turen had assured him, but there was no telling how long. If Hearth was besieged to the degree Nineveh said, then Last Lake would be next. As it turned out, he was not the only one feeling guilty. Kole had originally intended for Shifa to be his only companion, but the Kane siblings had insisted on accompanying him. Whether they felt more guilty for not having gone north with Lyn's group or for failing to tell the first keeper until it was too late to effect change, it was impossible to say. Being honest, Kole could not say he particularly enjoyed Finn's company, but the deeper they got into the woods, the more assured he felt that their presence could only be a good thing. Taken separately, Ty and Finn were two of the more formidable swords in the valley. Together, he doubted if anyone was up to the task. Though only Ty was LandKist, his sister had made it her singular drive to prove to the world that it had chosen wrongly. From what Kole had witnessed, she had a point. As he waited, Kole turned over his final conversation with Nineveh. The Fey Mother had been uncharacteristically intense, even nervous.
Even if you do not find the White Crest, and I pray you do not come across the Eastern Dark, your journey can still bear fruit, she had said. The red-topped keep lies in a cloister in the spurs. Whatever drives this darkness is in its bowels.
Was that not the White Crest's abode? Kole asked, skeptical.
Once, maybe. Either way, there could be power there, Kole. Power for the taking.
You would wield the tools of sages.
I would wield anything to save our people, Nineveh said harshly, unless it has the touch of the Eastern Dark. If so, purge it. But Kole,
she had looked earnest, younger even.
The White Crest was a being of wind and light. If any of his power remains, it would be a boon, not a curse.
Lyn Varan's face popped into his mind. He knew how she felt about the White Crest. He knew she was convinced he still lived. There was the guilt again. Did he know it? He felt it in his bones. He saw it when he closed his eyes at night. But did he know it? Or had he simply assigned his anger, his rage, to a being that had protected them simply because it had failed to protect his mother? Perhaps that rage had blinded him to the true threat, to the threat his people had fled the northern deserts to avoid. Kole did not hear their approach, but Shifa bristled beside him, issuing a low growl that quickly morphed into an excited bark. Finn greeted the hound at the base of the boulder, and Kole jumped down beside them. Ty emerged from a patch to the east a short time later. He seemed hesitant, but Kole had a difficult time reading the other Ember. Finn, however, mirrored his concern.
"What trouble?"
she asked.
"Nothing,"
Ty said, shaking his head slowly. "The woods are silent." "How far did you go?" Kole asked, and Finn nodded at her brother to continue. "Farther than I had planned. Even the trees seem fearful." "Nineveh said there was a great host before the walls of Hearth," Kole said. "That's where they all are." "Maybe," Ty said. "Maybe it's this cloud cover that's got the woods quiet." He looked up, and the others did as well. The canopy was dense, but sunlight should have filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Instead, there was only a lighter gray streaming in like moonlight through ash. "Do you think they tried for Hearth?" Finn asked. The twins stared at one another, concern evident. "If Lynn Veran thinks like I know she does, she went around," Kole said. "West would bring them to the pines and up toward the peaks from the woods. She would not have risked the mission by stopping at Hearth." "Who says she was in charge?" Finn challenged. "Laren Holspar is a powerful Ember," Kole said, "and an incredible warrior. But this is not his mission. They went around." Kole adjusted his blades and retied his boots before heading onto the northern trail, unwilling to let the twins further the argument. After a time, he heard their soft footfalls drifting through the trees to his left. They would follow, and he would hope that he was right. Chapter 16. Endurance. When Talmir awoke, he was in a suffocating darkness. For a panicky spell, he thought he was dead and raised again as a small part of the black ocean that assailed the walls of Hearth. He imagined the white walls as little more than an eggshell whose innards shook and quivered with each attack. He cursed himself a fool when he sat up and swept back the black curtains, memories half-formed but flooding back in a rush. His body ached, but he was largely unhurt. His mind felt stretched, and judging by the marks on the melted candles on the ledge of his chamber, he had rested long enough. It had not been Talmir's idea to take a respite with his city in such dire straits, but rather that of his 3 keepers and their lieutenants. They had repelled the Titans that had come against them from the west. 3 had been slain, and 1, the serpent, had not been seen since it had snaked its way into the tall grasses beneath the white cliffs. Relatively speaking, they had been safe when he took his leave. As he meandered down from the battlements, head swimming through the fog brought on by witnessing Kreath's short, tempestuous battle with the Night Lord, he had come upon Kole Reyna, first runner of Last Lake. The man had made it in before the first charge, and was now cut off from his own, with his own. Talmir had met him before, and though others held him in high regard, Garros Balshir chief among them, he had done little to distinguish himself in the captain's eyes. If ever that was wont to change, Talmir thought these might be the circumstances. Talmir rose as quickly as he dared, stooping to buckle on the sword and belt that he had dropped unceremoniously to the floor. His joints reminded him in no uncertain terms that he would never possess the supernatural endurance of the Embers. Then again, he was in much better condition than Kreath. The second keeper had acquitted himself well, putting all of his power into a single strike to the crown of the great beast's skull, but that had not saved him from its dying throes. He would be in the Red Bowl now, and Talmir hoped he would mend as quickly as LandKist usually did. The booms, claps, and clangs of battle echoed in the cold stairwell as Talmir took the steps 2 at a time into the guts of the barracks below. The sounds had become so constant over the last few days that one could mistake it for the steady drone of rain on clay and tile. The breeze dried his face and stuck the sleep sweat to his skin when he threw open the door to the mess hall. The shutters were blown open and the wind howled outside. Bone-weary men and women craned their heads and leaned up from their cots to glance his way. Some saluted. Most fell back into what sleep they could. A young mousy-haired lad stared at him from his place beside the fire. He was stirring a black cauldron of stew. Behind him, an old woman worked in a ledger, taking turns between scratching lines on parchment and candlewick. These men were on a timer that the captain was not, and he felt the familiar pang of guilt over it as he straightened and strode toward the street beyond. The air was an odd mix of fresh and peppery, the smells of pitch and flames stinging his nostrils. He breathed it in and exhaled a sigh of relief as he noted the walls still standing and still manned, Garros's great brazier glowing atop the gate. The twang of bowstrings mixed with the guttering of torches. Since the corrupted made no sounds but for the scrabbling of nails on stone, it looked from this angle as though his soldiers battled the storm itself, their flames having dried up all its water. "Captain Carew!" The shout came from closer than Talmir had expected. He put his head on a swivel but did not see the speaker until he felt a tug on his sleeve. A child no more than 10 looked up at him, dark features and even darker eyes peering through a face caked with smoke and resin. "You're a bit young to be a runner," Talmir said, and the child adopted a look so professionally perturbed he felt foolish for having said anything. He tousled the boy's hair, which only served to amplify his annoyance. "A joke, lad," he lied, and the boy's brows drew up. "I take it you were chosen for your sharp eyes and ears. What news to report?" "Captain Carew!" He restarted his address. "First Keeper Balshir has held the wall with no unto—" His features screwed up in confusion, swarthy cheeks going a deep red before the light went on. "With no untoward—" Talmir nodded encouragingly, waiting for him to continue, but the boy appeared finished. "No untoward—" "Happenings!" the boy shouted, remembering himself and pleased that he had. The rest of his address went more smoothly. Garros, together with Third Keeper Vaga and her partner Dakin Pier, had repelled 3 more salvos from the host. The corrupted had only gained the walls once and had been thrown down in short order. Although there were several wounded, there were no casualties to report. The calculations ran and resolved in Talmir's mind. He nodded stiffly and squatted to meet the boy at eye level. "You've done well," he said, smiling. The boy did not return it, only stared at him through those dutiful browns. "Now, I want you to take a message to First Keeper Balshir. Tell him I've gone to the bowl to check on Kreath, and that I will return to relieve him as soon as I'm able. He'll get a kick out of the second part." The boy nodded curtly and started toward the gate, but Talmir caught him by the crook of the arm. "After you've seen to that, I want you to make your way to the mess and have them fill you up with something hot. I'll not have one of my best operating on an empty stomach." The boy looked grave, deadly serious. He ran toward the sound of battle, and Talmir tried not to think on it. It struck Talmir as he walked quickly up the sloping cobbled streets of Hearth, how disparate the faces he passed under the awnings and milling behind the stained windows truly were. He saw the very old and the very young, but very few occupying the space between. Those were at the wall or under their feet. How far had his people come? Had it been worse in the deserts? They had been fighting the dark kind for a generation. Why, then, did this feel so different? If nothing else, Talmir knew the answer to the last question. Strange as it might seem, the dark kind were a force of nature, though they emanated from another world. Fighting them was akin to battling landslides, quakes, and even storms on the water. It was a fact of life. But this was different. What assailed them now harkened back to the worst stories from the northern deserts, when the eastern dark had opened the doors to the world apart a bit wider in an attempt to claim the Embers as his own. As far back as he could remember, this was the first time Talmir actually thought they could lose. He only hoped his people would live to tell this tale. The streets further in were choked with traffic. When the cobbles leveled out, Talmir turned to look back toward the white shell protecting his city and the small fires protecting it. He was struck by how small and fragile it looked from here, just as he was struck by the vastness of the roiling mass beyond its arc, like a black sea. He shook his head, turned and picked up his pace, the city transforming from the gray and burnt orange of stone and tile to a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors as he entered the Red Bowl. This was the city's central market and the driving force of all trade in the valley, from the lake to the fork and the forests beyond. Great sheets of blue and white silk dripped their colors, clashing with the bright reds and oranges of the canvases that sheltered the merchants and their wares. Today, the market was as busy as ever during the bright days, but for all the wrong reasons. In place of the usual vendors and carts, Talmir noticed makeshift sick tents. In the place of lavish carpets were great sheets of cloth and bedrolls, laid out and waiting for occupancy. Talmir pushed his way through the buzzing throng and drove to the center, where the tables and crates had been arranged to make alcoves and halls through which healers walked with their wounded. Candles flickered on benches and in sconces in the beams overhead, casting the scene in a ruddy glow. The canvas flapped at its zenith, the sound like death's wings, and Talmir felt suddenly very cold in the warm surroundings. He felt this way until he entered the alcove that had been reserved for his closest friend, and though Creath Mitan slept, the heat hit him like a wall. The Ember's bare chest festered with black and purple blotches where the Night Lord's barbs had struck home, but his breathing was steady. The flames in the nearby candles grew and shrank in time with his breast. A young-looking man stooped over the ember, his palms roving. He looked up when Talmir's shadow fell over him, and the captain noted the bright green that marked one of the Fakin striking in the gloom. His lot were rare among the Ember folk, though common among the Fae as the rock-blood were among the rivermen. In recent years, their births had far outstripped that of the Embers, something not lost on their peers, for better or worse. His condition? Talmir asked.
Stable. He asked to be woken when you came.
The green eyes flickered as he looked Talmir over, making it all too clear what he thought of Creath's request. "We are thankful for your gifts," Talmir said, sounding stiff and feeling wooden.
"Yes," the Fakin said, "though the embers do not respond as well to our touch. The fire burns out most wounds, but we assist where we can."
"Unfortunately," Talmir said, looking at Creath, "I think your gifts will be needed on many more before this is done. How many of you are there in the city?"
"Fakin? Perhaps a dozen, but only a select few have actually trained in the Eastern Valley under the Fae themselves."
"I see," Talmir said. "I trust you are one of them?" His look was answer enough. He bent back to his work, but paused.
"Captain," he said, hesitant.
"Yes?"
"Can we hold?"
"Precisely the question I'd like to ask,"
a reedy voice carried on the back of a cool blast as the tent flap was thrown open. Talmir sighed and turned. A diminutive man wrapped in gaudy blue with gold trim strode forward with a confidence that stood at odds with his stature. This could be owed to his company, a pair of tall, burly guards Talmir would much rather have seen atop the wall. Behind the trio was a modest gathering of entirely immodest men and women, bedecked in everything but steel. "Well?" the small man demanded, jewels jingling like the bell on a goat. Crayath groaned and shifted in his sleep, and Talmir patted the physician on the shoulder and left them, forcing the small retinue to follow him to the edge of the tent. As he walked, the captain counted in his mind, eyes closed. It would not do to throttle the merchant captain of Hearth in the midst of a siege. Perhaps later. That was reason enough to win. He forced a tight smile as he turned. The act was akin to chiseling solid marble with a stick. "Merchant Captain Yush," Talmir said, looking down at the man before sweeping his gaze to encompass the flanking guards and nobles, "and esteemed members of the Merchant Council." He affected the poorest imitation of a bow he could muster. It did the trick. "To what do I owe?" It was too much. "This," he finished without a shred of the forced humility he had intended to project. Yush Triaz had the beady eyes of a rodent, but he was a sharp one with a long memory. Talmir knew he factored a little too heavily into said memory, and he had likely just carved himself out another spot. To Yush's credit, he swallowed the slight best he could.
"How long, Captain Carew, do you expect this storm to last?"
he asked through gritted teeth. "As long as it takes, I would expect." Yush looked him up and down as the merchants flanking him fell into hushed deliberation.
"Where have they come from?"
Yush asked, accusation dripping.
"The dark kind have never attacked during the bright days."
"The army here now is of the same world," Talmir started.
"The world apart!"
Yush waved his hand, ridiculous sleeves bouncing. If Talmir were a hound, he'd have torn them apart, tassels and all.
"Where else would they come from? I've heard the whispers in the streets, Captain. They say these are men at our gates, not beasts."
"A bit of both," Talmir admitted, flashing a smile that had Yush unsettled. "You're welcome to take a look for yourself, Merchant Captain," he said, emphasizing the modifier to his own title. The silence that followed was stunning to the gathered merchant nobles, humiliating to Yush Triaz, amusing to the various physicians bustling about the tent, and entirely welcome to Talmir. When next Yush spoke, he nearly spit the words.
"Have they no leaders?"
"They have," Talmir said, the red eyes flashing in his mind.
"Then why have we not sent riders out to challenge them?"
Talmir shook his head and blew out a sigh. "I am charged with defending this city."
"And I am charged with ensuring that it continues to run,"
Yush said, cheeks red. "Your trade roads are not my concern."
"They will be,"
Yush said in a harsh whisper.
"When the fish stop coming up from the lake, the venison from the woods, and the steel from the fork. Those roads will be your concern then, and the concern of every living person in the city as the dark months fall."
Talmir was silent, fuming. He met Yush's stare as the others looked away.
"What of the lake?"
Yush asked. "They would be foolish to try for Hearth."
"What of their mission? A number of their embers were spied heading north through the western woods not a few days past."
Talmir bristled. "Where did you hear that?"
"From the daughter of the old man you watched be cut down,"
Yush sneered.
"She met them on the road. Laren Holspar was among them."
"Holspar," Talmir breathed.
"Some fool's errand from the witch Nineveh,"
Yush said, whipping around as Talmir's thoughts spun of their own accord. He came back to himself. "I'll let you and yours worry on the particulars of blame," Talmir said, shouldering past the group. I have a city to defend, and a certain runner to confront. Chapter 17. Dual Natures. The power to see. That was what Nineveh had. That was the true power of the Fae and the LandKist of the valley, dubbed their kin. Faekin had come to be synonymous with healing, but the trick was in seeing the hurt, feeling it. But the sight could go far beyond hurt and the ways around it. Her teachers could pierce cloud and canopy with theirs. Some could make a tool of time itself. Nineveh was not so adept at navigating the between, but she had made a go of it, and what she saw there, she feared to believe. After her most recent trip, the sky had turned black, turning dream to premonition. The Ember folk held her up as the best of their own, though the sands had not blessed her. The same rivermen that cast stones at her in those early years later begged her to heal their children when the sick came. Their songs had followed her back to her village as she left on her uncle's bouncing wagon. Of course, the fighting had continued, had even increased for a time, but it was Nineveh who first sowed the seeds of peace in the valley's core. Relations between the Ember folk and the riverman had improved drastically over the next 2 generations, and even the Fae had grown less scarce, their wilder tribes less prone to violence. This was just one of the reasons they referred to her, simply, as Mother. And what sort of mother was she? She who had sent her children, her bright stars, out into the night on a fool's quest. She had planted those seeds as well, and how quick they had grown, first in Kole and then in the hearts of others who now found themselves in the wilds as the black river of dark kind flowed unabated into their world. Nineveh felt the sting of the cold as a particularly violent gust threatened to tear the shawl from her shoulders. She gripped it tighter and leaned against a post under the eaves, waiting for the worst to pass. She felt the cold as despair. But more than that, she felt a simmering of rage, and it was the same rage that gripped the whole of her people, each in their own hearts. It was the rage of a people with a fallen king and an absentee guardian. Where was the White Crest? Where was their savior when they needed him most? Not since burying the night lords of the eastern dark in the fissures of the deep lands had he made his presence known, and now here they squatted, huddled in the cold and dark, waiting for the dark kind to finish the job the eastern dark had begun a century ago on the red roads to the north. The peoples of the valley would die in the shadows, their embers spirited away to serve one they despised. The eastern dark was their enemy, but she knew the power she had felt in the peaks, and it did not match the dark storm that had come against them. The White Crest had been killed by that same enemy, or had he endured? If only her people knew how she railed against the very visions she used to guide them.
Mother Nineveh?
She opened her eyes to find a gruff man with white stubble staring at her through the eaves.
"Don't worry on me," she said, straightening and smoothing the folds from her robes. "Headed down to the long hall."
I'll take you,
he said in a tone that broached no argument. He took her by the crook of the arm. A decade earlier, she'd have refused him. Now she only sighed and let him guide her down the way, through the slipping stones and tiny running rivers the storm had left behind. He left her by the door with a warm, good-natured bow, though his look said to her, "You are old and weak." Nineveh showed him her smile, canines and all, and climbed the short stair. At the top, she twisted the copper handle and entered without knocking. It was warm inside, but not pleasant. Dora and his son were here. The first keeper slouched against the far wall with arms crossed, unwilling to grant his father respite from the withering attention of the crows in the chamber. "Fey Mother," the tallest of them said, her stare baleful, "did the storm harry you?" Nineveh only smiled at Dora, whose gaze softened under her own. His color was high and his face weary, the scavengers having been at him a while. No matter. Nineveh was far older than they, half as frail and doubly cunning. Their shadows were loping things, and hers was a tiger. The seers of East Lake were all too aware of this, and they parted to make room for her beside the fire. Nineveh sat, and the crows, Kita, Virena, Meg, and Rusul, met her green eyes with their own quarrelsome beads.
"Now then," Nineveh started, "what have you to say?"
The others shrank and fumbled, but not Rusul.
"The storm outside has quieted, Fey Mother," she said, "but not in the north. Corrupted walk the green fields of Hearth. We have seen this, and so have you. They are thick about the walls, and soon they will break through."
Nineveh made no move to correct her, and Turen shifted uncomfortably, averting his gaze.
"In this time," Rusul continued, "we are left without some of our stoutest defenders, Leren Hospar chief among them. And now Kole Reyna has followed them fresh out of Nightmare. He has taken the Kane twins with him."
"And you hold me responsible?"
Nineveh asked, unable or unwilling to keep the challenge from her tone.
"Nineveh has nothing to do with the whims and fancies of would-be heroes,"
Dora cut in.
"I want to know where they've gone,"
Rusul said, ignoring the old man. The red in his face deepened.
"North,"
Nineveh said, drawing a mirthless laugh from Meg, whom Rusul silenced with a glare. The eldest of the crows tried to project Nineveh's sense of calm, but it was a thin veneer.
"And what do they hope to find there?"
"The truth, as it were,"
Nineveh shrugged.
"whatever form that takes to the young and restless."
"Your truth, you mean,"
Rusul said, more than asked.
"You planted the seeds in Reyna and his ilk after the Night Lord came."
"Think what you will,"
Nineveh said, looking at them each in turn.
"but I do not profess to know it completely, no matter what I have seen. I do not cast bones and entrails to see ends. Our youngest and brightest have taken charge of their destinies, and ours as well. Whatever they find in the north, they will be the engineers of its reckoning."
Dora cleared his throat.
"Our children and their children have bled and died in darkness for a generation," he said. "Our leisure time is spent in preparation, and we have no time for mourning. It is a chore, another cold thing to be buried next to the dead. The world apart sends its denizens, and we blame a faceless terror from the desert days. The eastern dark fell, and now perhaps he is risen. But we should lay the blame at our own feet. Too long did we let the waves break upon us."
"Too long did another watch the tide rise,"
Nineveh said.
"You would blame the White Crest?" Rusul asked, "who failed to protect us from one of his own?"
Nineveh swallowed, her confidence wavering, and then she saw the light snuffed out in the passes as a sage watched on. She saw Kole Reyna sobbing in the rain for a mother lost, and a father just as well for the impact it had.
"If it is the Eastern Dark returned," she said, Why has he sent a force to purge the valley, where before he wanted to control, to wield? The guilty burn alongside the innocent when the fire is wild. Each flame carries its own truth, and there are few heading north to see what catches.
Something in Nineveh's tone, the honesty, even the uncertainty, gave Rusul pause as her sisters shifted and mouthed their complaints.
Our gifts are far more than casting old bones and seeing where they fall, Rusul said, and we have not come to the same conclusions.
You have not come to any conclusions, Nineveh said. Watching has virtues all its own. We now find ourselves in the role of observer.
So it would seem,
Rusul said, eyes roving.
Only take care your strings don't catch fire, lest your fingers burn with the rest.
Chapter 18. Hunters Hunted. The farther north they trekked, the more agitated Shifa became. Once or twice they had glimpsed shadows moving beneath distant branches. They were spared from sight only because of the hound's low warnings. These were not the typical forms of the dark kind, but rather the shadows of men, all twisted. The corrupted were easy enough to dodge, but it was the sentinels Kole feared. He felt it in his bones that it had been luck more than fire that had saved him among the roots, and he kept alert for the telltale glint of ruby red amidst the black. Kole had explained the sentinels to the best of his ability, their strength and speed as well as their cunning. While Ty nodded curtly, Finn had adopted an attitude that bordered on curiosity, as if she wanted to test herself against the captains of the world apart. Part of Kole wanted to disavow her of that notion by letting her try, but the greater part hoped she would be able to keep her smug disposition until their journey was through.
"They're bees,"
Finn said, polishing her slender sword for the second time that day.
"The corrupted are their drones, the sentinels their messengers, and the night lords their queens."
"What does that make the Eastern Dark?" Ty asked.
"A sage,"
Finn tossed back.
"One who meddles with powers not his own."
"Who says it's the Eastern Dark?" Kole asked over his shoulder. He had his head on a swivel as they checked gear and waited for Shifa's return. He turned when neither of the twins answered and found them staring at him as if he were daft. "Forget it," he said, bending to strap on his pack, ensuring the handles of his blades were not obscured. He went back to his scanning. The forest was thinner here in the central valley, with more spaces between the trees. Though it was day, the light was gray through the smoky cloud cover, which had not lifted since they had set out. He shuddered as the black images from his dream flooded back.
"What's got you all out of sorts?"
Finn asked pointedly. It was a profoundly stupid question to Kole, and his look said as much. Finn rolled her eyes.
"You killed it, didn't you?" she asked. "Now you know what it takes, and you know you've got it."
Kole shook his head, but a snap in the brush had him whirling, the twins fanning out around him. Shifa came bounding into the clearing and greeted him eagerly, tongue lolling. They relaxed. "Whatever I found," Kole said, patting the hound behind one ear, "it's either gone or buried so deep. I haven't been able to call it up since."
"Before we reach whatever end you're dragging us into," Finn said, "you may have to. Hopefully my brother can do the same. You'd think the Ember twin would have the edge in a spar, but I give him bigger fits than I have any right to."
That was a rare enough admission. "Perhaps we Embers just have the courtesy not to light you on fire during a spar," Kole said, and even Ty smirked. "Now, what's the word?" It was impossible to see the horizon from their vantage, and the sky was awash in shadow. Still, through it all, Ty had managed to orient them with rare skill. He was no Nathan Swell, but he was the best they had, navigating by the occasional break in the clouds at night and the direction of filtered sunlight by day.
"We're closer to Hearth than I'd have liked to be," he said soberly.
Kole noted the look of concern Finn turned on her brother. The other Ember looked pale, and Kole was reminded of his own flagging reserves. They would still be formidable in a pinch, but with no brazier of stone or sky to bathe them in its glow, they would have to tread carefully. Schiffa complained even as the prickle started up his spine. It was as much the sting of the sentinel's probe as it was realization dawning. Had they been corralled? Noting the tension of Ember and Hound, the twins drew their weapons, Ty an everwood blade and Finn her steel. "We bear west," Kole said, grabbing Finn before she could sprint away, "and always north."
"How have they found us?"
she asked in a harsh whisper. Kale shook his head slowly. It was as much a mystery to him as it was to them, and while Ty was more versed in the wilds than he, it was Kole once again who felt the pull of the enemy, the constant threat. The sensation was not as strong as it had been before his first clash with the sentinel, fainter shadows of the same source. "I'm going to cut far out," Kole said. "I'll angle north before the river widens. Slow at the pinch, and I'll catch you at the crossing." Finn nodded, and the twins were across the narrow brook fast as forest elk, forking off into the brush at chaotic angles that belied their poise. Kole knew the diverging paths were near to illusion. The twins would never let each other out of earshot. Their seeming solitary paths created attractive opportunities, for their enemies first, and for them last. Kole would only disrupt the pattern. Schiffa whined again, nuzzling his hand with her wet nose. He closed his eyes and tried to wade through the chemicals warring in his blood to trace the kernel of pulsing alarm. He attempted to locate its origin, but he was no Fakin. His sensitivity seemed more a happy accident than a gift of the land. Perhaps all that were hunted by the sentinels felt it. Kole squatted and met Schiffa at eye level, staring into the deep browns, the hair on the nape of his neck smoothed in the wash of heat he released, the cold ridges flattening as he sighed. "Good luck, girl." He drew his blades with a dull ring as he rose, the fire scraping at his veins like metal on worn sheaths. He tensed and shot into the neighboring clearing to the west, cutting a swerving line along the narrow river, and Ember and Hound carved their own intersecting trails in the trees. Schiffa barked, and Kole ignited his blades. This was no time for silence. They had been found. Now all that mattered was making sure the finding did not. The canopy thickened in patches, and Kole saw the shimmering ribbon of orange on the horizon shrink and narrow in the reflection of the rushing stream as the clouds stole back the sky. When the last specks of light faded, Kole heard Schiffa howl in the enveloping blue-black curtain. Clutching the everwood hilts tightly, he sent heat cascading into his legs and felt the muscles bunch and stretch, propelling him onward in great leaping strides. The forest grew eerily silent around him, with nothing but the babbling of the stream and the occasional snap of wood as his feet landed. The babbling soon morphed into a dull roar, and creepers crowded the spaces between trees, the white mist of the rapids filtering between the sheets of dry scrub. Kole felt the pulse just as the tree line ended. He skidded onto a small rocky shore, sending pebbles up in a cascade as he spun, wavering blades up and ready, the heat washing his face in its amber glow. The forest before him was still, and he held the opposite shore in his periphery. A shadow detached itself from the rest, and he saw Schiffa, tail straight as a rod, as she splashed into the shallow water. She stood in the center of the river, rigid and pointing toward the trees before him. A familiar blur, and the sentinel came from the side. He was ready. In a flash of red-orange flame, Kole met the charge with his blades framed out, stopping the first lashing limb and ducking the next. As he ducked, he rolled under, scoring a blistering slash across the black midsection, which bubbled and spat. This one was smaller than the first and noticeably weaker. It had those same ruby reds, but stood a full head shorter than him. It sported the twisted braids and slender frame of the Valley Fae. Ember and Demon circled each other like spitting cats. Schiffa passed into his field of vision. She made no move to enter the fray, and instead stood stock still, looking past the circling pair and into the deeper woods beyond. Kole was glad she did, as the next shadow that came for him would have skewered him on the end of its arm if she hadn't leapt to intercept it. Hound and shadow went down in a tangle, and Kole used the distraction to press his advantage. He lunged forward, and his quarry took the bait, darting in with another slash. He took that arm off at the elbow as he backpedaled, and then used the momentum to spin, burying his other blade into the creature's skull up to the hilt. The only sound made in its dying was the sizzle of whatever had been in the shell. He flared and made a torch of its head and tried not to think of what it had been before the sentinel had taken it. He moved to assist Schiffa, but she had already finished with the other, and Kole sighed in relief as he realized only one of them bore the red glint that marked the captains of the world apart. "Come," Kole said, and they splashed into the river. No sooner had they crossed to the opposite shore than his fears were realized, the forest coming alive with black pursuit as the fallen sentinel's pack descended. Schiffa barked as she outstripped him, so Kole pulled some of the flame from his blades, dimming them to a dull blue and sending the energy to liven his legs once more. His blue scythes carved a path through the winding trails left by summer boars. Schiffa's barks turned to yelps and had Kole tearing up a rise thick with brambles and lashing spines. The ember cleared the crest, bursting into the embattled clearing with a brilliant flash. These were the dark kind he knew well, the gnashing beaks and whipping tails eclipsing the white patches in the center as the hound fought amidst the talons. His blades knew them as well, and they fell smoking before the next pair of humanoid shadows approached. He carved these as well, racing into the next thicket and trusting Schiffa to keep up. The forest thinned as narrow rivers became more plentiful, interrupting the mossy plateaus, and he knew before he cleared the final copse that he had erred. Even without the sentinel to guide them, the corrupted had herded him farther east than he had imagined. The rush of the river before him betrayed its size even before his eyes had mapped its contours over the white foam. The snarl of the dark kind mixed with Schiffa's baying as she worked to keep them off Kole. In the distance, across the black and white mix of frothing water, Kole thought he glimpsed the glow of flame. He squinted, recognition dawning as the pale white of hearth's walls resolved. The image was stolen as quickly as it had arrived, as a much closer glow lit the opposite bank. An everwood blade announced itself, and the shadows there turned in. Schiffa streaked into the open air, trailing a warning, and Kole spun, dodging enough to avoid claw, but not bulk, as he fell in a tangle, the cold hitting him like a blow as he plunged into pitch darkness. He came up hacking and managed to snag the long grass of the opposite bank between his fingers and the steaming hilts of his doused blades. He hauled himself up an embankment and peered over the top. There, he saw twin shadows warding off a swarm of others in the light of Tycain's sword. Shifa scrambled up a smaller rise to the east and raced to join him. As Kole rose and worked to reignite his blades, he heard his pursuers clawing their way up the bank. They could not win out. There was only Hearth, with its white walls and glowing braziers, its stout defenders and roaring embers, and the army massing at its base that made their desperate plight seem a skirmish. Chapter 19. Firefly. As the black head tumbled down from the spurting stump, mouth agape in that silent scream, Talmir knew they could not win. He knew this just as he knew the sun would rise behind dark clouds again tomorrow. He knew it just as he knew the wars in the other lands would continue unabated until there were none left to tend the gardens of the world but fox and vole. He knew this, and still he fought. Down below, huddled behind the timber and steel gate on which he stood, the great-grandchildren of the desert peoples pressed back at the storm that assailed them. They were his children, mothers, grandmothers. They were his tinkers and greedy merchants, his grizzled smiths and moody cooks. The dead had begun to pile on both sides of the wall, though the mounds without still far outstripped those within. It was something to be grateful for, but Talmir did not feel grateful. They could not win. They would not win. They had to try. The rain had long since abated, but the captain was still drenched, some red mixing in with the salt that ran off his skin in rivulets as he rushed to and fro behind the great brazier of Garros Balshir. The first keeper roared his challenges and made good on every one, but even he was beginning to flag, and the swarm showed no signs of relenting. The distant sentinels watched from their place along the tree line. Talmir felt a tug on his sleeve and spun to see the small boy that had become his messenger frowning up at him. "Jacob!" he yelled, glancing around wildly to make sure none of the dark kind had gained the walkway. "I swear if you stood a head taller you'd be missing a head! I told you to pass reports up through Massin!" The mousy-haired boy frowned and pointed down to the base of the stair. Talmir saw a pair of soldiers hauling a twisted form, presumably Massin, away from the stonework and up toward the red bowl. The macabre image did not have the sobering effect it might have just a week earlier, but Talmir let loose an involuntary sigh nonetheless and closed his eyes to offer a silent prayer. "What is it, Jacob?" he asked, smoothing the edge from his voice as he squatted to the boy's eye level. A shadow gained the wall, and a sword took it in the neck and sent it tumbling back before Talmir could react. He dimly recognized his savior as Kole Reyna, and made a mental note to speak with him soon, his third such note in as many days. "His bed." "Come again?" Talmir shook his head to clear the cobwebs. Jacob favored him with a withering glare. He was quite adept at those. "I said second keeper Mitan is giving the healers trouble. He won't stay in his bed and is asking where his Everwood is." Talmir chuckled despite himself. "Thank you," he said. "No, I need—" "That's not all," Jacob said, indignant. "Be quick about it then," Talmir clipped, some of the edge returning. "It's not safe up here." "Third keeper Vigar reports that it's quiet on the North Walk," he said. "She's asking to come here." "You were on the North Walk?" Talmir asked, unable to hide his anger. "Jacob, I told you to stay below."
The cliffs are steep and the White Guard isn't quite as accommodating as my men and women here.
Jacob only stared. Talmir sighed again. It seemed he had one of those for every word now. I need Vagat to keep her section. We knew the North Walk wouldn't be pressed, but we can't afford to leave the crags unguarded. The dark kind are stout climbers. These corrupted even more so.
Corrupted?
Jacob tasted the word.
They were like us?
Talmir swallowed, trying not to think of the way the ink bled away when they cut the shadows down, trying not to think of the pale, innocent flesh beneath. He shook the thoughts away and gripped Jacob's shoulder, his bony collar feeling like a bird's wing under his hand. After you've delivered the message, get yourself to the bowl. Jacob rolled his eyes and turned to leave, but Talmir spun him back around. Jacob, he said, deadly serious, and the boy's brown eyes widened slightly. I mean it this time. He gulped, turned, and sprinted toward the steep incline that marked the path to the North Walk, dodging the defenders as he went and teetering uncomfortably close to the edge on several occasions. He'll be fine, a voice said, and Talmir rose and turned to see Karine. The black-haired man was leaning against the parapet and wiping the ink from his blade, a short length of steel that seemed paltry compared to the spinning Everwood staff of Balshir, which acted as their proxy sun in the gloomy chaos. Talmir nodded and approached, looking out over the fields. The dark kind were pulling back, but it was merely the swell of a tide before the next wave broke. Still, it gave them precious time to change lines, exhausted soldiers being helped down from the south bend as their moderately fresh replacements rose to relieve them. The momentary respite allowed him to take stock of the first runner of Last Lake. Although he had youthful features and long, healthy hair, the marks of tragedy were undeniable. Talmir knew the stories, and although everyone in the valley had lost, Kole Reyna's loss had been something more. Without closure, there could be no healing. The man before him looked like a good man who'd been sipping poison for a decade and more. I had meant to speak with you sooner, Talmir said, extending his hand. Karine shook it firmly, displaying more strength than he had expected. As you can see, Talmir swept his hand out to encompass the crowded fields beyond the walls. I've been somewhat indisposed. As have you, it would seem.
As far as excuses go, I suppose that one's as good as any.
And you fishermen say we're the stiff ones, Talmir said. Come, let's speak away from the battlements. We're getting in the way, though I know my soldiers won't dare say it. He guided Karine away from the crenellations and winked at a young woman moving past with a fresh cache of pitched arrows. They stood at the base of the stair, keeping out of the way as wall hands rushed up and down, carrying weapons, water, oil, and fuel for Balshir's brazier. The sounds of battle were constant. Still, after a week or more of anything, Talmir supposed you learned to adjust. I must say, Talmir said, leaning in conspiratorially, I never thought to see the walls tested like this. The people of Hearth like to cling to the fact that they've never fallen like it's some great thing. The truth is, we've never truly been tested, not by a force like this.
It is said the white walls were constructed to withstand the sages themselves,
Karine said, his tone unreadable. Talmir smirked and issued a laugh. Said, no doubt, by its architects. Well, our enemy has not made himself known, but we can guess easily enough. I suppose those claims will be put to the test soon enough. Karine nodded, and they both looked out over the tents in the courtyard, the torches guttering in the wind. It was easier to kill them before I knew what was beneath, Talmir said, earning a sympathetic look from the other man.
Before they were, well, us.
Perspective, Kareen said. It's everything, and it's the one thing we can't perfect. The Ember folk have largely come to think of this valley as something of a prison, a hole to die in. But this is a grand place, with life teeming to the brim. It's more full than the northern deserts ever were, but ask any here where they'd rather be. The main gate shuddered under an impact. A barrel of oil dropped too close, and the iron chains rattled and sent splinters down to wake the soldiers in the tents below. I know it isn't easy, Talmir said after a time, and Kareen turned those watchful, tired eyes his way. The captain regarded him with sincerity. Fighting away from your home, cut off from your loved ones. You came to warn us or to report back to the lake in case your warning came too late. We are all Ember folk, Kareen said. He looked as though he wanted to say more. And we're running out of embers, Talmir said, his tone shifting in a way that caught Kareen off guard. I've heard, Kareen. I heard about the expedition to the peaks, a fool's quest with most of the lake's brightest stars. And I heard about your son. When I set out, Kareen said, voice barely above a whisper, he was improving. The sentinel's barbs were no longer entrenched so deeply in his mind. He will endure. He's made of strong stuff, Talmir said. He is his mother's son. There was a silence between them, and even the din of battle seemed to fade, a restless ocean in the background. The seeds were sown with her death, Kareen said, his eyes far away. She made for the passes, gained the steps, and sought out the white crest. She died there, and Kole saw her fall in his dreams, the flames snuffed out in her only to awaken in him soon after. For a time I doubted him and pushed his dreams aside, too lost in my own grief. But then Mother Nineveh shared her visions with me. They matched his. Talmir waited for him to continue. He had only met Cerise Azu in passing, but her reputation was well earned. When the dark kind had first come spilling into the valley in force, hers was one of the brightest flames holding them back. I think, Kareen continued, I think something changed in Kole after she died. Something changed in all of our children. They've grown up in war. Talmir could not help but glance at the rushing soldiers under his command, reminded once again how much their stern visages clashed with the soft skin of youth. They want something more, Kareen said, and they want to take it for themselves, even if it means challenging the sages. Sometimes I think Kole and his own would take on the legions of the world apart if they could. They may yet get the opportunity, Talmir said with a bitter laugh. This has to be something close. Kareen regarded him, eyes clearing as the haze of memory passed like a spirit. The group you speak of must have left shortly after I did. By accounts, Laren Holspar leads them. No, Kareen challenged, shaking his head slowly, brows knitting together. No, Holspar leads in name only. Kole may have inherited something like his mother's fire, but Lynn Veran is the closest thing I've seen to her will. And what of us? Talmir asked, as much to the swirling grey skies as to the first runner. Do we merely sit idle, waiting for our roving band of heroes to bring us the head of one sage or another and end this blight? There is only one who flirts with the power of the world apart. Yes, Talmir said, I know, and it's one they have no hope of defeating.
If he's truly come for us in earnest, then our only hope is to endure.
Endure,
Kareen mouthed. The silence had no space to settle this time, as a horn sounded, ripping Talmir from his contemplations and sending icy shards through his blood. They were completely besieged and in the direst of straits. What could possibly be cause for alarm? Could Turen have come? What of the rivermen and their rock-blood, or perhaps the Fae? The horn sounded again as he made his way up the stairs, Kareen passing him in 2 leaping strides. The captain's heart was gripped by a sickening combination of dread horror and that more deadly poison, hope. He reached the gate panting and stopped the young lad from putting horn to lips for a 3rd blow. The dark kind scrambled up the walls with renewed vigor, the corrupted souls opening their black maws in those noiseless wails as the clear, echoing notes whipped them into a frenzy.
"What is it, son?" he shouted at the startled scout. "We're having a hard enough time as it is. What could possibly—"
Oh! At first, it looked like a firefly, dancing and buzzing at the edges of a meadow with darkness all around. There were 2 lights lashing back and forth in sharp arcs, the dark kind parting before them before closing back in behind like whirlpools. "What is it?" Talmir asked, knowing the answer even as he asked. "Embers," Kareen said. "Embers in the fields." The ice settled in thick around Talmir's heart. There were embers in the fields, and he could not open the gate. If Kole was the prow of the ship, then the twins were his sails, Finn's silver blade, the lightning strikes amidst Ty's red storm. Kole's twin everwood blades were a single whirling thing. He parted the sea of dark kind and left the remnants to the allies at his back like flotsam. Ty and Finn Kane moved as if in a shared trance, while Shifa was Kole's constant shadow, the only one not seeking to part his head from his shoulders. When he began to slow, his blades drawing much of his strength, the twins bore him up in their wake, Ty's flames augmenting his own. They came to a shallow depression in the middle of the field, a trench formed by a dry riverbed, and when they came up on the other side, the twins were in the lead. Kole turned to form the rear guard. He dared any of the shadow men to make a try for him. Many did. They splashed into one of the myriad shallow streams, and it almost ended there. Ty lost his footing, his blade going out as he fell in a torrent of foam and steam. Finn reached in to pull him out, cursing all the while, and Kole put his flames into a spirited defense, his legs burning, hands working in a violent blur. They came up on the other side of the trench, and although Ty managed to get his blade going again, it was clear that he was tiring. Shifa was the only one whose pace never slowed. A horn sounded up ahead. It was a bright, clear note that clashed with the permanence of the ruddy night. It sounded again, and Kole spared a glance. Through the hazy blur of his blades, he glimpsed the white shell, silver-tipped spears glittering on the battlements, and red-roofed buildings cloistered in their nest. He saw the great black gate that stood stark and knew it could not be opened to them. Another note sounded, but this one was a yelp of pain. Kole spun to see Ty clutching his side. Blood flowed freely, splashing and bubbling on the torn turf. Finn stood over him as he dropped to one knee, silver blade going up like a crescent moon. "Down!" Kole screamed. "Down!" Finn lost her sword and clutched her brother in the chaos. Kole shot toward them, his blade sending great arcs of flame out that burned black flesh like birch. The scar Lyn Veron had left him burned on his cheek, and the pain drove him on, his vision blurring red and indistinct. His veins bulged and formed ridges along his arms and neck, the flames dancing along his black blades, turning from orange to deep red flecked with crackling blue. The fire spread to his hands and curled around his elbows as he fought. Some distant part of him heard Finn crying out, her shielding of Ty changing hands as the wounded Ember wrapped her up and turned away from Kole's whirlwind. They cowered there before an elemental, and Kole later thought he heard the laughter from his dream. He thought it might have been his own. He tore through the dark kind and through the innocent flesh of the corrupted like a tornado through a fallow mire. His head swam as he heard the twins retreat at his back, and he was dimly aware of the sound Shifa's claws made on the timber and chains as the gate began its protesting ascent. The smoke spread but would not clear, the flames eating hungrily on the field of corpses he'd made. He thought the black-pitted eyes beyond stared at him with something approximating fear, and the telltale glint of the sentinel's blood reds faded back into the distant trees when he chanced to look their way. Hooves clattered and clomped on the cobbles within, and squat steeds, brown and white, issued forth from the city. The twins were pulled up, Finn sobbing silently as Ty cooed, and Kole turned his back on the black tide and let the flames go out as he passed under the arch. The gate shut behind him with a strange echo. Chapter 20. Power.
He has been waylaid at Hearth.
Rusul said it, and then took a long drag on her bone pipe, some product of a horned runner of the untamed hills. She held it in for a spell before releasing the milky vapor in a billowing plume. Nineveh wrinkled her nose. She was well versed in pungent odors, and so she did not complain, but the seers and the Fakin produced their sight with contrasting methodologies, and that was doubly true for the ingredients they used. The Fey Mother stood in the dimly lit common room Rusul shared with her sisters in Eastlake. Outside, the establishment was a strange tangle of ramshackle brick and mortar. Inside, what some might describe as cozy, others would consider stuffy, bordering on stale. The floorboards were bent and sloping, and the walls peeling due to the constant presence of moist vapor. Worst of all, the ceiling was low, and no fresh air snaked its way in from stack or pane. More so than the confines, however, it was the underlying smell that insulted Nineveh. It was faint, but deep and pervading, seeping into everything like a rot. It was the smell of old blood, and it made her want to scrub her pores.
"Apologies,"
Rusul said, tipping the pipe and spilling the ashes into a ceramic bowl.
"I need something to settle."
Nineveh raised a corner of her mouth and nodded.
"You don't seem surprised about Reyna's whereabouts."
"It's been a month full of surprises. Each is more mundane than the last."
Rusul searched her face and shrugged.
"Reyna's location may not be surprising,"
Rusul said, setting her pipe down,
"but the manner of his arrival was something."
"Something."
"Indeed."
It was clear that Rusul was trying to gauge how much Nineveh knew, which, at least as far as scrying was concerned, was very little. The Fakin could travel the roads of the between. They were not limited by time or space, but the desert seers like Rusul and her sisters had an edge where it concerned seeing as most understood it.
"The seers of the sand, oracles as they used to be known, have long held themselves apart from mortal affairs, as you know," Rusul said.
"You are mortal, And you are a far cry from the oracles of old, Nineveh clipped as she settled down on the dusky carpet. Rusul's lips formed a tight line. What have you to tell me? Nineveh asked without pretense. What was the manner of Kole's arrival to Hearth? My words have relevance, Rusul said without humor. Nineveh motioned for her to continue. The oracles were wiped out in the wake of an Ember King's blind rage, Rusul said, wincing at the imagined memory. King Kaizul. Do you remember why he did this? His son Menetich visited the oracles, Nineveh droned. They told him that no Ember living or yet to live would possess his power, no LandKist in the wider world, for that matter. And in exchange for their prophecy, what did they ask? For Menetich to kill the sages, every one. It did not go well for him. But not because of the sages, Rusul said, leaning forward. He never got his opportunity to test himself against them before his father, the king, came for him. Some believe that. Others believe he failed in his first attempt, falling to the sage of Balon Rael. The latter is the popular telling, Rusul said. Something passed down from those who believe in the power, if not the goodness, of the sages. The former is the truth. It was Menetich's wife who betrayed his plans to the King of Ember. To save his people the retribution of the sages, Kaizul committed a grave sin. After killing his son in his sleep, he took out his anger on the oracles, my forebears. I fail to see the relevance, Nineveh said. The crows were more verbose than their namesake. Nineveh was not a patient woman. She merely played one when she wanted to. There are any number of ways to find relevance. For instance, the oracles saw their deaths in the flames, so they hid away their young. A line from which you and yours claim to descend. That was the smaller of Kaizul's mistakes, Rusul said, ignoring the barb. The greater was in eliminating a power capable of challenging the sages, as no Ember Keeper was before or has been after. Our own King of Ember was more formidable than you know, Nineveh said, bristling. And he fell to the Eastern Dark. Nineveh grumbled, but it was the truth. The seers of this valley have long subscribed to the notion that the White Crest was an exception among his kind, Rusul said, her eyes taking on a glazed quality. Now I wonder. It was a surprising admission. And your sisters? Nineveh asked, and Rusul's brows turned up. Do you see them present? Nineveh settled back, and the two eyed each other with something approaching respect. I know I've been rambling, Rusul said, and her seeming vulnerability made Nineveh at once suspicious and touched. She searched out the feelings, her eyes glowing faintly, and found not a hint of deception therein. I only wished to preface the scene we witnessed with the information I felt most pertinent. You feel the legend of Menetich is a pertinent story to Kole's having arrived at Hearth? Nineveh asked, eyes widening. For all her faults, Rusul was a strong woman. Seeing her in such a compromised state was unsettling. Nineveh had not noticed how haggard she looked upon entering. Now it was impossible not to see. What did you see, Rusul? She asked. She almost wanted to reach out, but refrained. I do not know what Menetich looked like, Rusul said, but I now think I know what power he possessed. I saw it in the fields of Hearth, in one of our own. I saw it in Kole Reyna. Tell me,
Nineveh whispered, images from her own travels in the between playing out in her mind's eye.
We saw much. My sisters are still recovering. We saw the dark army, yes, an army, not the faceless and formless packs surrounding the walls of Hearth. We saw the broken husks and homes of the rivermen along the fork, but no bodies. We saw night lords or something like them sheltering in the trees and sneaking among reeds in the swamps near the deep lands. We could not penetrate the peaks with our sight, and just when we were about to withdraw—
She hesitated. Yes, go on. Rusul looked up, eyes wide.
We thought it was the sun, suddenly returned, breaking through the black clouds. It was that bright. It was him. It was Kole Reyna, fighting his way through the dark kind as if they were dried weeds to be burned out. Verena thought it was Menetich himself, or the king of Ember returned. But it was Reyna.
An image of Cerise Azou. Had it been concern for her people that had driven her to the peaks in search of the White Crest those years ago? Or had it been something in her blood, something of prophecy? Nineveh saw much of her in Kole, much more than his father Karine. She remembered that vision in the rain. She remembered the shadows that had come against her and how long she had stood. She remembered thinking the flames had been augmented by the viewing glass of the between, but now she wondered. And another image sprang into her mind, one from the same night. When she had gone to Karine, Kole had been overtaken by thrashing nightmares, turning his entire bedroom into an approximation of Taulus's steam house. She had never seen anything like it.
Bloodlines do not guide the awakening of LandKist,
Nineveh said, trying to convince herself as much as Rusul.
Not in these lands or any other. Not in the desert.
Rusul merely relit her pipe, her decorum lost in the stress of their exchange and the strain of reliving her travels.
Do you think this is a bad thing?
Nineveh asked, surprised at the question.
This power within Kole?
He's on our side, Rusul said with a shivering shrug. She breathed the pipe weed in deeply and exhaled through her nostrils, the tendrils forming a fading dress around her crossed legs.
But
for a long time, Rusul said with a sigh, we looked to the White Crest as an exception among his kind. Perhaps he was. Either way, he was a power we could look to in the absence of our king. We have powerful embers, more powerful than any of the LandKist in the valley, but their everwood blades would be pale candles to the eastern dark. Perhaps Kole could challenge him, but I cannot pretend that what I saw was a comforting thing. I don't think power like that is meant to bring comfort.
Only change,
Nineveh said, nodding.
You are hiding something from me,
Rusul said, a bit of the familiar ice returning.
What is it? My own sight works much differently than yours, Nineveh said, choosing her words carefully. I see shadows half-formed out of place and time. It takes time to separate the superfluous from the true.
She rose and brushed the lint from her robes.
There is a power in the north, Nineveh said. That I know, but I am not ready to say it is our enemy returned, at least not all of him.
Now, she continued, cutting off further inquiry,
you say you saw much. Did you see Holspar and the others?
We could not be expected to scan the woods themselves.
Wherever they are, they're keeping quiet. And wherever they are, let's hope they keep it that way. None in that company has the power to stand up to a sage, assuming it is one of the 6 come against us."
Nineveh nodded and turned for the door. The air outside was cool and fresh, though ozone still tickled the tip of her nose, the threat of storm returning. Chapter 21. The River Frust. There had been a heavy blackness, a rushing that enveloped her completely. It dragged her down and guided her over jagged spurs and smooth knobs, which tore at her skin and clothes and set her muscles and bones to ring. She was acutely aware of the air that remained in her lungs and guarded it like a jealous drake. The water dragged her down into the guts of the mountains, where it no doubt thought to kill her. The pain was blinding as the air burst out of her of its own accord, and the panic gave way to a dreamy sort of dying. Her head swam. Lynn had never surrendered, but she considered it then. She felt open air and gulped hungrily before the river tossed her unceremoniously into the guts of some primordial stomach carved from long-ago liquid fire. This time the current slowed and her feet touched down on rock and silt. She rocketed up and broke the surface, gasping and crying, and it felt like a second birth. Lynn could see, and that surprised her. Treading weakly at the surface, tired legs churning beneath her, she saw dim shafts of filtered light spilling in from a place out of sight. Something brushed against her arm, and she yelled out before she recognized the creature to be none other than Jenk floating face down in the black water. She worked to turn him over, but the river was not done with them, and the current was picking up again, purchase impossible to find. The lake narrowed ahead, and it looked like blown glass dipping down as the current ate hungrily, forming small eddies and hills in the glittering obsidian surface. With a heave, Lynn turned Jenk over, his light hair falling in tangles around a pale face, and together they rode the growing swells, helpless and hapless. She pumped her legs furiously, but white caps formed on the water now, the river's strength redoubling as hers faded. The roar of the impending falls drowned out her cries, both echoing and mixing as they bounced off of the cavern walls. To the right, a great length of smooth stone leered at them like a savior just out of reach, its surface dry and promising salvation. Her heart sank as they shot past, until she saw the drenched and worried face of Nathan Swell bracing to meet them on a lonely slab cut from the same piece further ahead. "Push off!" Nathan screamed, likely for the 10th time, bloody hands cupped over his mouth to be heard over the rush. Lynn tried, but her kicking found no stone and only served to send them into a chaotic spin. "There!" he screamed, and Lynn came back around, her heart catching in her throat as she saw a steep swell up ahead. It looked like the fin of some great leviathan, and though it could just as easily kill them, it marked their only hope. Live. The thought was a small, glowing thing at her center, the same that had compelled her to fight back against the sentinel on the road. She had then, and she would now. The frothing spur shot toward them, or they toward it, and Lynn braced, extending her legs forward and preparing for the shock of impact. When her feet struck, it was all she could do to keep Jenk from being torn from her grasp. She heard Nathan yelling, heard the roar of the falls, and she despaired. Until she heard Jenk breathing.
As the current buffeted them on the near side of the stone, she pulled the ember close and felt the heat of his breath on her ear, the rattle of phlegm in his chest. She concentrated on her legs, judging the distance between her and Nathan's promontory. Hers were legs that had run down bucks under the trees. They were legs that acted as unmoving beams that rooted her to the wall as she fed slicing shafts to the dark kind. These legs did not shake when she learned of her parents' deaths or saw the sheet fall from her father's face. She met Nathan's eyes, and her steely look had him swallowing, his feet shuffling forward as he crept to the very edge of the plateau. One moment to erase all others, and she shot across the breach. The current caught her around the knees and tilted her awkwardly, Jenk's prone form acting as an anchor she tried to drag with her. But Nathan caught her hand, his seafaring muscles bunching sickly at odds with his boyish features. He heaved and brought them both up, and she felt the cold obsidian rush up to meet her as she fell coughing onto its surface. The panic took time to settle, and Lynn pulled herself away from the rushing river as if it were a beast deprived of its prize. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the spinning and throbbing to stop. When it did, she pushed herself up onto her knees and turned to see Nathan working over Jenk, his palms pressing furiously on the Ember's chest as water bubbled from his open mouth. She thought Jenk lost, and the look on Nathan's face nearly confirmed it, until that look turned from horror to discomfort. The air shimmered around Nathan and the prone Ember like liquid. It bent and twisted like a mirror, and then the steam began to rise from him as the water was burned out of his lungs. His chest rose and fell at even intervals. "Jenk!" she choked, struggling to her feet and dragging herself forward. She kept a wary eye on the black current. Though its roar now seemed dulled, they were still far too close for her liking.
"Veron,"
Jenk wheezed, smiling up at them both.
"Swell. I see the two of you made the trip in one piece."
Jenk appeared none the worse for wear, but the gash he had suffered on his scalp was a nasty thing, his hot blood doing little to close it in the chaos and exhaustion. Nathan drew a needle from the drenched pouch on his belt and tore a blue thread from his shirt, setting to work as Jenk winced. Now, Lynn said, settling down gingerly onto her bruised tailbone. "You're an Ember of the Lake, Ganmere. Don't let a fisherman's hook scare you when demons cannot."
"Fair enough,"
Jenk said through gritted teeth. A short time later, Nathan pulled his shoulders back in a stretch. He stood and wrung out the remnants of the river from his shirt, a thread of which now adorned Jenk's bloody blonde hair with a streak of blue. Jenk sat up, and the three were silent for some time, the drone of the river the only conversation. "Where are we?" Nathan asked. He looked to Lynn, and she to Jenk. Jenk had his dark everwood blade drying in his lap. Somehow his sheath had held where theirs had not. Aside from a long knife Nathan had beside him on the stone, Jenk's was the only weapon between them. The Ember raised his arms to encompass the view behind him. The high ceiling was lost in the filtered gloom that had now grown darker than before. The lake shone like a glittering black gem, and the white spray of the river lapped hungrily at the glass shelves before tumbling down into the winding depths. To the right, there was something approaching a natural staircase, framed away from the curving river by a natural pillar that spanned the space from ceiling to floor. "My children," he said, blowing out a sigh. "Welcome to the River Frost." Nathan looked confused, while Lynn's eyes widened. "The river that was broken during the White Crest's battle with the Night Lords?"
she asked, looking around in awe.
The very same that feeds the waters of the fork. Though you can never truly break a river, only redirect it. Looks like this one retreated down. Our great-grandparents likely walked along its shores when they first entered the valley.
Nathan looked embarrassed. "I wasn't raised on the lake," he said by way of apology. "The folk in the scattered villages aren't much for history lessons." Lynn nodded. She knew the folk in the villages, though Ember folk by blood, had largely cast off their histories. She could not say she blamed them.
"We need to get moving," Jenks said. "This is the River Frost, or some spawn of it. If we follow it, we should be able to find our way to the steps above."
"It's no wonder,"
Lynn whispered, and the others regarded her.
"It's no wonder Boss and his own fear the deep lands. There aren't any night lords lying in wait for us, no sages prowling the depths. But think of how many of his folk must have fallen in the battle. The rivermen weren't named by mistake. The passes were their lands before the breaking of the valley."
The caverns took on a new light, the echoing sounds of the water crashing discordantly, like voices. Nathan shivered, and Lynn felt foolish for having said anything. She rose and checked herself over, noting few cuts but myriad bruises that had purpled her flesh. As she turned, she noted Jenks' roving look and strange expression.
"Nothing like that," Jenks said, holding up his hands as he gained his feet. "It's just, seeing the state you're in, I can only imagine how I look."
"I'll manage," Lynn said. "I imagine you will too."
Nathan rolled out his pack, revealing their meager stores. They ate the soggy bread immediately, since it would not keep another day, and distributed the thin strips of dried meat. In the silence of preparation, Lynn could not help but replay the scene in the cave. She heard Kaya's breaking, and wondered how long Boss could have lasted against the sentinel wearing Hulspar's skin. Judging by their expressions, the others were thinking along the same lines.
"Where to next?"
Nathan asked. It would have been funny if his easy demeanor was not just a pale mask. Lynn smiled at him anyway. If ever there was a time for masks, this was it.
"For starters," Jenks said, "it looks like we're going down."
He pointed behind the two of them to the sloped chute that carved half a hollow from under the pillar. Jenk took the lead, but kept his blade doused for the time being. There was still enough of the filtered light to see by, spilling down through the cavernous heights and following them into neighboring chambers that broke off from the guts of the subterranean lake.
"That light has to be coming from somewhere," Nathan said.
"I'd imagine the sky," Jenk quipped.
"The sky is black,"
Lynn said, and the three of them stopped dead in their tracks.
"Wherever it's coming from, it has to be above the clouds."
The revelation propelled them onward, and they took comfort in each other rather than dwelling on what might lie in wait above or below. They walked for a day and more, and the light faded, the sloping caverns traveling down along the thickest sections of the river rather than up. For the most part, they managed to keep their course, following the flow by walking on shelves alongside or crossing the river. Lynn never looked at the black water for long. There was nothing soft in the deep lands. No moss grew along stalactites or stalagmites. No animals skittered in the darkness. Their journey was beginning to remind Lynn of being on the inside of a massive nest of coral, only one devoid of life. It was place for ghosts and bones. She thought of Iana, and how her younger sister would collect the dried pieces of white and pink from the shore and line them on her windowsill. If there was one benefit to the exhaustion they all felt, it was that it let them sleep anywhere and at any time. She could not speak for Jenk and Nathan, But for Lynn, the fatigue also served to keep the nightmares at bay, picking at her from the edges but rarely stepping into the light. She hoped it would last and felt guilty for it, the faces of Kaya, Bas, and Laren passing like shadows behind her eyelids. She woke to the sound of rushing and the furious beating of her own heart. Though it was cool, she was sweating. This rush was not the sound of gentle running they had followed for hours the previous day, but the concussive roar that had swept them along its thrashing currents and nearly drowned them. For an instant, Lynn thought it was the confusion and haze of waking, but as she stilled her breathing, she listened closer. It had not been long, but Lynn felt as though she knew the river Frust as if it were a living thing. She knew its moods and dispositions. This was a drum of anger, the steady pounding of the river against the bowels of the broken peaks that formed its prison. Lynn rose and drifted toward the back of the small cavern in which they rested. She reached the back wall and placed her palm on the black stone. It was slick with wet, soaked through and thrumming like a bird's wings. It was pitch dark, Jank unable to keep his blade going without wasting precious reserves, so she navigated by touch. She yelped as her right hand passed through the space where the wall should have continued. Luckily, the fall was not far, her hands scrabbling for purchase as the bottom of a small tunnel reached up to greet her. The sound was magnified here, and the air less stale. Nathan and Jank were up in a rush, their feet slapping on the stone. A flare burned up the darkness and had Lynn yelping again, this time for the shock as the light hit her eyes. "I'm fine," she said, holding up a hand to ward off the yellow light. "More than fine, actually."
"What is it?" Jank asked. "What did you find?"
"The way up."
Chapter 22. A Cold Hearth. As it had so many times before, the dream marked his passage into sleep just as it ushered his way into waking. It was the same dream Kole had been having since he was 9. It was a dream of his mother. Cerise Azul was surrounded by shadows in a strange wind-swept land of rocky crags and misty peaks. She bled from a dozen wounds, weakened from 100 slashes, and bruised from scores of staggering blows. But she fought, drawing the flames from the air itself when her twin blades broke and tumbled into the swirling clouds below. The dream had grown clearer as of late, the shadows resolving themselves into forms more distinct, more horrible. Even his mother's face, which he had never forgotten, grew lighter. It was stern and beautiful. Just as she always did, Cerise burned all of the shadows away, the dark kind fleeing before her wrath. This was where the dream usually ended and the confusion set in. She had killed them all. They were ashes in the wind and rain, but there had been another. Until now, it had been a presence, like a feeling on the edge of seeing. Now, he saw the white robes fluttering like wings, and he saw Cerise standing at the heart of her flames, her eyes piercing and chin up. She looked like defiance, mouthing words he could not hear. For a long time, Kole thought the flames she conjured from her bare hands were an invention of his subconscious. Now he was not so sure. Not after what he had witnessed before the walls of Hearth. Not after what he had done. Did all Embers possess such latent power? Did Turen? Laren? It seemed impossible, but seeing that his body felt like a burned-out husk and his head pounded like he had drunk nothing but mulled wine for a week, he supposed there were reasons to keep from finding out. There was another, but it was beyond his reckoning at present, dangling just behind his conscious mind. He swept his legs over the edge of the cot, his feet touching the cold stone of the barracks floor with a shock. Captain Carews' chambers were sparse and modest, the light limited to the blue night glow issuing from a lone square window and the dull red flicker of the dying embers in the grate. He crossed to the fireplace and dug his fingers into the ashes, communing with the burning nuggets within. Though they were loath to give up their heat, since it meant their deaths, they did so for the LandKist of the deserts. Kole breathed deep and rose, feeling stronger than before. He felt his blood run hotter as it passed through his heart and into his aching limbs, where it warred with and ultimately annihilated the pain. He put on the clothes that had been laid out for him and tied his harness, eyes widening when he noted the scars and cracks along his everwood blades. It was said such weapons, properly treated, could survive 1,000 battles. How hot, then, had those fields become? It was all too hazy for him to remember. There was a stairwell, stone like everything else in the barracks, and Kole took the winding way to a pine door at the bottom. He passed into what had been the mess hall 2 days before, which now resembled a makeshift infirmary. It surprised him to see the wounded soldiers belting on swords by the wall, checking over their weapons. These were not the grievously wounded, then, but merely those taking their rest between shifts. They glanced, but did not stare. Only one, a small boy with eyes darker than his hair, watched from the doorway, gaze unwavering. He followed Kole out onto the street, where a light mist greeted him, along with the bravest hound in the valley. Shifa jumped at him, whining enough to draw eyes. "There, girl," Kole said, patting her wet flanks as the boy watched. He supposed he was some messenger working on behalf of the captain. He certainly lacked subtlety. Kole made his way west, his 2 followers taking up his gait at waist height. The braziers still burned, casting their red glow onto everything, the armored soldiers resembling rubies in the dusk. The clouds had rolled in even thicker than before, blanketing the skies to the far horizon. Talmir Carew was not at the gate, nor was he on the battlements. Kole walked them, the boy dogging his heels determinedly. The dark kind still churned en masse below, black shapes pouring indistinct from the distant trees. There would be no end to them, Kole knew, but Hearth's defenders threw them back, wave after wave, faces matching the steel of their helms.
"Looking for the captain, boy?"
A booming voice that he at first mistook for Turen's shook him. He turned to see a man that stood a head shorter than the first keeper of Last Lake, which still made him a head taller than Kole. His broad chest nearly doubled Turen's. "First keeper Bashir," Kole said, extending his hand palm up. He had never met the man, but who else would it be? Who else carried a weapon that was more fallen oak than staff? The ends had been dipped in iron and still glowed a dull red. Garros switched the mighty weapon to his left shoulder, soldiers nearly diving out of the way as the hot stone passed overhead, and extended his right hand, grasping Kole by the wrist. They each flared a bit during the embrace, and Garros smirked, raising one brow.
"No wonder,"
Garros said, releasing him, and Kole did not ask what he meant. "You're holding, then?" Kole said, looking out over the field and taking stock of the wall as it sloped up toward the cliffs.
"Well enough,"
the first keeper said.
"Not that it matters much."
They considered one another, and Kole was acutely aware of the black, broken earth leering up at them from the space below the gate. Garros noticed.
"You've given the lads on the gate a reprieve, at least,"
he said, all good humor.
"That was some light show. Your flames nearly took down the gate. I had to put a bit of my own stuff into them to keep them off."
His look changed then. It was only for a moment, and then the easy humor returned, but Kole thought it was something like fear.
"The captain will want to see you,"
Garros said, color rising to his cheeks.
"My companions—"
"Healing,"
Garros clipped.
"Right now, you'd best meet with the captain. Were you not supposed to tell him so?"
he asked, looking over Cole's shoulder to where the dark-haired boy stood by the top of the stair, Shifa sitting near. The boy bristled and started forward, and Garros raised both brows at Kole.
"That one's a Spitfire,"
Garros said.
"No matter what he looks like."
"What would pull Captain Carew away from the wall at such a time?"
Kole asked as the boy began tugging at his sleeve.
"I heard it said that in other lands, war is profit,"
Garros said. He turned and swept his free arm out to encompass the dark ocean before the walls, which stood like the caps of waves.
"Not this sort of war. You folk of the lake have your fish. You keep to the old ways. I respect that."
He turned back, his smile falling to one less enthusiastic.
"Hearth is the engine that makes the valley turn. Here, the man who wields the quill is more influential than he who wields the flame."
"I imagine he thinks so,"
Kole said, spitting and drawing a throaty laugh from the barrel-chested Ember.
"Off with you, then,"
Garros croaked out, waving his hand as if he were shooing a fly.
"Jacob, off with you. Take him to see the wielders of ink and parchment. Take him to the merchants, and do bring back our captain if he still lives. Your father is there as well."
Kole only remembered flashes of having spoken with Kareen when he first entered the city with the twins. He had to get north, but seeing the state Hearth was in, it seemed as though that road was closed to him. As first runner of the lake, perhaps Kareen would know a way. Of course, there were other reasons to want to speak with his father. The dream had yet to fade from his mind. It had stuck there like a jagged stone in a mire. But father and son rarely spoke of such things. If there were to be a time, however, Kole thought it might be now. Kole allowed himself to be dragged away. As they walked, he reflected on how strange it was that he knew so little of how Hearth worked despite living in the valley his entire life. But then traveling the roads and ways was only safe in the bright days. In the distant past, the dark months had merely held the small possibility of encroachment as the world apart drew closer to their own. As the packs had turned to swarms, and now the swarms to armies, the bright days had changed from periods of celebration to preparation. The Ember folk were tribal by nature, Kole knew from the tales from the desert. According to Nineveh, Hearth and Last Lake were actually more intertwined than the various tribes had been in the north. The scattered villages of the valley were a more apt representation of their former communal habits. Kole wondered how those villages were faring right now. He wondered how many of the army come against them carried the blood of the valley peoples, and how many had been victims from other lands. An image of the burned and broken earth before Hearth's gate came up like bile. He noted now what he had skimmed over during his talk with the first keeper, the twisted limbs poking out from the ashen dirt, black paint all washed away to leave pale skin where the fire had not reached. And then he heard it, Finn screaming amidst the flames. He heard it as if for the first time, and it made him double over in the middle of the courtyard, struggling not to retch as soldiers watched him and made their private judgments. His vision blurred, clearing a bit as Shifa moved into his line of sight, whining softly. He noted the boy's muddy boots. "Jacob," Kole said, straightening a bit, "I need to see my friends. Take me to them." The boy known as Jacob frowned, shaking his head slowly.
Captain Carew,
he said in a rough voice at odds with his appearance. He could speak then.
Yes,
Kole said, standing up straight and wiping the drool from his bottom lip.
In time. But now take me to the sick and wounded. Take me to my friends.
Jacob shook his head again, looking panicked this time, as if he feared retribution. Kole thought he might fear the captain, but everything he had heard of Talmir painted him as a thoughtful and kind figure, if a little stern. Was it Kole the boy feared?
No,
Jacob said, repeating it several times as he shook his head back and forth. Kole sighed.
Very well then, he said, closing his eyes. Lead on. First to Captain Carew and my father, and then, he emphasized the last, to my friends.
Jacob almost smiled then and took off at a walk that bordered on a run. This caused Shifa great stress as she doubled back continuously, barking at Jacob to halt for a spell as Kole strode through the cobbled streets, staring in wonder at the city he had only been in as a child and held no memory of. They walked a wide street that sloped steadily upward, as all roads in Hearth did. Unlike the rural brown roads of Last Lake, those here were inlaid with flat stones that grew slick in the mist. They allowed for the easy passage of carts and other wheeled contraptions, many of which now sheltered under dripping awnings. Where the homes and buildings of the lake were largely horizontal, Hearth's confining walls had forced new construction up. It was like a forest of odd replicas of Nineveh's own tower, one leaning in on the other, the orange and red tints of the candlelit windows flashing their own brand of beauty.
Where is the meeting place?
Kole called out, and while Shifa's white tufts perked up, Jacob's barely twitched. Kole sighed. As he walked, his thoughts could not help but turn back to the dream, and, curiously, to the Fey Mother. Kole had stated his intention to venture north to the peaks after the great ape had breached their timber walls. Nineveh had not openly championed him, but she had certainly not stood in his way. He remembered the night his mother had died. It was the first night he had the dream, and he woke to find the Fey Mother in their home, consoling a father gone mad with grief. Did she know of the White Crest's presence? Did she know what Kole planned to do if he found him? None of it had ever made any sense to Kole. After all, the White Crest was thought to have fallen in battle against the Eastern Dark. Even if he hadn't, why would he turn against the people he had sworn to protect? Perhaps it truly was the Eastern Dark he saw all shrouded in light. Kole tried to cast the thoughts away like a rotted cloak, but they would not quit. He tried to turn his mind to Lynn and the others, but his heart simmered, calling for the same thing it had for over a decade: revenge. Kole felt a tug on his sleeve and looked down to see Jacob, his expression irate. He had slowed too much for the boy's patience, whose tugging only ceased when Shifa tested a growl low in her throat. Jacob's worst fears of dalliance were about to be realized as a figure broke the plain from road to sky, his profile framed in the light of a neighboring tavern. The figure stood a bit shorter than Kole, but he may as well have been looking at an aged mirror. Kareem's face broke into a broad smile, white teeth showing. He came down the slope in a gait lighter than matched the mood of the city, but for now, all that mattered was their embrace. Shifa wagged her tail and barked excitedly, while Jacob was the picture of frustration, his arms crossed as his mission experienced an unexpected delay. Kareem pushed his son to arm's length.
"You're looking none the worse for wear," he said, looking Kole up and down. "I know he's late," he tossed over his shoulder to Jacob, "but I thought it important to catch him before he entered that pit of vipers."
He smiled at Kole, but now it was the strained look he knew so well. "Come," and he took Kole by the shoulder and turned him east, continuing up the rise. Jacob skipped off ahead, weaving in and out of passers-by with Shifa close at his heels. He never let Kole out of his sight, but their forward progress seemed to have appeased him some. As they crested the rise, the streets grew thicker with traffic. Men and women, very young and very old, went about their business, but there was undoubtedly a note of panic to their movements. Karine watched him.
"This attack is unlike any other," Karine said. "They go about their days as if the dark tide will recede, as it always has."
"It won't," Kole said.
"No, it won't."
They walked in silence for a spell, watching Jacob and Shifa disappear and reappear in the snaking crowds as the land began to slope steadily downward.
"I'm wasting time," Kole said. "You're lucky to be alive," Karine answered, more sternly than was usual. "I did not make for Hearth until I was certain you were on the mend. Even so, I never thought you'd be fool enough to leave the lake in the state you're in the state we're all in."
"I'm fine, you said so yourself."
Karine stopped dead in his tracks, and Kole turned to regard him. His father had closed his eyes, squeezing them tight and clenching his knuckles at his sides. Jacob and Shifa paused farther ahead, but they held their peace.
"Kole," Karine started.
"Which one is this for? This quest of yours?"
"Which one?" Kole asked, incredulous. "It's for all of us."
"What is—" His father sounded exasperated, desperate even. "You're going to take on the Eastern Dark yourself? You're going to fight the sages?"
"I'm going to fight whoever's responsible," Kole said, his tone a challenge.
From their position on the hill, they could see straight to the walls, Garros's glowing brazier lighting the crenellations, the churning fields beyond alive with movement. Kole swept his hand out. "This isn't the dark kind," Kole said. "This isn't some random incursion from the world apart." He pointed up at the sky, at the roiling clouds overhead. "That is the work of them!" he said, nearly shouting. Some of the traffic slowed or stopped around them, but he did not care. "You know it is!" As he finished, he felt a pang of guilt. His father's anger had blown out, leaving him barren. He looked at Kole with nothing but love and the fear that came with it. "Lyn, or your mother?" he asked, stepping closer. "Which one are you going for?" Cole's mind worked, steam rising from his skin as the mist grew thicker. "Lyn," he said, not knowing if it was the truth. "They're out there now." "Out there!" He pointed beyond the walls. "And I'm here." Karine nodded and took his son by the shoulder. "They need as many as can be spared here." "I can't be spared," Kole said. "I know." There was another pause, but Jacob was relieved to see them continue on, taking the slope down into the bowl that made up the central market of Hearth. "You looked like an ember of old out there," Karine said, keeping his voice low. "Even the dark kind, or the corrupted, whatever the wretched things are, seemed stunned. They backed off from the walls for half a day, and none have tried for the gates since, something that's been irking Bashir." "The twins, father," Kole said past the lump in his throat. "Ty is fine," he said. "And Finn?" "Less so, but she will recover." "How bad?" Kole asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. "I should see her." "No, not now. There are several fake in here. Some trained under Nineveh at the lake, and others under the Fae of the Eastern Valley. They'll have her back soon enough.
Would that Iana were here.
If she were, do you really think you'd make it out of Hearth? Kole found himself chuckling despite the mood.
I take it that means you won't try to stop me.
Kareen paused. I doubt very much if I could. But I have to be honest, Kole. I don't know if the answers are in the north.
They're not here.
No, they aren't. But some are starting to see you as an answer, Kole. And they have more sway than I.
This merchant council?
Kole nearly spat the words. The very same. You've been at the center of some bright events in all this darkness, son. People are starting to take notice. The leaders of Hearth have noticed, and they wonder if keeping you here might not serve our people better. Kareen continued to talk, telling his son of the Merchant Council's various members, what he knew of them, at least. His father was probably the most well-traveled person in the valley. It stood to reason he knew much and many. He seemed to have a great deal of respect for Captain Karoo. It was strange, Kole thought, that he had no memory of meeting the man whose bed he had occupied the previous night. And there was another kernel of guilt that Kole had slept once again as the captain had defended his people. After his father spoke, Kole was split between listening and seeing. Even now, in the midst of a siege out of nightmare, the central market of Hearth bustled with activity, and not all of it was concentrated on the wounded that occupied the great billowing tents. When compared to the open air of the lakes and forests to the south, the Red Bowl was a confused press and jumble, people rushing to and fro. Normally, they would be peddling their wares, but now, merchants were replaced by physicians, some of them sporting the glowing greens of the Fakin. Instead of baubles, they carted the wounded, groaning and grasping. On the battlefield, the scents of rot and mess were masked by ash and ozone, which covered the slow horrors beneath the fighting. Here among the sick, the rusted smell of blood covered the sweeter odor of infection. Where the Fakin were too few to purge it, they used flame to burn it. In all the years of war with the dark kind, and in the sorry conflicts before, a sight like this had never been witnessed in the valley. Jacob's expression did not so much as quiver throughout their walk, the sick and wounded seeming apparitions to him. For some reason, it made Kole pity him for the childhood he had lost. In that moment, Kole felt thankful for his own, however fleeting it might have been. After a time, they came to a looming structure carved of white stone. It was the same rock that ringed the northern section of the city. Its gate was adorned with gold reliefs, and a bronze dome capped its central tower, albeit one caked with green decay, as if it, too, was wounded beyond saving. As they passed the gates, which sat on the borders of the market, Kole studied the depictions. They marked an obvious attempt to pay homage to the Ember folk of the desert, but they came off gaudy and strange. The interior was no better. In Kole's experience, there was nothing in the valley that could be considered ornate of a scale to match the stories of old. An antique tea set, perhaps, or maybe a carpet designed in the old way. Nineveh had some of these things, as did Dora. Even Kareen had an eye for art, silverware and the like. But the truly magnificent was reserved for the desert places that had passed into legend, where jewels adorned every candle on every door, the only things shining brighter than the sun above being the structures of its desert children below. The inside of the Merchant Council's shared meeting place was not one of these structures, but he recognized an attempt when he saw one. If the myriad artistic styles on display, from the carpets ringing floor and wall to the murals on the flat ceiling,
matched the egos he was about to endure, facing one sage or another would seem nothing by comparison. In its own way, there was a sickness here that ran deeper than that festering in the tents outside. Kole tried to lose the thoughts as they crossed to the bottom of a spiral stair. Mahogany steps ringed by a black rail curled up into the light of too many lanterns, and he bade Shifa sit at the base. Jacob glared at him, daring him to try the same. Kole did not, but the boy stayed with Shifa anyway. At the top, Kareen opened a door that seemed older than the rest and ushered Kole into a shockingly modest den. In place of the lanterns ringing the stairwell, the whole affair was cast into a strange light from twin hearths on opposite walls, faces turned to regard him that may as well have been masks for all he could read from them at a glance. Kole Reyna, a middle-aged man standing at the head of an oval table, said. He carried himself with the bearing of a man-at-arms, and though he wore no formal mark of rank, Kole remembered him as the captain of Hearth's white walls. And his son, Kole Reyna. Talmir Carew did not wait for a response from the assembled merchants and approached Kole with his hand extended. Welcome again, Talmir said in a low voice, sharing a conspiratorial smirk. I know our first meeting may have been lost on you. There was a lot going on, Kole said, trying to sound more sure than he felt, which was distinctly uncomfortable. Thank you for your hospitality. Someone at the table scoffed, and Kole craned his head around to see a woman in white shaking her head, bemused, her raven black hair swaying. She met Kole's stare and winked. If you think those chambers hospitable, my boy, you'd think mine were fit for the gods, she said, all silk.
And how would you know the difference?
A peevish-looking man asked from her left. He wore a crooked lavender hat and no small degree of irritation. The woman offered him a smile, though Kole noted a subtle shift in her eyes, a steeliness that seemed to make the older man squirm ever so slightly. Just as quickly as it appeared, however, the look was gone, replaced by a burst of girlish laughter. Oh, come now, Yush, she said. We are all progressive here, are we not? She looked back at Kole, looked him up and down. His martial mind attributed the roving of her eyes to an attempt at sizing him up, and his masculine side came to the same conclusion. Though I am more progressive than most. If the captain was at all embarrassed by his sometimes lover's display, he covered it well, leading Kole and his father over to the table, where Kareen took the woman's proffered hand and offered a kiss. Rain, she said, reaching for Kole. He took it and gave it a squeeze, injecting a bit more heat than usual. She withdrew with a sharp yelp that turned into a chuckle. Rain Kural, she finished, shaking out her hand. She watched Kole with intense interest as Talmir made the rest of the introductions. There was Yush Triaz, he of the purple hat. He was flanked by two female council members. Kole noted the way the three of them watched he and his father with keen interest, if not outright suspicion. He also noted their standoffish attitude toward the captain. Kenta Grien was a thin man who looked as though he bore the collective weariness of all those gathered. He was the head physician, and his eyes kept darting toward the door. Kole knew he would rather be helping his people than basking in the formality of a council meeting. Aside from them, the final member of the council, or perhaps just an observer, was a man whose skin was darker than any Kole had seen, painting a stark contrast to irises that bore the burnt amber hue of overripe honey. Kole wondered if he was the exotic result of Ember folk mixing with the Fae. Even from a distance, Kole could feel the heat radiating from the alcove in which he sat. He was an Ember, and a strong one. "Allow me to introduce one of Hearth's staunchest defenders," Talmir said, indicating the quiet fellow. "Second Keeper Creath Mitan. Without him, it is quite possible, probable even, that the wall would have fallen a week ago." One of the council members beside Yush scoffed, but it sounded not far off from a choke when Creath flashed his 2 white teeth in her direction. The low fire in the grate nearest him flared for a moment, and in the light, Kole could see that the ember was wrapped around the chest in bandages. That explained his absence from the battlements then.
Yes, yes,
Yush said, waving his hand, fingers waggling.
"We're all very grateful we have brave men such as you to defend us, Mitan. Now let us get on to more pressing concerns."
"What concerns press more than the safety of our people?" Talmir asked, an edge in his tone, and Yush sputtered, his cheeks going red. "Besides, I only meant to introduce one Night Lord Slayer to another." Kole and Creath considered one another once more, and Kole thought he saw the other man offer a slight nod. He returned it.
"Night Lord?"
Yush whined.
"Night Lords?"
He held up his hands, looking from one face to the next, as if he were at a loss.
"The last of their ilk was slain by the White Crest in the passes a generation ago."
"Are you telling 2 Embers what they fought?" Talmir asked. "When you weren't there?"
"I needn't have been there!"
Yush shouted.
"Those were abominations! We are thankful you felled the beasts, but they were just that, beasts! They were not Night Lords, not true ones in any case."
"Perhaps not," Kenta said, his tone even as he considered Kole. "But formidable nonetheless." He could not be sure, but Kole thought he had the room mapped out well enough. Yush and his lackeys made up one triangle, while Captain Karus seemed to have the respect, if not the open support, of the remaining pair. He was not sure if Creath held sway here, since he did not appear to be a member of the Merchant Council. Now it only remained to be seen how Kole fit into the group's respective plans, and how he could keep from fitting. "We are gathered to make decisions," Talmir said, moving on from his spat with Yush. "The valley is currently in the midst of the darkest storm it has ever witnessed. Take it literally or take it any way you like it. There it is. We've had no word from the Fork since the siege began, and we've seen strange faces amidst the corrupted once the ink has drained away. Some are undoubtedly victims from the scattered villages, but many are foreigners."
"I fail to see the relevance."
"The relevance," Talmir cut in, "is that we have no way of knowing when this tide will end, or if it will." Kole could use that to his advantage. "As for our brothers to the south," he glanced at Kole and his father, "Karin's report is the last we've received, but their position is decidedly more positive than the view from our balconies would suggest." "Get to it, Talmir," Rain said, her tone more solid and resolute than it had been before. She stared at the captain hard enough to make him flinch and swallow. "I was standing on the gate when Kole Reyna, the younger Ember you see before you, cut his way through the swarm to reach it," he said. "I was not alone," Kole said meekly. "No," Talmir allowed, looking at him before turning back to the table. "But he may well have been, for all the good it did for the dark kind. I've never seen anything like it. That power. He was more an Ember king than a keeper." Kole blushed, despite the mood.
"Forgive me,"
Yush started, raising his brows at Kole before switching his challenging stare on the captain.
"But how is he any different, any more potent than First Keeper Balshir, or even Mitan over there? What about Misha Vigar? No doubt she'd have something to say about it."
"She wasn't there," Talmir said. If you want the most accurate account, ask the earth before the gate, which is broken and scorched beyond anything I've seen. Truly, we are lucky he didn't bring the timbers down around him. He surely could have. And now it was Kole's turn to swallow. This was the sort of talk he had been dreading. He began to steel himself for the inevitable argument. He would make it a short one, direct.
No,
Talmir said, disgust evident. Saying that would bring you too close to the fighting.
If Talmir Carew says it, Crayath spoke from his corner, then it is so.
Take my word or leave it, the captain said, but the truth remains. I have not seen a force so powerful in all my life. I saw, Kentis said. I saw the white rocks spilling up from the broken earth like bones. I saw some of those besides. It was a sight.
He is cut from the same stuff as his mother, Kareen said, and all eyes turned to regard him. Sari Sazu. A hush descended. Many had died in the valley. Many had fallen to the dark kind, but none quite in the way Cerise had. It was a reminder both of the void she had left and of the fact that most in the chamber had not connected Kole with her. It made him angry. His heat rose.
Well?
Yush broke the silence.
What have you to add, Kole Reyna? What of your power?
Kole cleared his throat. I don't know what I can add that hasn't already been said. I don't remember much from the fields, save for the fact that I called to the flames and they answered. It was the second time I felt power like that in near as many weeks.
Does it frighten you? Kenta asked, his voice calm, considering.
Fear has no place in it,
Kole said, voice projecting confidence he did not feel. His mother's name still echoed in his mind, her face blurry, but for in dreaming.
There is a time and a place for power. And where and when will that be?
Rain asked. It surprised Kole how much her demeanor had shifted in the space of minutes. This new woman was authoritative and direct. Apparently, he was not alone. She earned a few glances for the question.
I thought we were speaking plain here, she said, ignoring them. My boy, we all know you did not come here to rescue your brothers and sisters in Hearth, noble as that may have been. We know of Laren Hallspar's quest. We know what he would seek to do.
Enlighten me, Kole said evenly, and his father gave him a warning look.
If the White Crest lives, they will beg his aid like children come before an absentee parent, she said, mocking the very thought. If they find something else, something decidedly more sinister, a source for this scourge, they will burn it out.
You have a problem with either scenario? Kole asked, unable to help himself.
Not necessarily, Rain said, sitting back and raising her brows. Though I wonder if you share the same goals. I wonder if you do not have designs of your own in the peaks, no matter what you find.
That is completely beside the point, Talmir intervened before Kole could mount a response. The question on the table is whether or not Kole should stay here in defense of the city or venture north on some fool's errand.
Should that not be Kole's to decide?
Kole asked. He was tiring of the games. The reminder of Laren, in actuality Lynn's, journey reignited the spark of urgency within him. He tried not to think on Rain's unspoken implications.
And what sort of designs might this ember pup have with a sage long dead?
An older, raven-haired woman asked from her place beside Yush. She was bedecked in gaudy jewels and wore far too much paint.
Please, Sister Gretty,
Rain said, earning a hateful glare from the woman.
Just because you play the pious one in your fortune-telling doesn't mean we're going to buy the act now.
Pious? Kole asked, sounding as disgusted as he felt. For a sage?
What of this group now? Kenta asked. Do we know where they are?
Do we even know if they live?
No to both,
Talmir said flatly, eyeing Kole. Kenta nodded and steepled his fingers. He was a calculating man, and he calculated now, working over the implications and possibilities. Where the others in the chamber were free-flowing with their emotions, Kenta was reserved, controlled. His brow crinkled, as if a sudden thought had occurred to him, some conclusion that Kole was not at all eager to hear.
You wish for this young man to aid us in the defense of Hoth, no?
Kenta asked, cutting in before the captain could respond.
And yet, by accounts, he cannot even control the power he wields.
Tell me, he turned his eyes on Kole. Have you been to see your friend? The one your flames nearly consumed? The words clattered around the chamber like thrown stones, settling in the deep corners of Kole's heart and leaving him heavy and speechless. He heard the shouting as his father, Captain Karoo, and Rain Kural took Kenta to task. Sister Greti and Yush came to Kenta's defense, but even they did so weakly and without fervor.
Kole,
Talmir said, and Kole did not hear it until his father nudged him in the side.
Kenta has apologized. Do you accept?
Kole eyed the physician intently. He did not seem sorry. However, he did not seem smug, only resolute.
It is I who is sorry, Captain,
Kole said, letting his stare linger before switching to Talmir.
But I am not the hero you're looking for. I still could be to my friends, and I promise you, I promise all of you,
he swept his gaze to encompass the gathering,
that I'll do my best to bring my flames to bear against whatever has sent this threat against us. The answers may lie in the peaks, they may not, but they certainly aren't here. Here there is only death. It just hasn't settled in yet.
Their expressions ranged from serene to reassuring to suspicious, but it was Captain Talmir Karoo who truly looked at a loss. His brow worked, lips moving to form words that would not come. Finally, he blew out a reserved sigh and let his palms relax on the oak table.
I understand why you would have me stay, Kole said, but the city is in good hands. Hands far better,
he glanced at Kenta again, who nodded slightly,
and far more steady than mine. It's time we stopped enduring. It's time we started living. You risk too much, Talmir said.
I risk myself, Kole answered as his father looked on. Kreath raised his chin, eyes glittering in the dim-lit alcove. I risk much more by not going. I risk everything. They will not stop. He swept his hand out at the walls.
Not this time.
Young Ember. The speaker was the other woman beside Yush. Her hair was long, white, and tied in a braid. Her eyes had a milky sheen, and for most of the meeting he had assumed her to be dozing or else pointedly ignoring the other exchanges. What do you know that draws you so unerringly toward the peaks? What do you see in the passes?
Forgive Sister Piel,
Yush started, but Rain silenced him with a sharp look. It was a stark contrast to the respect she had not afforded Greti. Perhaps there was something to this old woman after all.
Whatever it is, Talmir put in, let us pray he sees it up close before we're all dead and gone.
He turned for the door, his steps heavy. Kreath watched him go as Kareen turned a look half pride and half heartbreak on his son. The captain opened the heavy door and pulled it in on oiled hinges that emphasized the silence. He turned and nodded to Kole, who followed without a backward glance. Kole assisted Kreath to his feet and helped him to the door. None of the esteemed merchant council of Hearth made a move to stop them, verbal or otherwise. They took the winding stair, silent as shadows, and took up Jacob and Shifa in their wake once they reached the bottom. Kole marveled at the loyalty and patience of both. As Shifa dogged his heels, so did Jacob skirt those of the captain. Once they were outside and safely out of earshot, Talmir turned, his look strained, brows furrowed. "I am no fool, Kole Reyna," he said evenly. "Though she lapses from time to time, that old woman up there isn't either." Kole tensed, and his father did so as well, but the captain held up a hand. "I will not stand in your way," he said. "If you wish to make for the steppes and the peaks beyond, I cannot stop you. But I can ask what you're really after, besides your friends and fellow lakemen." Kole swallowed. He looked at his father, but Karin's expression told him nothing. When he turned back to the captain, he was resolute. "The White Crest lives," Kole said. "I have seen it." "And yet you were an Ember, not one of the LandKist of the valley. Were you one of the Fakin, I might believe you more readily. What could you know that they do not?" "I can't explain it," Kole said, "but I know what I feel. I know what I saw that night." He looked at his father, whose eyes took on that faraway ghost light. "I don't pretend to know what the White Crest once was to the Ember folk, the Rivermen, or the Fae. I know what he is now. Whatever's left of him, that is. He is not our protector. He is our jailer. Now, our executioner." There was a silence but for the trundling of carts, the shouted orders, and the unsettling drone of the wounded in their tents. "The Eastern Dark is the sage we have long counted as our enemy," Talmir said, speaking slowly, directly. To his credit, he waited on Kole's response, taking his measure. "Perhaps he still is," Kole said. "He is a sage, after all, just as the White Crest is. They are brothers of a sort. Not much to distinguish one from the other. Then why focus on one long thought dead? Are they both not thought as much?" Kole nodded to the west, toward the sloping roads of Hearth's Bowl and the unseen walls beyond. "There are no natural rifts this large to accommodate such a force," Kole said, his patience wearing thin. "The dark months have ended, or hadn't you noticed?" "I had," Talmir said. "The Eastern Dark is the only one of the sages known to flirt with the world apart. What makes you think—" "It doesn't matter. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Either way, I'll find whatever's causing this and put an end to it." He was breathing heavy, heat rising. Kreath smiled as he limped before him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the captain. "But I know, father," Kole said, turning to Kole. "I've known it since the night Nineveh came to our door in the rain." "Be careful of the truth, son," Kole said. "Sometimes it can burn you more readily than the flames." Kole said nothing. "Captain Karoo," Kole said, and the captain turned to regard him. "My son needs a way out of Hearth." Talmir sighed, and Kreath chuckled. "Let me see if I can help on that account," the Ember said with that toothy smile. Kole returned it, but the beating of his heart felt like a violent drum in his chest. Chapter 23. The Fires of Hate. The day was wet and dreary. All the days had been since the sky had darkened. It was scarred now, burnt beyond recognition, and what was normally a time for growth and plenty had become an unending nightmare. Iana Viran walked the muddy streets alone, wearing cotton breeches in place of her robes. She navigated the puddles nimbly, finding small patches of soaked earth to traverse. The pressure of her passing left the tiny mounds unstable, to be swallowed up by the groundwater. It was a miserable experience, but it jogged a half-pleasant memory. Iana saw Kole and Lynn hopping from one stone to another in the deep streams of the wood. She had tried to follow, but she was small and clumsy. She had fallen, floundering in the shallows and sure to drown if Lynn had not come back for her. Her light mood lasted as long as it took a worried soldier to rush past, red-faced and panting, a reminder of the precipice on which they all rested. It was the waiting that was worst of all. Waiting while Hearth was besieged. Waiting while Lynn and Kole were out there. Iana felt vulnerable. Worse, she felt helpless. She sighed and continued to pick her way up the slope toward the northern section of town. Halfway up, the road split and she turned left, avoiding even a glance at the other road, which led to the leaning tower of the Fey Mother, her teacher. The tower loomed out of the milky haze at her periphery, a reminder that while she hopped between puddles, Nineveh worked through her dreams and visions, trying to be of use. Normally, Nineveh would include Iana, but things had been different ever since Kole had gone north. She had stopped making sense, at least as far as Iana could tell. She babbled about a power in the north, one whose face she could not see and whose lair she could not penetrate, and she spoke of a figure wreathed in flame. He was an ember, but one possessed of a dark and frightening power. Iana guessed this to be Kole, but when she had said as much to Nineveh, the Fey Mother had merely waved her away. Iana wondered if she even noticed her absentee apprentice these last days. Iana had been angry at first, but now she knew that the anger had merely been a cover for the fear. Never had she seen Nineveh so embattled, so confused. She had even taken to meeting with Rusul and the seers of Eastlake, something Iana would have scoffed at even a month before, during the deepest days of the dark months. Desperate times indeed. Iana shook thoughts of her teacher away and continued on the northern road. It was strange, she thought, how all paths seemed to be pointing in that direction of late. She supposed it made sense, seeing how their corner of the world was as far south as south went. She reached the crest before the refinished gate and looked down over her the town that had been her only home. Gray smoke rose from the brick chimneys, mixing with the unnatural fog to form a pleasant curtain that looked far less foreboding than the one hanging over their collective heads night and day. She turned back toward the gate and noted the gatehouse off to the left, the first puffs of smoke just starting to curl from the bent pipe in the leaning roof. Iana had not set out with a destination in mind, but she always wound up in the gatehouse with Turen when she was upset. The first keeper eschewed the comforts of his own home, the protection of his people taking precedence over everything else. It was likely that, as agonizing as the waiting and uncertainty had been for her, it was doubly worse for Turen. As far as she knew, he had not received word from Hearth for a week, and the decision to withhold aid was not one he had made lightly. The worn pine door was shut and latched, so Iana knocked, and then rocked from foot to foot under the dripping slats. An archer heard and peered down at her from the raised platform above. Iana could not make out her features from under her hood, but they were no doubt familiar, as all faces at the lake were. The guardian lost interest quickly and went back to her bored survey, bored but disciplined. A wall hound rested at her feet, panting in the humid air. Lynn's face flashed in her mind's eye, bringing with it a pang of longing along with the now familiar stabs of fear. There was even a little anger she could not quite bury. All of this was forgotten as the door swung open to reveal a grizzled stone of a man squinting down at her.
"Yanni," he said, "what are you doing out in this mess?"
Iana shrugged meekly and blinked up at him. Turen shook his head in the way a disapproving uncle might, but he moved aside and ushered her into the stuffy gatehouse nonetheless. He took the soaked shawl from her shoulders and grumbled as he fished around for a fresh one, settling for a wool rug he had mistaken for a blanket. She accepted it anyway, stifling a laugh as she followed him to the center of the tiny structure. Iana sat on a worn couch as Turen busied himself arranging fresh tinder in the smoking fireplace. It was a little game they played, seeing who would speak first. Turen was not a quiet man, but he had taught Iana more of patience than even Nineveh had. She had long since forgotten when their games had first begun, but she guessed it to be around the time Lynn and Kole had begun their training for the garrison. Where Lynn went, Iana followed, and the stern Ember could not help but be smitten with her girlish charm. Years later, Iana had been shocked to learn that Turen had lost a daughter shortly after birth. She often wondered if she reminded him of her, and sometimes felt strange because of it. She never asked, even though their silent game depended on questions as the only source of consequence. Turen had a miniature mountain of white pine shavings piled in the hearth, and now begun the painstaking process of laying a foundation of split oak about it. He would build the framework of a tiny house and continue from there. Iana knew this because she had watched him do it 100 times before. "I've always wondered," she said, and his ears perked up, "why you insist on building fires the old-fashioned way."
"Nothing old-fashioned about building a fire the proper way," he grumbled. "If there's a better way to do it, I've yet to meet the man who's found it."
"Perhaps you should ask a woman then."
He smiled.
"Perhaps,"
and he went back to his work. He was tense, but less so than he had been when she arrived. Even if her fake inabilities did not allow her to perceive emotions as plainly as others perceived the wind, she'd have seen the hard set of the first keeper's shoulders and the haggard look behind those icy blue eyes.
"You know I hate it when you do that," he said.
"Do what? Oh, sorry," she said, color coming to her face.
It was a hard thing to turn off. Turen smirked, and Iana cursed, knowing he had tricked her into asking the first question.
"You would think that famed intuition you women speak about would be enough. But no, you need to go and be chosen as the valley's own, blessed with powers of knowing and sight the rest can only guess at. Or maybe you're all fakers who like to sound right."
"A bit of both," Iana clucked. Turen grabbed a flint from the windowsill and knelt to strike it.
"Why do you build it that way?"
she asked, her tone shifting.
"I never asked my question," he said.
"Very well,"
she said with a dramatic sigh. "Ask away."
"This seems an important time for the valley and everyone in it,"
Turen said, looking at her over his shoulder as he balanced a sharp piece of tinder on the brick. "Is that a question?" He struck the flint, and the spark took, blazing the fire to healthy life in a heartbeat, washing the chamber in its moving glow. The flames licked and curled at the white pine almost as eagerly as they reached out for Turen. He reached one hand into the blaze, and no matter how many times she witnessed an ember do it, it never lost its novelty. He closed his eyes, and she saw the veins bulge and pulse. After a few moments, he withdrew and left the longing fire to its business, crossing to sit next to Iana on the couch, his heat radiating pleasantly. Iana curled up in her rug-turned blanket. She remembered touching his bare forearm for the first time as a girl. It had given her the sensation of a black stone left in the sun. Though they were both ember, the first keeper's heat felt different from Kole's. It was steadier, more frequent, but less likely to burn. "You haven't asked your question," she reminded as they stared into the dancing elements beneath the chute.
"Ah, yes," he said a bit absently. "I only thought, in this time above all others, wouldn't Nineveh need your assistance? She has much to ponder. Her visions and sights."
He finished, waving his hand in a way she might have found silly if the subject were not so frustrating. Iana frowned and turned away. It was a bad habit, and one that made her look so much like the sulky adolescent she had tried for years to leave behind.
"I think I've discovered your reason for coming today," he said with a smile.
"If I tell you," she said, "will you tell me why you build your fires that way?"
"That is how the game works."
"I've asked before," she said without hesitation, and then she turned those piercing green eyes his way. "You've never told me true." Turen blushed and looked away, and Iana felt shame for the second time that day. After an awkward moment, however, he recovered and boomed with laughter that shook them both.
"I used to think I had trouble getting anything past my wife," he said, wiping a tear. "Would that she could have met you."
Iana smiled up at him, feeling his longing like a stab in the heart. It was a sweet thing, and not at all bitter. "In fairness to her," Iana said, "you've kept this one so deep, even I took time to suss it out."
"I'll tell you true, Yanni,"
he said, using the rare pet name. He was the only one that could get away with it, and even then on sparing occasion.
"But I'm curious. What stands out to you about the way I build my fires?"
"It's not the fact that you don't use your flames," she said, "though it is odd. For a while I just assumed you preferred it that way."
"And what changed that opinion?"
"There is something in you when you build a fire that way," she said, her eyes shifting like emerald pools as she looked up at him. "It's important to you. It awakens something in you, or else keeps something asleep. I feel sorrow and solitude. Most of all, I feel regret. It seeps from you like storm waves from a far-off cove." Iana came back to herself. She had begun to drift off into a trance. When she looked back at Turen, the Ember was staring at the flames, his face unreadable and emotions masked, even to her.
"Even without your gifts, you are wise beyond your years, little Yanni," he said, smiling wistfully. He looked down at her and gave her a small pat on the head before standing and moving to tend the fire. "I build fires this way," he said, leaning on the mantel and staring down, "because it reminds me that I control the flame, and not the other way around."
When he looked back at her, there were tears gathering round the rims of his eyes.
"The price some had to pay for me to learn that truth is something I can never forget. And every time I build a fire, every time I stalk my brazier on the wall, I remember. I let it linger. I let it burn."
Iana swallowed as the first keeper looked away from her, gathering his thoughts as he plowed the waves of memory.
"I am a powerful ember, Yanni," he said.
There was no boast, just truth plainly presented.
But whatever Lynn, Kole, and even Laren have witnessed of me, I can honestly say they have not seen the truth of it. Had Kole and Laren not taken down that beast a moon past, I dare say they may have.
Turen looked at her, his eyes sharper than before.
You're studied in the early conflicts of the valley, are you not? Those between the Ember folk and the Rivermen?
Iana nodded, enraptured.
Those conflicts ended some time ago, long before you were born and long before I became the man I am today. Shortly after they ended, groups cropped up like sullen weeds. They were victims of a sort, those whose parents or siblings had lost their lives in the battles. They wanted what all victims want: revenge, closure. When they came upon a group of Fae in the eastern woods during a hunt, they took it, though the woodsmen had done nothing but protect their borders as we clashed with the Rockblade.
Turen shook his head at the memory, the knuckles of one hand going white and the fire below him burning a little brighter.
The young hunters said the Fae attacked them. Once I might have believed them, but not after Nineveh had returned from her time beneath the branches. She learned much from the original valley folk, enough to know the hunters were lying.
Now when Turen looked at her, she felt the pain coming off of him like fresh agony.
You see, Yanni, he said, something had to be done.
Iana said nothing, and Turen turned back to the hearth.
The decision was made by my father and first keeper Crowan T, Jenk's grandfather. As newly appointed keeper, I set out with Crowan and first keeper Vanille Cross of Hearth. That was a big deal, since my father's separation from Hearth was still fresh by a generation. We were to find the runaway hunters and bring them back for a joint trial before the twin Ember settlements and the Rivermen of the Fork. They were a formidable group. 9 hunters, 3 of them Embers.
He paused. Why did only 3 of you go? Iana asked. Turen laughed a bitter laugh.
We did not expect them to resist. Alas, Kole Reyna, Karin's mother and Kole's grandmother, helped us track them. Lucky for her, she largely excused herself from what happened next.
The Ember swallowed. He was now deep onto the paths of memory, and Iana was swept along with him, her eyes glowing almost as bright as the fire in the hearth. She was not there, not truly, but she hovered on the edges with the 3 Embers as they followed Fortu through the forested lands, skirting the edges of the untamed hills. The dark months were in full swing, but in those days there was nary more than a shadow or 2 to be burned away. Things watched from trunk and burrow, but the Embers kept their blood up, and nothing challenged them. Turen continued to speak in the present, but Iana was in some version of the between. His younger self, white hair tied back to frame strong, youthful features as he brushed the branches away from his face, mouthed the words. Their direction was staggered and uneven. It appeared to make as little sense to the Embers as it did to Iana, but Fortu led them on, and the darkness soon gave way to a ruddy glow. The tracker waved them forward, and they entered the clearing, looking over what Iana at first took for the scattered remnants of a camp hastily abandoned. And then she saw the bodies, burnt and twisted, and all of them bearing the pale moon faces of the Fae. They ranged from the very young to the very old, the flames still eating hungrily in places. It was nearly enough to make her sick, and she knew that young Turen felt the same way. The company picked over the scene, finding the body of one of the hunters. Iana shuddered to think that a Fakin had done that to him, turning him inside out, in a stark reminder of how the healing powers of the LandKist of the valley could shift to the stuff of nightmare out of necessity. Could she do something like that? Iana could still hear Turen's words, but they were far away now, much farther than the scene before her. His younger self was in shock, and though Crowan and Vanille felt the same way, the older Embers did a better job at hiding it. There was something else welling up inside of Turen, however. It was hotter than the flames in his blood, hotter even than those burning in the clearing and over the mangled bodies of the Fey children. It was something much like rage. The company moved further west in silence, and Turen had killing on his mind and in his heart. The scent of ozone tickled Iana's nose.
"Quell your fire, young one,"
Vanille said, catching Turen by the crook of the arm. All she received in reply was a stare like death, and she withdrew. There was a smaller clearing further ahead. This one had its own fresh flames, which looked gaudy in the unfiltered moonlight. Iana followed in Crowan and Vanille's wake. Turen stood within the circle of trees, Fortu beside him. Below them, the tiny chest of a female hunter heaved and shuddered past the arrow stuck through it. Her eyes quivered with fear and pain, but Turen did not see it. He only looked past her, seeing the charred remains of the Fae who had sent the shaft. Crowan put out a hand, but it was too late. Turen incinerated the girl so quickly, she died without issuing a sound.
"Cadet!"
the first keeper shouted, turning Turen around forcefully.
"She was to stand trial, as all the others."
The young Turen looked at his mentor with an odd mix of disgust and confusion. Crowan opened his mouth to speak again, and an arrow sliced through the night air, parting his tongue and sinking with a squelch into the back of his throat. The sudden violence shocked the other three into action as they spun to meet the charge of the rogue company, which crashed into the clearing with blades held high, spears leveled, and flames shooting forth in deadly brilliance. Turen took a gash in the side, broke the spear at the shaft with a slash of his everwood blade, and snatched the sharp end before it tumbled to the ground. He sank that into the swordsman on the left and grabbed the spear-wielder round the throat, lifting him into the air with ease. This one did have time to scream, and he made it count as Turen's bare hand burned through his windpipe to the bone. Vanille unloosed twin black everwood axes from her back, ignited them, and spun to meet the charge of the Ember Triad. Her blades worked furiously, dealing back threefold each wound she received. One of the three died gurgling before the other two could mount a more measured attack on Hearth's deadly tornado of fire. Iana lost track of Fortu in the chaos, but a scream that was cut short from the surrounding trees let her know that the tracker had found the archer. Through it all, Crowan T pitched and rolled on the ground, clutching at the bubbling wound with eyes wide. Somehow he managed to light his sword and sink it into the calf of a female hunter that got too close to him while circling away from Turen's deadly arcs. She fell with a pained yelp, and Crowan finished her off, sinking his burning blade into her chest and pinning her to the forest floor. Then he lay still. Iana was breathing fast. She knew she was in no real danger, but could not help but skitter to the edge of the clearing, putting her back against the trunk of a tree as she watched Turen advance like a force of nature. His blade glowed so bright she could not make out the wood at its core, blue lines spilling off at the edges. He went to work like one of the Embers of legend. Metal weapons seemed to dull and bend as they came into contact with his own. Their wielders fared no better, as Turen sent flares far wider than Iana had known possible, the rays shooting out from the edges of his blade as if shot from a bow. Soon enough, only the two young Embers remained of the rogue company. Vanille battled both, but a slash to her thigh put her down in a tangle, one axe spinning from her grip along with 3 fingers. Iana was sickly fascinated watching the Embers battle one another. Though they were effectively immune to each other's flames, they still made use of them, sending flares and crescents to blind and confuse as they danced their deadly dance. It was a tense battle while it lasted, but Vanille had lost, and she would have been cut down for good had Turen not moved to stand before her, eyes shining like a god's. The young Embers withdrew and paced before him like jungle cats. By their movements, Iana thought them to be brother and sister. By their poise, she thought it obvious they were the leaders of the rogue brigand, the ones most responsible for the trail of garish sights. And now they had slain the first keeper of the lake and maimed the first keeper of Hearth. The pair came at him mid-stride like bolts fired from a crossbow. Turen repelled them with a violent gust. The male lost his blade, which embedded itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. As he moved to retrieve it, his sister renewed her assault on Turen, forcing him back with a blitzing attack. Her fury only served to highlight her desperation. Her brother had nearly pried his burning blade from the scorched trunk when she was launched into him so forcefully that he was impaled on the dull end of his weapon. The impact resulted in a sickening crunch that ended with a sorry gasp as he died on the still burning length of Everwood. Turen was standing over her when she came to. There was a storm in him, and Iana knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was far from spent. The Ember, no more than a child, really, glared up at him through dirt-caked tears.
"I can still remember the way she looked at me,"
he said, raising his glowing blade and the burning palm behind it.
"There was accusation in her eyes, as if I was wrong, as if I was evil. A thing to be feared."
Despite the circumstances, the girl was beautiful, her face lit orange and blue. Iana wondered whom her parents had been, if she had loved or been loved. She tried not to look at the prone form of her brother leaning sickly above her head.
"I felt like a passenger to the flames,"
Turen said, and as he did, the girl finally broke, her body racked with sobs. She looked down at the ground. Iana heard rustling and turned to see Fortu helping a woozy Vanille to her feet, the tracker keeping a weary eye on Turen all the while. The first keeper of Hearth reached her maimed hand out toward the still form of Crone T as Fortu whispered words of comfort, dragging her onto the paths beyond.
"I wanted to ask her why she had done it."
Iana turned back to the deadly scene. Turen's fist was all blue now, his eyes the yellow of sunlight.
"I wanted to ask if the children of the Fae had whimpered as she did now before she burned them up. Most of all, I wanted to ask how either of us could ever be forgiven."
The blade became a beam that became an inferno, engulfing the girl, her brother, and the tree that marked them in a flash of light so bright it rendered Iana blind. She screamed for what felt like minutes, the image of the kneeling girl imprinted on the backs of her lids. She was shaking, or being shaken.
"Yanni? Iana?"
She opened her eyes to see a face lined with care, worry, and regret. It was a face so at odds with the one she had just seen, it almost seemed alien.
I'm okay,
she said weakly, allowing the Ember to help her into a seated position. Turen put a cold cup into her hands, and she drank deeply, the shock revitalizing her. Neither of them spoke for a time as the fire turned to coals in the hearth.
You were there, weren't you?
Iana nodded, and Turen looked as though his heart might break then and there. She laid a hand on his arm, surprised at its coolness.
Thank you,
she said, green eyes shining.
I know how hard that was. Truly, I know.
Turen nodded and sighed. He stood and crossed to the window, looking out at the gate beyond.
I need to get back up there, he said without turning. Need to keep up appearances. Make it look like we're doing something after all. Something aside from waiting.
The Ember retrieved his cloak from the rack. He wore no scabbard and instead strapped his great everwood blade, a different one than that he had burned up in the memory, to his back.
The reason I build my fires the old-fashioned way, little Yanni, he said, standing over her, is because it reminds me that, though I hold the flame within me, we are separate things. It is a gift from the world. That does not make it a good thing or a bad thing. Just a thing.
He put a hand on her shoulder.
The Embers may be more overtly powerful than many of the other LandKist, he said, but the world does not bestow any of its gifts lightly. I have to believe that. Explore yours, Iana, but never let them explore you. Do not become lost from who you are.
You never have,
Iana said.
I know who you are.
Judging by the look on the first keeper's face, it was exactly what he needed to hear. After he had left, she wrapped the rug tighter around her, watching the sputtering flames in the hearth.
I know who I am.
Chapter 24. A Light in the Dark. As it turned out, the air got no fresher the higher they climbed. The appearance of another arm of the subterranean river, proof of how violently and how deeply the river Frust had delved in its decades of captivity. The three of them knew the river completely now. The smell of its waters, metal and gravel mixed, and the cool kiss of its spray. They knew its taste, tin and copper, just as they knew its sound as the roar of the earth itself. The feeling of elation Lynn had experienced upon finding a tunnel that moved up instead of down days earlier had entirely dissipated, leaving her struck with the helpless reality that they were hopelessly lost. Their food stores were nearly depleted, and their bodies bore the scrapes and bruises of creatures unused to the darkness of the deep lands. Lynn hated the river. She hated it as she had never hated another person. She hated it as she had never hated the dark kind. She hated its indifference most of all. Even as it provided her its lifeblood, she accepted it grudgingly. It felt like drinking poison. I think we should rest here, Jenks said when they came to a particularly wide berth of the same featureless black rock they had come to loathe. Nathan dropped the small pack that represented their combined possessions and sank in a slouch against the tar-colored wall without a word. His eyes were vacant, and his stomach spoke louder than he did. "Works for me," Lynn said. She leaned against the same wall and watched Nathan out of the corner of her eye. His breathing was slow, deliberate. She worried about him. Sighing, Jenks stripped off his boots and went to the edge of the platform, sinking his feet into the flowing black water with a sigh. He did this each day they stopped to rest, and each day the hiss the water made upon contact with his skin grew fainter. He needed light, needed it badly. Watching him, Lynn had to admit that Ganmir had surprised her. She had never much liked him at the lake, but then she had never truly known him as a separate thing from Kaya. Perhaps he had played at being a hero in the vein of his grandfather long enough in youth that it had come true. His face bore the haggard look of exhaustion, but, unlike Nathan and, perhaps herself, there was no defeat to be found in the Ember. It was ironic in its own way. Lynn knew that men and women showed their true colors when pushed to the limit, and those colors were rarely bright. Though his heat had cooled, Jenk seemed to be the exception. A sound that was keener than the low rumble of the river and more muted than the echoes of splashes among the black rocks snaked its way through the chamber. It was a pitiful sound, Lynn thought, squeezing her eyes shut. She did not realize it was coming from her until Jenk put his arm around her shoulders, and it stopped. Lynn struggled past the lump in her throat. When she finally did, she opened her eyes and saw that Jenk's own glistened with dew in the darkness, two more sparkling surfaces in the slick caverns. "I'm sorry," she said, and the echoes magnified the words. Jenk regarded her with a mix of sympathy and confusion, while Nathan merely adopted the latter. "I can't imagine what for," Jenk said. It could have been a joke for the sharp irony, but he said it with conviction. He meant it. "All of it," she said. "For bringing us out here. For Laren. For Boss. For—" Her voice broke. "For Kaya." "What else were we to do?" Jenk asked, letting his head fall back against the wall with a thud. "We were waiting for our deaths at Last Lake. Might as well take control and choose a place for it." "You'd choose here?" "I don't plan to die here." There was a pause as they all digested the words, worked them over and held them close. Nathan looked a little more awake now, a little less sullen. "What do we do if we find him?" Lynn asked, more to herself than the others. "The White Crest or the Eastern Dark?" "Either. They're both sages." Jenk turned a curious look on her. "I would hardly compare the one with the other," he said. "Kole would." "Our people are dying." "And we are here, in the deep lands." "That is why we are here," Jenk said. "We've all become good at killing and better at dying since the dark kind started coming in earnest. It's time we tried something else." The Ember sighed as he finished, and Lynn was suddenly conscious of how cool it was in the close chamber despite his presence. He looked pale in the gloom. If not for the light trickling in from faraway chutes and chimneys, they would have to spend him more by relying on his blade to navigate. "How are you?" she asked softly, putting a hand on his bare arm. He pulled away and tried to affect a smile. "I'll live," he said. "Someone has to answer for all this." "That someone being a sage, most likely," Lynn said, "unless it's some general from the world apart holed up in these mountains." "No," Jenk said. "That's not how they operate. The Night Lords are their generals, the Sentinels their captains of corruption. Only the Eastern Dark communes with them, organizes them like this." "What if Kole is right?" Lynn asked. "What if the White Crest lives?" "Then I'll have my answers from him," Jenk said, the threat of violence lingering. "If he hasn't intervened on our behalf, as was his agreement with the King of Ember, he's in no position to stand up to us."
"To you," Lynn corrected. "Nathan and I are capable, but we are no LandKist. He'll answer to you."
Cenk shrugged as if it did not matter, but Lynn could feel the atmosphere swell and collapse as he flared. "Cenk?" His breathing grew heavy, and his eyes fluttered. "Fine," he said, but the word drifted as he slumped.
"Nathan!"
The other man was up in a flash that belied his exhausted state. He pulled Cenk away from the wall and laid him down, the Embers' breaths coming short and fast. Lynn rested a hand on his forehead, which was pulsing, alternating between hot and cool before settling to something close to normal. That was not good. Lynn had never heard of an Ember dying from lack of sun and flame, but prolonged deprivation could make them seriously ill.
"I'm fine,"
he whispered again, and Lynn shushed him. A blanket of calm settled on her. There was something to do, and she'd see it done.
"You're fading, Ganmir," she said. "We need a fire." "What about his blade?" Nathan asked. "Why can't he light that and use the flames to charge?" "Everwood blades are conduits. I don't understand it completely, but I know they don't burn so much as come to life. He needs a fire with real fuel."
"Nothing," Cenk started, but Lynn spoke over him.
"There is," she said, turning to Nathan. "You remember the last pool we passed? The slow one with foam at the edges?"
Nathan nodded, eyes widening.
"There was debris, bark or lichen."
"I remember," he said, rising to his feet as Cenk tried to grab at him weakly.
"It won't take long."
He walked to the back of the chamber where the path curved around the river. Lynn followed. When they were comfortably out of earshot, she turned him around.
"You know the way?"
He nodded, looking to their right, where the pathway spiraled down into the deeper darkness. Cenk had been forced to ignite his blade shortly after passing that pool, but Nathan was an experienced hunter. Mapping the paths was second nature to him.
"Don't worry," he said. "Back before you know I'm gone."
Lynn watched his silhouette melt into the shadows. She sighed and went back to Cenk.
"You'll be thanking me when we reach the steps,"
Lynn said, trying to ignore the pointed look Cenk managed despite his delirium.
"You'd have done the same."
And that quelled him. Cenk struggled against it for a time, but he eventually succumbed to sleep, leaving Lynn to her thoughts in the dark. She thought of the twisting pathways through the woods to the south, and how much she missed them. She'd even take them chock full of dark kind over the maddening maze of tedium they found themselves in now. She thought of the cave. No matter how hard she tried, however, she could not help her thoughts from turning toward home, toward the waters of Last Lake, which would never ignore her in the dark and deep as the river Frust did. She thought of Iana. Finally, she thought of Kole. Surely he had awoken by now to find her gone. She only hoped he had not been as foolish as she. There was a dry snap that jolted Lynn into a crouch, the long knife Nathan had left her held out horizontally in her hand. She did not flinch. She never did, eyes piercing the middle distance like few could match. Cenk stirred beside her, but did not wake. She exhaled, all relief as Nathan's broad shoulders broke the black canvas. He kicked a dried tangle forward. At first it looked like a bundle of branches clutched in his arms, but as he neared, Lynn noted that the material was an odd mix of purple and blue. It was some sort of fungus.
"Think it's safe to burn?" he asked, dropping the bundle.
Dried fast. His bare chest was still slick from a mixture of water and sweat.
"We'll find out." How did you get down there so fast?
Took a shortcut, he said, and something in his tone made Lynn look up from snapping the dried pieces into kindling. You didn't, she said, shocked. He smirked. You rode the river down? I'm a strong swimmer, he said, and she shook her head. Nathan looked at Jank. He looks like a corpse. Lynn gave him a sharp glare and he held his hands up. Think he can get a spark going? He'll have to. Together they lifted the Ember into a seated position. His eyelids fluttered, but he gave no sign of waking. It struck home then just how depleted Jank must have been. Lynn wondered how she had not noticed it sooner. Her respect for him had already multiplied since setting out from Last Lake, but now it soared to new heights. Jank. Jank. Finally, the Ember woke with a start, eyes darting around as he attempted to orient himself. Lynn took hold of his temples and looked him dead on. He settled. They're on, he breathed. A spark, Jank. We need a spark. She indicated the pile of scrap before them. It would burn quickly, but Nathan had gathered more than she would have thought possible. It had to be enough. Jank did not look entirely convinced, but he squeezed his eyes shut tight and leaned forward under his own power. For a spell, he was still as death, and then the veins stood out on his neck, their swelling forming ridgelines that snaked their slow way down his arms and tunneled like worms on the backs of his hands. His light hair moved as if stirred by a breeze only he could feel. His eyes flashed open, and Lynn thought she caught a hint of bright amber before the blues returned. A spark took, igniting the cache in a flare that rendered Lynn and Nathan blind and yelping like pups. After what felt like a searing eternity, Lynn opened her eyes to a scene so at odds with the sudden violence of the burst that she nearly laughed. Jank sat cross-legged before the crackling flames, his eyes closed and his face a picture of serenity that bordered on communion. Judging by his own expression, Nathan must have been thinking the same thing. Thank you, the Ember said, and though his voice was distant, it already sounded stronger, steadier. My pleasure, Nathan said nonchalantly, scooting closer to the flames now that his eyes had adjusted. Lynn moved to join them, watching curiously as Jank drank in the heat from the darkening coals that broke off from the pile. Will it be enough? She asked, concerned at the rate at which the scrub was disintegrating. The fire was already losing its life. Plenty, Jank said, and the blaze flared up again before settling back down. You're controlling it. I can slow the flames, Jank said. Get as much heat out of it as possible. They sat around the fire like children waiting for a tale. Lynn had not been aware of the chill in her bones, but it evaporated and left her feeling warm for the first time in weeks. Her stomach growled as the scent of burning reminded her of food, and they split the last shreds of salted meat between them, softening it in the flowing river before setting to chew. Why did you both come? Jank asked, and Lynn felt as taken aback as Nathan looked. The Ember opened his eyes to regard them. I mean no offense, he said, but since we've got some time to kill, I thought I'd know. I asked Boss the same thing before we set out. His reasons were quite simple. The Rivermen have no love for the sages, any of them. He knew that playing any role in the death or surrender of one of them would plant him firmly in the lore of his people. Neither Lynn nor Nathan spoke. Jank sighed and continued. Kaya's intentions were never verbalized, but I knew her better than most. Cenk's expression changed, a shadow passing over his face. He swallowed. She sought to prove herself. To me. To you. Lynn rocked back, uncomfortable. To everyone, I'd expect. He cleared his throat. Laren Holspaw set out under a sense of duty, I expect. I don't know if he believed in the validity of our trek, but he certainly didn't think we'd get far without him.
There's irony,
Lynn said, staring into the flames. Nathan sighed and gripped his leggings so tight his knuckles went pale.
My mother is sick,
he said, unable to meet their surprised eyes.
The waste is in her. She doesn't have much time left, and neither Nineveh nor Iana could help her much.
Iana said she wouldn't accept help, Lynn said, trying to keep the challenge out of her voice.
That too,
Nathan said.
I've never believed in the White Crest, but she does. I'm not sure what I expected. That I'd find him, fall to my knees and beg his help. Now, I don't feel much like begging. I don't feel much like asking, to be honest.
He looked up at them, face set and stern, a look that clashed with his youthful features.
If he does live, then he abandoned us,
he said.
Or something much worse.
Neither of them argued with him. There's nothing wrong with hoping, Cenk said.
Plenty wrong with it,
Nathan said, but there was no fight in him. He stared back into the flames which had sunk lower. Lynn reached out and took Nathan's hand, turning a sympathetic smile on him. She was not her sister, but empathy was not exclusive to the Fakin.
There is no shame in what you've just said, Nathan, she said. I know it doesn't seem like it. I know that I have a hard edge, but I believe in the White Crest.
Still? He asked, eyes shining.
I think, she said uncertainly. At least I believe in what he was. I don't truly know if Kole is right. I don't know if he's still up there. But if he is, I have to believe he'll help us. I have to believe there's a reason why he hasn't.
This is the path we've chosen, Cenk said, and they turned to regard him. No matter what waits at the end of it, we need to act together. They nodded and spoke no more. The echoing rush of the river soon regained dominance over the crackle of the fire as the ember replenished himself with its dying. Lynn laid down to rest on the hard stones which, for once, were warm against her cheek. Soon enough, the others dozed as well. Some time later, Lynn woke and wiped the sleep from her eyes. There was a flicker of movement ahead, and she froze, waiting for it to come back. After a time, it did, and she could not believe what she was seeing. The firefly, green and pulsing, was the first living thing she had seen in the deep lands. Lynn rose slowly, and the light darted toward her. It was impossibly bright, and just when she was about to cup her hands around it, it shot back and vanished into the next sloping tunnel. Lynn followed. Chapter 25. Rock and Reed. As he stood under the unyielding orange stare of Creath Mithan, Kole sought out the calm provided by his father's steel-grey eyes, but Kole Reyna's gaze was far off, looking through the fogged, torch-lit glass of the west-facing window. His expression was unreadable, but Kole knew he was afraid of son joining mother. Still, there was nothing to be done. Kole bit back the sting as a pair of elderly smiths, A husband and wife who spent as much time arguing as they did fussing with the leather straps and brass fastenings, worked to adjust the black armor.
"Still, my dear,"
the woman cooed as she worked to force the seams of his greaves under the shifting shoulder plates. Kole was bare-chested under the armor at the smith's request, and the gruff man pulled his hand back sharply when his knuckles brushed against the Ember's skin. He shot Kole a glare, and he responded with a shrug.
"He is a hot one,"
Kreath said with a laugh by the door, his pearly whites glowing in the gloom. The smith pointedly ignored the second keeper and stepped back to look Kole up and down. His nod, like everything else about the man, was curt, stiff, and without warmth, but he seemed satisfied.
"By man,"
he said with an exaggerated eye roll,
"leave the boy be, Berta. Pull that shell any tighter and it'll melt to him."
Berta gave the final strap a sharp tug in response, cutting off Kole's breath for a panicked moment before the invisible seams shifted to accommodate his lungs. He looked up to meet the penetrating twin gaze of the smiths. They stood shoulder to shoulder and studied their handiwork. Truth be told, Kole did not see the need for armor, but the Merchant Council of Hearth now saw him as an investment, one to be protected. The smiths grinned simultaneously, the only thing they had done together near as Kole could tell.
"That'll do,"
the man said.
"Aye,"
his wife responded.
"I'd like to see someone try to put a dent in that, knight, lord, or sage beside."
"Well," Kareen asked, coming to stand beside him, "how does it feel?" "Honestly," Kole started, glancing sheepishly at the smiths, "it doesn't feel like much."
"That's the point, boy," the smith said. "Give it a twist."
Kole did. At first, he doubted the armor would move, since it appeared as a solid piece of worked obsidian. As he rotated his hips and shoulders, however, the metal broke into myriad glinting scales and grooves to accommodate his form. He could feel the polished metal sliding across his skin, but there was no chafing. It was as if he wore a silk gown rather than a suit of armor.
"Brilliant,"
Kole said, glancing down at the shoulder plates, which narrowed to blood-red tips. He still wore his thin traveling pants, but the smiths had fastened separate three-piece plates that ran from knee to instep. He tested a few lancing kicks and exhaled in satisfaction.
"Right then,"
Berta said, holding out her hand.
"On to the matter of payment."
Kreath moved forward, his steps slow and halting. He deposited a mesh pouch into her hand.
"I trust you'll have the decency to wait until we've left to count it."
"It's a small enough town,"
she said with a wink and a wag of her finger. The three men stole out onto the street, Kole marveling at the way his armor moved like a second skin. His twin blades rested comfortably across his back, freshly oiled by Talmir's personal doctor. It was the captain's last favor to Kole before he made his way back to the gate. Shifa barked and twined around his legs, starved for attention. She yearned to be back on the road with him, he knew, but Kole had decided the loyal hound had done enough. He would not take her to the peaks. It was dark outside, and the streets were largely empty in this section of town. The pale blue light of the moon was losing its battle with the growing legion of black clouds that now assailed the sky like a swath of drifting smoke. The sounds of battle could not be heard, but Kole could see the red-orange halo hanging to the west, the light of the braziers and the burning pitch below giving the impression of a sun not yet risen. Kreath had moved off toward a street cook, the steam rising from a grill laden with fresh vegetables from the window gardens above, leaving father and son in the middle of the street.
"Amazing, isn't it?" Kareen asked. "Even in the midst of all this, our people carry on."
Kole nodded, and the silence resumed. I'll make it to the peaks, Father, he said. I'll find out what happened. Your mother made it, Kole, Corrine said. It's the making it back you need to concern yourself with. Kole did not turn to face his father. He steeled himself. Just try to make sure I have something left to come back to. A boom sounded in the distance that was too short for thunder, likely one of Balshir's casks going up on the other side of the wall. As if on cue, Crayath removed himself from his perch and waved for Kole to follow as he set off toward the north. I don't think Crayath is the type of man to wait twice, Corrine said. You should be off. Where will you go? I have business with the Merchant Council, he said, some ice in his tone that made Kole turn. What sort of business? I have it on good authority, my own, actually, that our mercantile friends have been hoarding supplies that would prove quite invaluable to Captain Carew and the troops. Seems to be plenty of food in Hearth, Kole said, indicating the street cook, who was now pointedly ignoring them, since they had not deigned to make a purchase. Hearth has never wanted for food, Corrine said, nor has the lake. For all the nightmares this valley has thrown against us, we have never wanted for resources. No, their hoarding is more of the martial variety. Weapons? Arrows mostly. Caches stocked in their palisades on the edges of the bowl, and I'd like to see those personal guards put to better use. They stood there in awkward silence once again. As impenetrable as Kole could be, Corrine was doubly so. It did not make for a warm relationship, but it was not one without love. Goodbye, Father. Son. Corrine reached out and placed 3 fingers upon Kole's brow, sending tingles of memory racing down his spine. The gesture recalled the meditation technique Corrine had taught him when he was young, when the fire was still difficult to control. The first runner of Last Lake moved off toward the east, toward the Red Bowl and all its horrors, and he took Shifa with him. Kole stood rooted in place for a time. Remembering himself, he moved off toward the north, following in Crayath's limping footsteps. He caught up with the other Ember in an oval intersection where 6 streets met. Though drenched in sweat, it was a hot night, Kole marveled at the fit of his armor and the way it allowed him to move without restriction. Now all that remained was to put it to the test, but that would come soon enough. His blood felt hot as the white cliffs loomed above him, his legs itching to be set free in the fields separating Hearth from the fork and the peaks beyond. Crayath was silent as they walked, so Kole matched him. The houses were more separated here and shorter, though of finer make than those on the interior. As they neared the cliffs, they slipped from the blue shadows of the leaning buildings and crossed into a brightly lit area of white stone cobbles. At first, Kole thought the lighting to be the work of street mirrors, but then he noticed a sliver of moon peeking out from the clouds to the east. Shafts of lunar light hit the northern cliffs, lighting their face in a way that reminded Kole of Last Lake. He nearly had to shield his eyes before the smog took back the sky and plunged them into shadow once more. The houses grew more spaced and more lavish the further north they traveled, undoubtedly the abodes of the valley's wealthier inhabitants. Kole wondered if the caves of the northern deserts had seen such displays of luxury. He supposed all cities did, if given long enough to ferment, to rot. There was a sound like rushing, and Kole saw the white froth of a river up ahead struggling to rise over the cut stones that lined its edges. A small bridge spanned its width, and they crossed, the cliffs looming larger with each stride. Kole examined the white face, noting the guard towers poking out along the precarious expanse at the top. He was beginning to wonder if Crayath's genius plan involved him simply rappelling down the sheer cliff face into the marshes beyond and swallowed. "What's the plan exactly?" Kole asked.
"To get you out of the city,"
Kreath said, guiding Kole toward a path to the northeast that brought them to a jagged expanse of stone that jutted out over the river they had just crossed. Kole looked back at the guard towers, picking out the rough-cut stairway that led up to the heights. Was there another way to the top?
"We're not going up,"
Kreath said, noting Kole's confused look.
"We're going under. Well, you're going under. I can't afford to get these bandages wet."
"Wet? I thought this river passed underground. It's too far to swim, and against the current."
"If we can help it, you won't be swimming."
They stopped at the base of white stone where the grass ended. The outcropping was half again as tall as Kole, and it shone like translucent marble in the spray from the surging current that passed under it. "Took you long enough?" a female voice called down. She was perched at the top with her shock of red hair tied back in a tail that hung down across her waist in the front. Near as Kole could tell, she wore the same black-red armor as him, and there were brightly colored sashes tied at each bare elbow, one green and the other yellow. Across her lap she held a spear that must have stood taller than Laren Holspar's, its butt held firm in a worn groove in the stone. The weapon, too, had colored streamers tied just under the head.
"Kole Reyna,"
Kreath said, sweeping his hand out in a mock bow.
"Allow me to introduce the most colorful member of Hearth's forces, Third Keeper Misha Vegar."
"If I could kick you from here, Mitan, I most certainly would,"
the Ember said, and Kole was not entirely sure she was joking. She switched eyes that shone near as green as Iana's toward Kole. She did not seem impressed.
"This is the hero, then?"
Kole shrugged, and she mimicked him.
"I saw the aftermath of your little fit before the western gate," she said, standing on long legs. "Don't get me caught up in something like that."
Kole looked askance at Kreath, but the second keeper merely smiled the smile that never seemed far from his face. He had been under the impression his mission would be undertaken alone. To send help, especially help in the form of one of only 2 uninjured Embers remaining in the city, Kole wondered if Misha was there to assist him or to babysit. Perhaps a bit of both. He cleared his throat.
"If we come across a sage in the north, I suspect my power will be the least of your worries," he said.
Misha did not answer, just looked at him, considering. She stretched and eased the tension from her joints.
"Besides,"
Kole was growing impatient,
"I'd wager my little fit, as you call it, did more to the dark kind than you've managed up in your towers."
Kreath smiled again, but this one was strained. As for Misha, she froze mid-stretch, her expression shifting from sudden fury to what he sincerely hoped was surprised and grudging respect, and not an eventual promise to murder.
"Very well, my Ember Prince,"
she said, dipping her own bow, her red hair brushing against the stone beneath her feet. She reached down and Kole took her hand, allowing her to pull him up onto the outcropping. Together they watched Kreath cross back over the river, each step looking decidedly more labored than the last. Instead of turning back toward the infirmaries to the east, the second keeper turned south, toward the red glow of battle.
"I knew it,"
Misha said in a harsh whisper.
"Should we stop him?"
Kole offered, earning an amused look from the other Ember.
"At least he'll have other soldiers about,"
she said, dropping down onto a small patch of grass on the opposite side of the ledge.
"It's more than I can say for us."
Kole dropped down next to her, the white foamed current raging to his right and the cliff face rising up to his left. There was a jagged pathway cut directly into the cliff face. It started just before the place where the white rock merged into the frothing river, which was as violent as the mouth of a sea drake, and Kole shivered despite his warmth. How were they to get through that?
"Does the current slow deeper into the spur?"
He called ahead. He saw Misha's red tail bobbing in the trench.
"In a way,"
she said, and Kole sighed.
"What of the North Walk? Who will defend it?" "Dakin Pier," she called over her shoulder. "He's no LandKist, but he's the most violent man I know, and I mean that in a good way."
Kole did not doubt her.
"Besides, those poor things have been at the gate for weeks. They won't try for the cliffs. Too steep."
"Should be smooth sailing, then," Kole said under his breath, but his voice carried in the sloping tunnel, the black skies being lost as the trench closed overhead and admitted them into the bowels of the spur.
"So long as the Night Lord doesn't find us," Misha said.
"Night Lord?"
"4 came against the walls. We killed 3, and the 4th went into the marshes."
Perfect. The Night Lord, or whatever it was, would come again. The dark kind had made Hearth their singular purpose. They would not retreat, no matter the cost. The walls thrummed with the vibrations of the nearby river, and Kole could not tell if they were passing under it or beside it.
"Is there no other way?"
Kole asked.
"Not unless you want to try for the gates to the west and south. This is the best way, so long as it still works."
Kole did not bother asking what that meant. As soon as the tunnel became dark enough for Kole to think about lighting his blades, it opened up into a large hollowed-out chamber that sparkled bright white with the reflected light of hung lanterns. Here the sounds of the neighboring river were even louder, the bass echoing and growing in strength as it rebounded off of the steep and cavernous walls. The floor underfoot was smooth as polished glass, and around them stood a full complement of soldiers, most of which held arrows nocked and pitched. A fire blazed in their midst, and none looked pleased to be there. The floor of the chamber was roughly circular, and Kole noted what appeared to be a jagged trench running along the outer edge that looked to be almost as deep as he was tall. Most of the soldiers turned to look at them as they entered the chamber, and most quickly turned back to the far wall, where a gray slab of stone stood out plainly against the white marble backdrop. On the right-hand wall, Kole saw a rough-cut opening that marked the entrance to another dark tunnel, much like the one they had entered through. "What is this?" he asked in a tone that approached genuine awe.
"Don't look too shocked," Misha said. "The chamber is mostly natural. It was discovered generations back when a small child fell into one of the vents atop the spur. When they dropped someone in to find her, they both came out speaking of a chamber that sparkled like 1,000 diamonds in the torchlight. The powers that be decided it marked an opportunity."
"A means of escape," Kole supplied as they came to stand before a stern-looking man in a bronze helm. He nodded curtly to Kole, but his attention was firmly focused on Misha. Much to his chagrin, she ignored him and turned back to Kole.
"Tensions with the rivermen were high at the time," she said. "Ironically, it was one of their own that supplied the plans for the drain."
Kole shook his head. He was through asking questions.
"Ahem,"
the soldier grunted, color rising to his cheeks. He and the rest of his party were glistening like the white walls surrounding them. Kole could not tell if it was sweat or the invisible spray that seeped through the translucent stone.
"Apologies, Deacon,"
Misha said, not meaning it. The two engaged in a discussion concerning releases, levers, and drainage that made less than no sense to Kole, so he stayed out of it. The drone of the river was stronger here than inside the walls of Hearth. It took their words apart and sent them careening back into his ears like mutants of their former selves. He moved closer.
"What if it's waiting on the other side of the cog?"
Deegan asked, clearly unnerved.
"Then your men will have something to do,"
Misha said easily, and Deegan grimaced. Kole wondered at their history.
"This is a Night Lord we're talking about,"
he said, and several of his men and women nodded hurriedly, apparently eager to support any argument that might stop the mission in its tracks.
"It's a beast,"
the Ember answered.
"as dumb as any other."
"My man Brettine saw it just last night, questing for a way inside."
A broad-shouldered man in the company, presumably Brettine, glared daggers at them, daring them to challenge him.
"Do you follow orders, Deegan?"
Kole asked, earning a surprised look from Misha and a furious one from the soldier. He looked about to answer when one of his own, a young woman, interrupted.
"The fire's waning,"
she lamented, clearly not for the first time.
"It's the damn damp. We can't keep it fed."
Misha looked at the girl as though she were daft, and Deegan looked as if he were about to strike out when the fire flared violently to life, sending soldiers skittering and spears bouncing off of the marble floor. Deegan whirled toward Kole, who stood staring at the blaze with his hand outstretched, twin fingers rising and falling at a steady cadence with the flames. Misha's look had changed from curious to decidedly shocked. The hint of a smile played at the corners of Kole's mouth, even as his brow furrowed in concentration.
"How are you doing that from such a distance?"
Misha asked, fascinated as the flames swayed to imitate Kole's hand. Kole let his hand fall to his side, and the flames lost their luster, going back to their fuel.
"Sorry for the theatrics,"
Kole said, ignoring Misha's question because he had no answer.
"But I need to be getting north. I was under the impression you could get me there."
Deegan had managed to regain much of his former composure, which is to say, not much, and stood taller, adjusting the straps on his breastplate. His bronze helm was still askew, but he did not seem to notice, and neither Kole nor Misha pointed it out. He looked to the ember of hearth.
"Seems you've dug up quite the firebug," he said.
Misha glanced at Kole, her expression still caught somewhere between concerned and excited. She shrugged.
"The lever?"
Misha asked.
"Moors!"
Deegan shouted, and the same young woman from before snapped to attention.
"Right away, third keeper Vaga."
And she spun on her heel and made for the trench along the back wall. She turned around with a blush and lowered herself into the channel like a child might. Misha sighed and handed her spear to Deegan before making her way to the lip of the trench. She hopped down, and Kole saw her hair bobbing as she walked along its length in search of the lever that would permit them passage into the marshes beyond. Kole felt eyes on him and turned to see Brettine, the stalking man staring with a look that could only be described as hostile.
"Something on your mind?"
Kole asked. He had tired of the entire venture and was keen to be off, keen to be north.
"You think you know better than the White Crest,"
Brettine said, his voice oddly high-pitched relative to his imposing size.
"You think he's against us?"
"Most think he's dead. I'd say my stance is an improvement." Brettine did not look amused. In fact, he was seething.
"Calm yourself, Brettine,"
Deegan said, though he eyed Kole sternly. Now he was readily itching to see the embers out into the marshes and out of his hair.
"At least they've got the stones to find out what's going on."
Brettine grumbled and moved back into his place. He and the rest of them rocked back onto their heels as a boom echoed throughout the chamber. It was followed by a sound like sliding plates. Ahead, Kole picked out the bobbing tail of Misha. The Ember pulled herself out of the trench and hauled the young soldier up with her.
"Clever thing,"
Misha said, coming to stand beside Kole and turning to look back wonderingly at the grey slab of stone, which had just begun to shift on its bearings.
How did they build this?
Rock blade, Deegan said.
Ah, yes, Misha said. A powerful one.
Why don't they build such structures along the fork? Kole asked.
Modesty, I suppose,
Deegan said, and Misha shrugged. Maybe we just don't know about them, Kole put in, answering his own question.
Strange, Misha said, that one of their own would help design the mechanism meant to help us through a feared siege by his people.
Siege never came, Deegan said. They certainly thought it would.
The city was not well established at the time, Misha said. The walls only half built, and the Amber folk recently split with the separation of the Lakemen.
She glanced at Kole.
There were sober minds on each side of the conflict.
Aye,
Deegan said as the gear shifted and the water began pouring in on the far wall.
Far as I know, they never had cause to use it.
What would be the point of draining the river? Kole asked.
To move supplies in by a back way in the case of a siege,
Deegan said. The gear jerked and groaned in protest as it rolled to one side. The dark water sparkled in the torchlight, turning from a geyser to a steady fall as the opening grew.
Won't the chamber fill up?
Kole asked, feeling woefully uninformed.
I don't pretend to know the particulars, Deegan said.
His soldiers had their bowstrings pulled taut, eyes trained on the growing gap between gear and wall.
This stone is porous. It sweats. The trench will drain into the earth beneath the spur, given enough time.
The gruff soldier looked on nervously as the water splashed into the chamber at an alarming rate. To their right, the torrent sloshed by, the fire hissing behind them as a questing spray rose from the moat to challenge it.
Now, he said, the trench is half full. The river should be low enough for you to cross into the tunnel. Be quick about it. Once it's full, we need to shut it down or we'll be swimming.
He sounded far from convinced, and Kole and Misha exchanged nervous glances. Kole looked at the black waterfall, half expecting some great beast out of nightmare to come crashing through the foam. By the tension in the gathered soldiers' faces, they were thinking along the same lines.
Half!
Morse called out from the lip of the trench.
Off you go, then,
Deegan said tersely, and Misha broke off at a sprint, Kole fast on her heels as they rushed toward the tunnel to the right. Once they were inside, Misha called up a spark and lit a small hand torch she pulled from her belt. The light played off of the glimmering sides of the tunnel in shifting patterns that would have been alluring if they weren't so unnerving. It was a longer path than Kole was expecting, the floor slick and steep. They relied on carved footholds to find purchase and propel them upward, and all the while the river roared from both ends. Finally, mercifully, Misha found the edge and slipped over it, her feet landing with a small splash in the shallow water. Kole was over in a flash, and they cut left, running through a much larger cavern with all speed.
Some system,
Kole said harshly as they bounded around a bend in the cave.
Obviously not meant for this.
The bend straightened, and a grinding sound like rock against rock set their teeth to chattering. There was a fork in the tunnel, and Kole saw the current being diverted up ahead, but the gear was closing faster than he had expected. They hugged the right-hand wall as they ran, the water rushing near to waist level before they were safely through into the reeds. The water was slower moving here. Before the river could have a chance to sweep them back into the filling passageway, they used the choked root system to climb a nearby bank, stopping to catch their breath and check their gear at the top. Kole was surprised to learn that his chest was completely dry, another marvel of his new armor.
It's a wonder they don't stock the whole garrison with these, Kole said, checking the grooves along his torso. Misha was busy emptying the sludge from her boots. The couple that made them work on their own time, and certainly not for free, she said. I can imagine. Kole tried to survey their surroundings, but they may as well have been in a forest. The reeds were so tall and closely packed. Below them, the river had regained much of its former strength, and the cave opening was completely submerged, invisible to prying eyes. The sky above was gray as ash, but some of the brighter stars were still visible through the veil. To the west, the great white spur curved out of sight, bordered by the twisting network of streams and rivers that were the spawn of the river Frust to the north. Shall we? Misha asked. Lead on, Kole said. I want that spear between us and whatever else is out there.
Chapter 26. Drums in the Deep. Nineveh had not attempted to travel the between since being cast down the first time. It was folly. She knew this without a shadow of a doubt, knew that whatever power she had provoked was well beyond her. And yet, she had to do something. She had to get answers. She pulled her hood low and began the arduous trek from the long hall to her cramped abode. Nervous faces tracked her progress, and she was dimly aware that her frantic mood of late was doing little to ease tensions along the lake. As she walked, Nineveh thought of power and all its permutations. The Fae had no word for power in their native tongue. They thought power came in the seeing, but she wondered what they called it when they turned their gifts of healing to those of destruction. She wondered what they would think if they could have seen Kole Reyna set the fields of Hearth ablaze. There was a power in sight, and that was the power of knowledge. What good was knowledge without action? According to Rusul and her sisters, Kole had set out from Hearth with Misha Vigar just hours before. Near as they could tell, Laren and the others were well into the steppes by now, though they could not penetrate the peaks to see. If she was to be of use to any of them, she had to know what they were up against. She had to know which sage waited for them, if any. There was one constant that had unnerved her above anything else, even more so than the power she had felt among the peaks. It was a sound like drums, and it was a sound beyond hearing. The very peaks themselves thrummed with dark energy. It was not a rift, but something like it. She would find the source, and then, somehow, she would warn them. She knew some of her teachers were capable of projecting their spirits great distances, but they had long since passed on.
Fae Mother?
Nineveh turned. Cooper Reese stared at her from across the lane. He sat bow-legged on a small stool as he leaned over the rim of a barrel. A small boy sat on the front step next to him, looking as bored as unbuttered bread. Yes? She asked, forcing a tight smile that had all the effect of curdled milk. The boy grimaced and looked away. What is it? Reese covered his embarrassment with a smile much more genuine than hers. It's just, he started, rubbing the back of his head with the hook of his hammer. I wondered why you were heading toward the pens. Nineveh's brows arched. He was asking if she knew whether or not she had lost her mind. She did. She nodded with a curt smile, spun on her heels, and spied the shingled roofs further to the north, picking out her lonely leaning tower and its painted balcony. Reese shrugged and bent back to his work. He had the courtesy not to say anything further. Now, she kept her thoughts more focused as she walked, careful not to let them guide her. She thought of the drums, and the invisible tethers she felt snaking out of the peaks like tendrils of darkness. Rather than reaching up into the black skies, however, these coiled about the walls of Hearth. She was sure it was the driving force of the corrupted at the city's gates. As she rounded the bend and picked her way up the slick and rounded cobbles at West Hill, she thought of sending for Iana, but dismissed it as soon as it surfaced. She would not involve the girl in something so dangerous, no matter the cost to their relationship. Iana was smart as a streaking star, her healing powers second only to Nineveh herself, and that was a gap fast closing. But the between was something else entire. It was a burden to be endured, not shared. As it was, Nineveh was likely the only soul in the valley, the world, for all the difference it made, capable of navigating those shifting roads. Nineveh was nearly out of breath when she reached the faded blue steps of her tower. She leaned against the worn railing post, the chipped paint rubbing off on her robes, and tried to calm herself. From here, she could see clear down to the docks despite the fog, the sails of the fishing boats bobbing on their moorings. With a sigh, she stole into the tower and climbed the creaking narrow stair to her chambers. The preparations were already made, and she settled into her place. She reminded herself that the roots, pastes, and powders were aids, not crutches. She brought the mixture to a bubble over the coals in the grate before pouring the thick concoction through a mesh screen. When she was finished, she eyed the translucent purple liquid and steeled herself. She unwound a black cloth and dipped it into the hot mix, careful not to soak her skin. When it was suitably damp, she wrapped it around her forehead, tying it tightly in the back and settling onto her pillows. She pulled the cloth down over her eyes, letting the sodden material touch her lids, and exhaled, long and slow. The effect was almost immediate. Colored lights played across the black canvas like lightning strikes absent thunder. A steady buzzing started at her temples and set her head to ring. Her skin tingled as her nerves ignited, the sensation moving between pain and ecstasy. She hummed to orient herself, and soon the lights faded to be replaced by the contours of the valley as seen from the black clouds above. She glided on the currents, swift and silent as a crane. She felt the familiar beating and angled up, piercing a particularly dense section of cover and coming out the other side in a swirl of gray smoke. There, she saw a coil like nesting snakes, all red and black. Tendrils reached down through the gray canopy and streaked toward the fields below, the fields of Hearth. Nineveh skirted the edges of the mass and swept around to the back. There she saw 4 thick bands angling to the north. These were darker with only the faintest flecks of red, and their pulsing was slower, deeper, and more rhythmic. She kept her wings close and sharp, diving below the clouds only long enough to glimpse the ground below. The steps passed beneath her, the great plateaus stretching out like a giant staircase. The black tethers drew closer together above the peaks and shot down, and she shot with them, swirling into a cyclone of wind and energy. It was all she could do to keep from brushing against the strands, like a fly fearful of the spider's web. The rushing of wind and buffeting of electricity ceased, and she found herself in a chamber of hewn stone. She was high up, but deep underground. Orienting herself was difficult. Already she felt the pull, saw the edges of her room at Last Lake shimmering on the corners. She felt the buzzing overhead and peered up. The black tethers hummed angrily, snaking forward where they separated and disappeared into a series of alcoves that glowed faintly red. Nineveh moved closer, and as she neared, her heart beat faster. A ruby light spilled from the shapes, which she now recognized as great hearts half again as tall as a man. There was a stone slab directly before the alcoves with a shape resting on it, its chest moving up and down. The black tendrils, tinged with red, snaked around the stone like vines, and now her heart froze. She felt it, the same presence from before. Nineveh was held between beats, caught between the urge to flee and the need to edge closer. As it turned out, the prone figure chose for her, as a blue-white light illuminated its chest. The eyes lit in a blinding flash before resolving into a serpentine figure that floated with crackling energy above the slab. The hearts increased their tempo, the sound of drums echoing off the black walls. In place of the majesty she had felt upon entering the valley all those years ago, was a hawkish and misplaced fury, erratic and formless. Red light leaked from the corners of the diamonds she took for eyes, and the serpent swayed back and forth like a snake readying to strike. She thought to ask it something, anything, and then she seized upon its dark intent and knew she must go. Nineveh streaked away, and the wraith followed, encasing her in an atmosphere of its own making. But it had underestimated her strength. She tore through the casing, and in that moment saw the consciousness of the sage arrayed before her, an ocean of power whose waves crashed black with red foam, all anger and discord. Nineveh felt the lake pulling her, calling her home. She pushed on, and in the passage between the shattering, she glimpsed a strange horizon. There was a figure clad in white and blue, the white crest as she remembered him, and before him stood a dark man wreathed in flames. Above them both, pulling strings that called back the red-black tethers, was a figure blacker than the skies. The peaks collapsed, and she was thrust back into herself, the fields passing in a blur below her, and the stink of corruption screaming for her blood. Her return was violent, and she fell back on an invisible current, her chambers coming back to her with sudden ferocity. She retched, all the while trying desperately to hold on to the vision and its portents. She remembered the sage, rotting and resting on his slab. She remembered the dark hearts drumming in the alcoves and the red-topped citadel she had witnessed upon fleeing the dark keep. She remembered the sun, which she had not seen in weeks, burning like a half-sunk fire over the lands beyond the valley, lands from which she had come and never returned. And there was one emotion that followed her faster and farther than any of the others. More than the rage and insanity, she had sensed fear from the being once known as White Crest. Not fear of her. She had been a meadow vole in the gaze of a hawk. This was fear of the other, of the figure wreathed in flame. It was fear, she thought, of Kole Reyna. Nineveh attempted to reorient herself to the world, but it was an agonizing experience. Like a star had exploded behind her eyes. She let the veil fall from her head and cast about the chamber, grasping wet roots that she chewed hungrily, squeezing her eyes shut and wishing the pain away. She had lingered too long. The phlegm had built up, and she could not concentrate enough to shift from gifts of sight to healing. Her consciousness was fading, and before she lost it completely, she saw what looked to be a fairy light, green and shimmering. It spoke to her through the veil. Nineveh shook her head, and the light resolved into the soft visage of Iana of Iran. Her apprentice helped her to sit with hands far stronger than they appeared, and she felt the warmth of the fey light moving through her blood, bringing her back.
"I found it," she said through a cracked throat. "Found him."
Iana eyed her with a wild and fearful expression.
"He was so pure. Once,"
Nineveh whispered.
"Who?" "Kole was right. He is not our ally. Not any longer. There is another in him. Infected. Rotten."
She was rambling, and she knew it, but it seemed that Iana had taken the point.
"He has betrayed us after all,"
Iana said. She did not sound shocked, but rather resigned. Nineveh reached out and took Iana's soft hands in her weathered ones.
"He is as much a victim in this as we, I think,"
Nineveh said.
"The dark comes for us all." "The Eastern Dark,"
Iana offered.
"I can see no other possibility. It seems he has begun his war on the others, starting with our own guardian."
Iana stood abruptly and moved to fill a cup with cold tea. She handed it to Nineveh and adopted the stern, motherly look she wore so well.
"You should not have flown so far and for so long." "And how did you know I had?"
Nineveh asked, amused.
"I felt it,"
Iana said, eyes going distant.
"But that's not why I came."
Her eyes refocused. Nineveh took a swallow and looked at her pupil expectantly. Iana met her gaze, her emerald eyes glowing brighter than usual.
"I found them,"
she said.
"I found Lynn." "Where is she?"
Nineveh asked, thoughts racing.
"In the deep lands,"
Iana said.
"And I saw others. I saw dark figures following them, tracking them from above. One of them looked like Laren Holspar, but it couldn't be."
"Iana,"
Nineveh said, "you must find her again."